I'm writing this with my phone buzzing on the table like a dying cicada. Every new notification another shockwave from the blast I set off 2 hours ago. If you've ever followed a relationship advice post where the original poster nuked their own life and stood back to enjoy the fireball, yeah, I'm that idiot, and I regret nothing. I hit send on 63 photos that proved my girlfriend's need for space was actually code for, I'd rather be sharing a king-size bed in Cancun with Brad from accounting. The fallout is glorious. Her mom has called 9 times, her little sister posted a crying emoji on Instagram, and Brad's wife, yes, wife, just DM'd me a thank you gif of a skeleton dancing on a grave. Meanwhile, Emma is somewhere on a beach wearing a neon pink Her Better Half t-shirt that matches Brad's Her Other Half, unaware that her phone, her inbox, and her reputation are melting faster than the resort's overpriced pina coladas. I promised myself I'd document the whole saga while the adrenaline is still hot enough to keep the words sharp and the beer deserved ice cold. It started 3 weeks ago, a Tuesday night that smelled like takeout and stale ambition. Emma and I had been together 4 years, living in a too-small apartment above a deli that turned the hallway into a permanent salami sauna. We'd survived layoffs, a burst pipe, and my catastrophic attempt to learn sourdough during lockdown. We'd even talked rings, sidewalk ring shopping, the kind where you pretend you're just browsing, but secretly memorize her size. So when she dropped the "I need space" bomb, I heard wedding bells shatter. Her explanation was textbook vague. Work was stressful, she felt stagnant, she needed a solo trip to recenter. She claimed HR had a last-minute leadership retreat, but +1s weren't allowed. She'd fly to Cancun on Saturday, spend 5 days doing trust falls and buzzword workshops, then come back refreshed and ready to reevaluate. I tried to be supportive because that's what Reddit preaches: communication, respect, boundaries. I swallowed my anxiety, helped her pack sunscreen, and pretended not to notice she packed the red bikini she once called too spicy for work. Friday night, she slept at her place. To make the morning flight easier, I ordered wings, fired up Warzone, and told myself trust matters. But the universe, bless its messy sense of humor, served me the first breadcrumb an hour later. My buddy Nate texted a screenshot from Brad Larson's public Instagram. Brad was Emma's cube neighbor, the human equivalent of mayonnaise. Beige, harmless, and somehow always present at office happy hours. In the photo, Brad grinned under an airport gate sign. Cancun bound, team building starts with sunshine. He tagged Emma. She'd liked the post, but not told me. My chest felt hollow. Equal parts panic and rage. I scrolled through old memories, searching for proof I was overreacting. Brad had liked every picture of Emma dating back years, always with the same bland fire emoji. At last year's Christmas party, he'd cornered me to brag about his CrossFit PR. I'd tuned him out, distracted by Emma in a red dress. She'd rolled her eyes behind his back, and I'd assumed she found him annoying. Turns out the eye roll was foreplay. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I built a digital corkboard like a true crime detective, linking posts, Slack messages Emma had shown me, and the company newsletter announcing the Selective Leadership Retreat. Selective, my ass? Half the department wasn't invited. By dawn, I had a theory. There was no retreat. Brad and Emma were on a romantic getaway masquerading as corporate development. I needed proof. Enter Jess, my cousin, a flight attendant who collects standby tickets like bottle caps. I called her at 6 a.m. After coffee and my tear-streaked rant, she offered the kind of ride-or-die help only family can give. "I'm on a red-eye to Cancun tonight," she said. "If they're there, I'll find them." I wired her cash for the resort fee and bribed her with the promise of naming my firstborn after her dog. She laughed but packed anyway. Meanwhile, I played doting boyfriend. I texted Emma knock-knock jokes, asked about the workshops, got vague replies. "Busy day, talk later." Stomach acid became a main food group. But I kept my poker face, because revenge tastes best when marinated. Jess landed Sunday morning. Within an hour, she'd located them at the adults-only infinity pool. Brad's arm draped around Emma like a seatbelt. Matching shirts. Work hard, play harder. Jess's phone became my surveillance drone. She captured them sharing sunscreen, clinking cocktails, making out under a cabana. She even filmed Brad untying Emma's bikini top. Classy guy. Each file auto-uploaded to a hidden Google Drive. The evidence felt radioactive in my hands. I could have confronted Emma immediately, but anger without strategy is just noise. I needed the perfect stage. So I waited, gathering guest lists. Emma's family group chat, our mutual friends, Brad's wife, Lauren, a kindergarten teacher, and, for good measure, their HR director. I drafted a polite email. Thought you all deserved the truth about the leadership retreat. Photos attached. Subject line, transparency. No accusations, no profanity. Let the images speak. Timing was crucial. Emma's retreat ended Wednesday morning. Her flight landed at 4 p.m., meaning she'd still be in the air when the email dropped. Ever hit send and feel the world tilt? At 2 p.m., I executed. 22 recipients, 63 photos, 1 scorch earth click. My hands shook, but the calm that followed was addictive, like slipping into a hot bath after a funeral. The reaction was immediate. Blue bubbles stacked in group chats. Lauren replied first. "Leaving work now, thank you." 30 seconds later. "Lawyer up, Bradley." Emma's sister Sophie exploded with all caps betrayal. My mom called to ask if I needed her lasagna or a baseball bat. HR sent a frosty, "We will investigate." I disabled notifications, opened a beer, and watched the apartment ceiling like it was fireworks night. At 5:17 p.m., Emma's name finally lit my screen. I let it ring. Voicemail. Frantic breathing, half-formed apologies, sobs. She'd landed into purgatory. Wi-Fi restored mid-breakup. I pictured her scrolling through the thread, cheeks burning the same shade as her matching shirt. She called again. I silenced it and instead messaged our landlord, invoking the sublease clause to remove her name. Her apartment key was already in a padded envelope heading to her parents. All her stuff, except what she had in Cancun, sat in labeled boxes at a storage unit she would soon pay for alone. An hour later, pounding at my door, I opened to find Emma, hair frizzy from the flight, mascara tracks like war paint. "We can work this out," she said. "Please." She tried to step inside. I held the frame like a goalie. "Space, remember?" I nodded toward the hallway. "Take all the space you need." She went from tearful to furious. "You invaded my privacy." I almost laughed. So did the zoom lens on Brad's phone. She threw every excuse. She'd been confused. It was a one-time mistake. Nothing happened after the photos. I countered with time-stamped evidence of every kiss. She tried guilt. "You ruined my life." My calm surprised even me. "No, Emma, you ruined mine first. I just mailed the bill." She asked if I would ever forgive her. The question hung between us like smoke. Forgiveness is a gift, not a duty. And gifts, like trust, aren't owed. "No," I said, "but I wish you luck rebuilding whatever's left." She left with a sob that echoed down the stairwell. I shut the door, exhaled, and replayed the last 4 years in my head like a montage. But the soundtrack had changed from love songs to a victory march. That could have been the end, but karma kept spinning. Brad's wife filed for divorce within 48 hours, emailing HR the same photos. HR, facing potential liability, suspended Brad and Emma pending a misconduct review. Corporate policy forbade romantic relationships between team members on business trips unless pre-disclosed, which they hadn't. By Friday, both were terminated, effective immediately. Their severance vanished, laptop return dates scheduled. I watched from the sidelines, jobs still intact because I worked in a different field. Mutual friends polarized. Some applauded my honesty, others claimed I went nuclear. I reminded them Emma had lit the fuse. Reddit would label it justified. Saturday, Sophie texted, "Emma moved home. She's miserable. Mom says thanks for exposing the truth." Even her family recognized the necessity. Truth cuts, but lies rot. Lauren kept me updated like a war correspondent. Brad attempted damage control, flowers, promises, therapy. Lauren served him with papers at his office, a courthouse clerk in tow. Brad vacated their house, apparently crashing with a college buddy. The matching vacation shirts appeared on Facebook Marketplace captioned, "Bad memories, $1 each." Packing her stuff proved oddly therapeutic. I blasted a true crime podcast, labeled boxes, and discovered relics I'd ignored. A shoebox of love notes from Brad dating back a year, stashed behind winter boots. Each note ended with, "Destroy after reading." She'd kept them all. I photographed the stack, timestamp, serial order, and slid the originals into a manila envelope titled Insurance. I haven't used it, but knowing it exists is like having a fire extinguisher. May nothing ignite, yet may I sleep soundly. Mutual friends staged interventions. One camp insisted I should have confronted Emma privately. "You humiliated her," they said. The other camp bought me pictures at the pub and toasted legendary Petty King. I listened, nodded, and stopped attending anything where her name might pop up. Social detox is underrated. In its place, I joined a climbing gym where nobody knew my saga. The walls didn't care, and the routes only judged my grip strength. About 2 months post-nuke, I received a certified letter from Emma's attorney claiming emotional distress and defamation. My pulse spiked until I read the final line. "We propose resolving this matter through mutual non-disparagement agreements." Translation, she wanted me to stop talking. My lawyer, a calm bulldog named Ramirez, drafted a shorter reply. "Our client disseminated factual photographs. Truth is a defense." We never heard back. Brad, however, tried direct contact. He turned up at my office reception in a wrinkled polo, requesting a man-to-man chat. Security buzzed me. I'd love to say I strode down and squared off, but reality is better. I watched on the camera feed while the guard escorted him out. 30 seconds of pixelated shame. Brad's badge of cowardice unlocked. Later that week, I mailed Lauren a hard drive with the raw originals, in case she needed high-resolution proof for court. She replied with a Starbucks e-gift card and a single line, "For the popcorn during depositions." Speaking of court, Lauren's divorce moved at lightning speed. Without kids and with irrefutable evidence, Brad's pleas for reconciliation fell flat. Community property split down the middle, but Lauren kept the house and the dog. She posted a photo of the golden retriever sleeping beside the finalized decree, caption, "Fresh starts and loyal hearts." Thousands of likes, including mine. One unforeseen perk of scorched earth honesty is the ripple effect. 3 junior staff at Emma's old company came forward to HR about Brad's pattern of boundary pushing during off-site events. My photos validated their claims. The company instituted a new policy requiring written disclosure of any personal relationship between coworkers on travel. They call it the Larson Clause. I framed the memo and hung it above my desk like ethical taxidermy. Therapy, by the way, is non-negotiable. I used to think it was for people on the brink. Turns out it's also for people who refuse to surrender to bitterness. Dr. Khan asked what I'd learned. I said, "Trust is a glass ornament. Once shattered, you can't glue it invisible again." He nodded, but challenged me. Don't lock yourself in a museum of broken things. So I make a list each night. 3 new shards of joy. Yesterday's were finishing a V5 route, brewing the perfect espresso, and watching my neighbor's toddler discover puddle jumping. Internet sleuths occasionally DM to ask if I'll reveal the photos publicly. Absolutely not. Viral revenge mutates into spectacle, and I'm done being a ringmaster. The goal was truth for stakeholders, not clout. Keep receipts, yes. Display them responsibly. A confession. Sometimes I reread our old text exchanges, the early ones where we planned road trips and argued about which X-Men power is superior. They feel like artifacts from a dig site, evidence of a civilization that collapsed. I observe them clinically, the way historians examine pottery. Interesting, instructive, utterly detached from present utility. If you're wondering whether revenge healed me, the honest answer is it provided a launch pad, not a landing zone. The act of exposing the truth pulverized the boulder blocking my path. But walking away, choosing hobbies, friendships, a calm Saturday without dread, that's the ongoing labor. Healing isn't a cinematic swell. It's silent increments, noticeable only when you compare landscapes and realize the horizon shifted. I'll likely never love matching shirts again, though. When Paige jokingly suggested we buy gym tees that say "Belay Babe" and "Belay Bro," I politely declined. We laughed and chose plain black. A small superstition maybe, but earned. Emma's final contribution to my life arrived last week. A Venmo payment for half the storage bill, captioned, "Thank you." No emoji. I left it unliked, unreplied. Money accepted, chapter closed. If we pass in the street someday, I'll nod and keep walking. Forgiveness isn't in the cards, but indifference, cold, clean indifference, is its own quiet triumph. So that's the rest of the saga I didn't post originally because word limits exist, and healing was messy. To anyone reading this for a blueprint, tailor your revenge to the truth, not your anger. The truth is surgical. Anger is a chainsaw. Use the right tool if you want a clean cut. And remember, matching shirts are optional, screenshots are forever, and if your gut whispers, listen, then verify like your happiness depends on it. Because it does. You know that jolt you get when an elevator grinds to a stop between floors and for half a second gravity forgets you? That's exactly what slugged me the night I opened my wife's laptop and found a live sales dashboard spinning numbers faster than a slot machine. I'd spent the past year believing Laura was too exhausted to hold down a cafe shift, let alone fold laundry. She blamed long-haul COVID, adrenal fatigue, chronic crash. Meanwhile, I pulled 13-hour overnights at the distribution center, came home to her wrapped in blankets, and told myself love meant carrying the heavier backpack. The laptop was supposedly off-limits, private therapy notes, she'd warned, but its lid was cracked while she showered. Curiosity is a stronger muscle than trust. The screen radiated graphs from a storefront called Moonlit Fiber Art. Daily revenue, $7,842 and climbing. Beneath the chart sat a chat window. At the top, Matt, partner. Their last message glowed like neon. These suckers keep eating up the burnout story. Followed by a selfie of Laura holding a mug, wide awake, winking at the camera. I didn't slam the lid. I left it glowing on the kitchen island while water drummed upstairs. 2 truths crystallized. First, my marriage was improv theater. Second, the show was wildly profitable. At 1:07 a.m. on a Tuesday, I decided that if Laura could run a hustle under my roof, I could upgrade the hustle and cash out. Revenge wasn't optional. It was marital asset management. Backstory for context. I'm 33, forklift jockey turned night shift supervisor. Laura's 31, art school grad with a degree in textile narratives, which sounded like a pricey synonym for yarn trivia. We married 4 years ago, bought a modest ranch house outside Indianapolis, no kids, one bemused rescue cat. When the pandemic hit, my hours ballooned because America discovered next-day shipping. Laura claimed the stress sent her energy below zero. She napped, streamed true crime documentaries, and turned guilt into gullible idiots. And I was valedictorian of that class. I should have noticed red flags. The locked spare bedroom she called her meditation studio. The mysterious UPS labels. The overnight upgrade from a 10-year-old phone to the newest flagship. She mumbled something about stimulus checks and freelance design clients. Ignorance was cheaper than suspicion. Until it wasn't. The chat log hammered reality. Laura and Matt, her ex-fiancé I'd heard about once, had rekindled strictly professional collaboration. Apparently, Strictly included nightly video calls planning how to milk the cottagecore knitting boom. They sold hand-dyed luxury yarn kits promoted by influencers who loved phrases like slow living and intentional craft. Laura handled dye formulas, Instagram reels, and softly lit tutorials. Matt wrangled suppliers in Peru, coded the storefront, and carried a torch the size of a bonfire. I copied everything, bank statements, shipment logs, marketing contracts, to a thumb drive shaped like Baby Yoda, shoved it into my pocket, and shut the laptop just as the bathroom fan clicked off. When Laura patted in wearing my old hoodie, I poured her chamomile, kissed her forehead, and told her she deserved rest. She smiled, oddly energized for someone battling terminal fatigue. Revenge prep started at dawn. I called in sick, the irony thick. While Laura slept, I sifted through the thumb drive like a forensic accountant. Moonlit fiber art wasn't a hobby. It was an LLC registered 18 months earlier, after her energy crash. Gross revenue the previous quarter topped $300,000. Profit margins sat at 35%. All that money piped into an online-only account in Laura's maiden name. She must have forgotten that in Indiana, marital income is presumed shared. I mapped 3 objectives: gain control of the revenue stream, neutralize Matt, and exit with maximum payout before Laura realized the tables had turned. Reconnaissance came first. I drove 2 hours to Fort Wayne where the business P.O. box lived. Postal clerks rarely check ID if you act like you belong. I walked out with 3 bulging mailers containing cashier's checks totaling $38,000. Payouts from indie yarn stores that still loved paper. Straight to the nearest credit union I went. I opened a business account in both our legal names. Can't say I didn't share. And deposited the checks through mobile. The teller's approval felt like the first domino. Next stop, county recorder's office. I registered a DBA, Eclipse Fiber Company, mailing address mine. 10 minutes online, grabbed every social handle adjacent to Moonlit Fiber Art, and every misspelled .com Matt had skipped. Brand hijacking by omission, deliciously legal. The next phase involved access. That evening, I brewed Laura another sleepy time tea, laced it with a single Benadryl capsule. Nothing sinister, just 8 hours of reliable snore. She passed out mid-episode of her favorite murder podcast. Thumbprint lifted her phone on the first try. Biometric trust is such a gift. Password reuse carried me straight into the Shopify admin, PayPal, QuickBooks, and even the private Slack channel where Matt Thirst posted her selfies. One by one, I changed 2-factor authentications and routed payouts to the account I controlled. Sales kept rolling while I played spider in her web. For 7 days, I lived double lives: warehouse supervisor by clock, clandestine yarn mogul by caffeine. I learned acid dye ratios, USPS cubic rate tricks, and how knitters forgive delayed tracking emails if you add a punny coupon. I actually gained respect for Laura's marketing instincts. Too bad trust has no refund policy. Matt noticed the missing access within 48 hours. His frantic emails pinged Laura's inbox. Stores locked, payout suspended, call me ASAP. She read them at breakfast, bit her lip, and said she was worried about a friend's health. Oscar-worthy. I offered sympathy while rehearsing the confrontation. Neutralizing Matt required leverage beyond admin rights. Digging through Slack, I found it. He'd ordered merino labeled organic, even though supplier certificates showed conventional dye residue. In their niche, that was fraud. I screenshot everything. Friday became showdown night. I came home early with takeout. Laura, in sweats, looked surprised but pleased. Classic guilt stage, overcompensation. I set her laptop on the table, opened Slack, and called Matt via integrated video. He answered, ready to plead with Laura. Instead, he saw me. "Matt," I said evenly, "Laura's busy. You're talking to her husband, and by Indiana law, co-owner." He stammered. I shared the fraudulent certification screenshots. "The store is operating under my oversight. You can walk with a severance or explain this mislabeled inventory to consumer protection investigators." Laura lunged for the mouse. I raised a hand. "Not yet." Matt folded in 5 minutes. I drafted a release. He forfeited all claims to Moonlit Fiber Art for a one-time payment of $5,000, drawn from the next day's sales. He e-signed faster than perfume evaporates. Once the call ended, Laura's mask shattered. She sobbed, screamed, begged, accused. None of it mattered. I handed her a printed spreadsheet of the revenue she'd hidden and reminded her judges disliked deceitful spouses. Her shock morphed into bargaining, therapy, joint counseling, promises to add my name everywhere. I told her I'd think about it after work. I didn't specify whose work. During the following 6 weeks, I ran the company solo. Laura, stripped of logins, oscillated between apathy and fury. I tracked her outbursts in a journal for court. I hired 2 gig dyers, outsourced fulfillment to a 3PL, and ramped ad spend just enough to spike demand. Scarcity marketing worked. Limited Midnight Eclipse kits sold out in 4 minutes and trended on Yarn Talk. Weekly profit hit 14 grand. Nothing fuels creativity like spite. While revenue stacked, I filed amended joint tax returns, declaring the previously hidden income. The IRS would bill us eventually, but half of any penalty would be hers. Paper trail perfection. When account balances looked ripe, I initiated exit. Niche e-commerce brands sell like condos if metrics sparkle. Through a broker, I listed the operation, customer list, social channels, SOPs, asking $800,000. 3 offers arrived in a week, all crypto-rich millennials chasing passive cash flow. I accepted $640,000 pending 30-day escrow. Closing day, I wired half into our joint checking, spite disguised as fairness. The rest landed in my new personal account at a credit union 3 counties away. That afternoon, Laura received divorce papers via courier. Grounds: irretrievable breakdown and dissipation of marital assets. She tried to follow me onto the porch, but the courier, who moonlighted in MMA, gently blocked the door until I drove off. Legal warfare unfolded predictably. Her attorney claimed I'd stolen her business. Mine produced evidence of hidden income, intentional deceit, my documented labor, and Matt's messages bragging about my warehouse grunt hours. The mediator's eyebrow shot up at the laughter emojis. Laura settled for the exact 50% already transferred. She kept the house and her battered Prius. I kept liquid cash and owed 0 alimony. The rescue cat, by mutual agreement, rode shotgun with me. Life in Asheville made anger evaporate into sawdust. I rented a sunlit workshop, built walnut desks for remote programmers who confuse handmade with magic, and hiked the Blue Ridge with the cat, renamed Pixel, peeking from a mesh backpack. The ring line on my finger faded. The lessons did not. Origin stories matter because motives matter. So here's ours, without the Instagram filters. 6 years ago, I wandered through a Saturday Maker's Market on Massachusetts Avenue, freshly dumped and pretending garlic fries were lunch. Laura stood under a canopy selling plant hangers knotted from neon pink cord. When I mispronounced macrame, she laughed and showed me the square knot, hands guiding mine like a teacher with a clumsy kid's clay project. I left with her phone number and splinters of hope. Our early life together was equal parts love and overdraft fees. We shared a studio apartment with a Murphy bed that squeaked like a haunted harmonica. The shower temperature shifted if the downstairs neighbor so much as sneezed. But we were thrilled. She freelanced logos. I wrangled pallets while studying for an electrician's certification I never finished. We promised weekly radical honesty dinners where anything could be said as long as it fit between mouthfuls of boxed pasta. Those dinners faded once mortgage paperwork arrived. Looking back, I see how carefully Laura edited her past. Matt was cast as the clingy ex who couldn't respect a boundary. She never mentioned he could code or that they'd once sold refurbished Airstream decor kits on Kickstarter. She certainly never said they still commented on each other's stories. Marriage encourages strategic blindness. I supplied the blindfold. The months leading to discovery held clues louder than sirens. One night, a storm knocked out power at the warehouse, so I clocked out early and drove home. Through the cracked studio door, I saw a ring light, rainbow shelves, and Laura, headphones on, live streaming a dye demo. When she spotted me, she shouted, "Scene change!" killed the feed, and claimed she was filming product reviews for a friend's boutique. It sounded half plausible, which is sometimes more dangerous than a lie. Another time I glanced at our joint credit card bill and noticed bulk orders from a chemical supplier. Laura explained she was experimenting with natural pigments for energy-healing paintings. I laughed, she laughed, and the moment passed like pennies into a wishing fountain. Betrayal is termite damage. By the time the beam creaks, the colony's done feasting. After the takeover, I treated the business like a freelance audit. Every hour I spent optimizing ads or scripting TikToks I recorded at a modest consulting rate. Courts adore itemization. I even filed updated withholding forms at my warehouse job, so future paychecks reflected the hidden income, just in case the IRS knocked. They eventually did, but half the penalty landed squarely in Laura's lap. Runaway success always invites ethical questions. Some Redditors worry that customers suffered. They didn't. Orders shipped faster under my command than under Laura's insomnia-fueled chaos. I tightened supplier contracts, replaced Matt's shady merino source, and implemented a donation program sending scrap skeins to senior center knitting circles. The narrative wasn't just revenge, it was renovation. The court mediation deserves the director's commentary. Laura arrived in a beige pantsuit intentionally 2 sizes large, aiming for frail chic. Her lawyer opened with statements about patriarchal oppression, smothering female enterprise. My attorney responded with a slide of Slack messages where Laura called me the perfect cover story, warehouse dull, never asks tech questions. Silence coated the room so thick the air conditioner groaned. The mediator scheduled a recess. Laura returned with mascara streaks and a settlement offer matching my spreadsheet. Slowly, anger transmuted into something cleaner. Contentment soldered to vigilance. My Asheville workshop smells of toasted walnut and mineral oil. I mill boards while Pixel sprawls on a beam like a furry gargoyle. Afternoons end with me standing barefoot in shavings, tracing grains that will soon support laptops and coffee mugs in distant apartments. The work is tangible, no dashboard required. Some readers crave granular detail, so let's zoom into the 30-day escrow period, the longest month of my life. Imagine juggling forklifts by night, customer service emails by dawn, and divorce prep during lunch breaks. I slept in 90-minute slices, timed with the spin cycle of a second-hand washing machine that doubled as my alarm. Yet fatigue felt different when it carried purpose instead of deceit. Every cleared hurdle, another vendor form, another escrow acknowledgement, tasted like oxygen that filled my lungs instead of Laura's excuses. My favorite micro-victory happened on a Tuesday at 2:14 a.m. A European influencer posted an unboxing of the Midnight Eclipse kit, gushing about mysterious artisan vibes. Orders poured in faster than Shopify could refresh. I leaned back, hands sticky with Chinese takeout sauce, and realized the sales spike funded my attorney's retainer. Laura, meanwhile, tried every tactic in the betrayal playbook. She baked apology brownies and left them on my workbench. I tossed them after Pixel sniffed and walked away. Cats know things. She forwarded inspirational quotes about forgiveness. She even suggested an open marriage as a growth opportunity. The audacity would have been funny if I weren't busy filling out a Schedule C. By closing week, she pivoted to threats. You'll ruin my credit. My parents will sue. You stole my dreams. The last one almost stung until I remembered how many of my actual nights she'd stolen. Dreams are hourly, and I was overdue wages. The handoff finalizing the sale took place in a bland co-working space with kombucha on tap. The buyer, a guy in designer sneakers who said vertical synergy without irony, signed and wired 90% upfront. When the confirmation email pinged, I excused myself, walked to the stairwell, and laughed so hard I sat down. Not manic laughter, relief guttural enough to wobble the railing. Bank apps confirmed numbers I'd never seen under my name. For a forklift jockey, commas feel equivalent to rocket fuel. I drove straight to a 24-hour diner, ordered pancakes, and tipped the server $100 because the money felt radioactive until redistributed. Then I slept 12 uninterrupted hours at a cheap motel, phone on airplane mode, door bolted, even though the lock barely lined up. Settlement day in court wrapped the saga. The clerk mispronounced eclipse as eclipse, and I didn't bother correcting him. The decree slid across oak veneer like a boarding pass. I wanted to high-five the bailiff. I settled for a nod. Driving away, I let the radio pick at random. A classic rock station played Free Fallin', and cliché or not, I belted every chorus with the windows down. The wind smelled of asphalt and possibility. Money can buy comfort, but what it really purchased was time. I used it to learn dovetail joints, experiment with homemade finish oils, and adopt routines with edges not dictated by someone else's lies. I no longer count overtime hours. I count boards measured, corners squared, pieces that fit. Occasionally, moonlit skeins pop up at craft fairs. I flip them over and grin at the Eclipse logo I designed during sleepless revenge nights. Shoppers compliment the branding. I thank them with a secret. Reddit always asks, do I feel bad? No. I felt bad lugging refrigerators while someone monetized my gullibility. Cashing out wasn't cruelty, it was equilibrium. Betrayal should be expensive. They also ask whether I'd ever forgive Laura. Forgiveness assumes trust is currency. Hers was counterfeit. She burned the bill. I simply collected the ashes and sold them wholesale. If any reader takes one lesson, let it be this. Love willingly closes eyes, but marriage signs financial documents. Keep them open. And if you discover you're cast as the fool in someone else's scheme, don't settle for apologies. Study the game, rewrite the rules, and leave with the trophy. Paperwork airtight. Last I heard, Laura tried launching a candle line. Influencer buzz fizzled after a TikTok stitch exposed her for selling white label jars at triple markup. Knitters have long memories. Matt resurfaced under a new brand in Utah. He emailed a lukewarm apology mixed with envy. My exit price leaked on a podcast. I replied with a shrugging, husky gif and blocked him. The thumb drive lives in a fireproof box, not for leverage, but as cautionary relic. Evidence keeps memory honest. Betrayal is history class. Documentation is the textbook. Freedom tastes best when the liar is the one paying. Do you know that moment when a polite favor metastasizes into a living nightmare? I'm talking about the sort of slow burn horror that doesn't need ghosts or knives, just a freeloading best friend and my stupid willingness to say, sure man, crash on my couch for a week. The last normal morning of my life was a Tuesday. Brian texted me 3 words. Got evicted. Help? I'd known Brian since college. Road trips, study benders, inside jokes about professors. We had history. I had a 2-bedroom condo, a good tech job, and an almost pathological need to seem generous. So I replied, grab your backpack, I've got you. He showed up an hour later carrying everything he owned in trash bags that smelled like stale vape juice. I offered coffee. He hugged me like I'd donated a kidney. He promised it was temporary, a quick stopover before he figured things out. But temporary is just long enough for roots to sprout if you water it with complacency. I would learn that the hard way soon. The first week actually felt like college nostalgia rebooted. We gamed after work, argued about the best Marvel movie, and swapped embarrassing Tinder screenshots. Brian washed dishes without being asked, Venmo'd half the grocery bill, and even brought craft beer I could never justify on my budget. I relaxed. By Friday, he'd charmed the neighbors, memorized my Wi-Fi password, and taped his eviction notice to the fridge like it was a joke. The only red flag I caught then was his habit of calling my place our pad. Week 2 cracked the veneer. Brian's Venmo payments suddenly glitched. Dishes formed a porcelain mountain in the sink. I woke to find my electric bill printed out with his scribble. Split this later? He commandeered my Netflix profile, renamed it King, and thumbs down bombed every documentary, so the algorithm served up trash dating shows. Still, I made excuses. He was stressed, he'd rebound. I even lent him my car to job hunt. He returned 6 hours later with 0 resume copies, but a fresh tattoo of a wolf wrapped around his forearm. That was the moment a quiet switch inside me flipped from helpful friend to bleeding host. I began watching him the way a landlord watches a tenant who pays in IOUs. Month 2 began with Brian deciding my home office was wasted square footage. I came back from the gym to find my ergonomic chair on the balcony and a fold-out poker table where my desk used to be, ringed by 4 of his buddies. Chips clicked, cigars stank, and my monitor displayed his crypto memes. I told the group the game was over. Brian waved me off like a waitress. Relax, boss man, we'll rake you into the pot later. So I walked to the breaker panel and killed the power. Darkness, swearing, knees banging into furniture followed. When the lights returned, the room was empty except for my dented chair and one lonely $5 chip. I pocketed it like evidence. You'd think killing the power would chill him. Instead, Brian upgraded his entitlement glitch into a full firmware update. He started calling himself the house manager. He lectured the UPS guy about delivery times, corrected my neighbor's recycling technique, and rewrote my Spotify playlists because the vibe was off. The final straw dropped when I found a public Facebook event titled Brian's Summer Blowout, Open House, BIOB, DJ, Frozen Margs, No Cover. 100 RSVPs and climbing, all scheduled for the coming Saturday, the exact deadline he'd promised to leave. I felt my skull pulsing like a warning siren. I could cancel the event, sure, but that would mean admitting online that my place wasn't his. Brian would just reschedule and dig deeper. So I breathed, screenshotted the guest list, and decided the party would happen exactly as advertised, only not for the reason he imagined. Revenge tastes best served in front of witnesses. I spent the next 3 days engineering humiliation with the precision of a NASA launch. Step 1, security. My buddy Luis, a bouncer who moonlights as event security, agreed to work the door with 2 colleagues in exchange for a case of IPA. Step 2, documentation. I printed every message where Brian acknowledged he was a guest. His arrival text, the rent IOU, the poker chip photo for flair. Step 3, logistics. I booked a cleaning crew for Sunday morning, reserved a locksmith for 2 a.m., and pre-scheduled a Venmo request to Brian labeled final bill to hit at midnight. Finally, I emailed the condo board warning them about a tenant-hosted gathering and clarifying that I, the owner, had arranged licensed security and would personally ensure city noise code compliance. Brian spent the 2 days before the blowout campaigning like a wannabe mayor. He printed flyers with a QR code that linked to a playlist titled Brian's Palace Mix. He borrowed my Bluetooth microphone to record voiceover intros, thanking loyal citizens for supporting the movement. When 6 boxes of inflatable furniture arrived on my doorstep, he swiped my utility knife and carved them open like it was Christmas. Each delivery felt like a nail in the coffin I was quietly building around him. I signed for packages with a looping signature that read, "Not your house." He never noticed. When he bragged about renting a smoke machine, I nodded helpfully and sent a courtesy email to the fire marshal, notifying him of a fog-producing device at my address. Paper trails are oxygen to flames of justice. 2 days after the poker blackout showdown, Brian unveiled what he called the Pantry Manifesto. Every shelf item received neon post-its marked B or P for ownership. Except he labeled premium goods, imported olive oil, espresso beans, community, while his bargain instant noodles were tagged private. When I peeled his stickers off my sriracha, he accused me of capitalist hoarding. The next morning, I opened the fridge to find my pre-packed lunches gone and a single note. "Bro, you looked like you needed the calories." He'd inhaled 3 days of meal prep at 2 a.m. because the munchies struck. I started locking Tupperware inside the microwave and carrying the plate to work. Coworkers thought I was kidding when they watched me slide steel cable through the microwave handle. I told them it was cheaper than therapy. That weekend, I invited a date, Maya, over for movie night. 5 minutes into the film, Brian sauntered in shirtless, wedged himself between us, and began recounting how he rescued me from social anxiety in college. Maya laughed politely until he revealed my freshman GPA as a punchline. I paused the movie and asked for space. Brian shrugged, seized the remote, and switched to a pay-per-view boxing match on my account. Maya left before round 2. The $49.99 charge posted immediately. Brian promised he'd spot me next time. There would be no next time. The elevator ride down with her felt like swallowing gravel. Before the doors closed, she said, "Call me when your roommate situation is fixed." My cheeks burned hotter than the projector bulb. Humiliated, I scheduled a sit-down the next day. I slid an informal agreement across the coffee table, outlining chores, a token rent, and an ironclad exit date, 2 weeks hence. Brian skimmed it while microwaving my last burrito, then balled it up and said lawyers cost less than rent. I countered that eviction costs nothing but resolve. He laughed, called me landlord light, and left to meet friends. I retrieved the crumpled document from the trash and flattened it under the law textbook I hadn't opened since finals. Strategy replaced patience. Even the microwave ding sounded mocking, the bell signaling another round in a fight I hadn't agreed to. Party night arrived. I grilled burgers on the patio like nothing was off, while Brian darted around hanging LED strips and bossing my furniture into weird feng shui islands. Guests flooded in at 8, bottles clinking, Bluetooth speakers dueling. Luis's team politely checked IDs and, more importantly, handed each person a color-coded wristband. Green band, Brian's invitee. Blue band, my friend acting as witness. The split was roughly 60-40, plenty for a live audience. I kept hosting, topping off chips, smiling, letting Brian hammock himself in false security. Brian strutted like a low-budget Gatsby, telling anyone who would listen that landlords were land leeches, and he was all about communal living. I just smiled and asked him if he had a minute to sign a quick event liability waiver, really the printed guest acknowledgement forms. He scribbled his name without reading. Midnight. The condo pulsed with reggaeton and spilled margarita mix. That was my go signal. I killed the music and climbed onto the coffee table. The booing stopped when Luis and his guys flanked me. "Thanks for coming to my home tonight," I said, letting the emphasis hang like a guillotine. Brian, red-faced, barked, "Our home!" I smiled. "My name is on the deed, the mortgage, and the tax bill. Brian is a guest who agreed in writing to be gone by today." I pulled the printed messages from my pocket and held them up. Gasps rippled. I continued. "This party is also Brian's farewell. Effective immediately, he no longer lives here. He has 10 minutes to collect his personal belongings, limited to what he can carry without help. Anything left will be donated." Luis started a countdown on his phone, projecting the timer on my smart TV for everyone to watch. The timer ticked loud as a metronome. At 7 minutes, Brian pivoted to legal jargon. "I live here de facto." Luis calmly recited the municipal statute defining tenancy into the microphone. At 5 minutes, Brian pleaded for sympathy, claiming I was evicting a homeless vet. Someone near the snack table shouted, "Stolen valor!" and the room hissed. At 3 minutes, he bolted toward the bedrooms, but found every door locked. I'd relocated my valuables that afternoon. With a minute left, he clutched my blender like a life raft and asked if he could at least keep it as severance. I replied, "Sure, if you can produce a receipt." He put it down. The seconds bled into digital red slashes on the TV. Each beep carved his bravado thinner. Brian sputtered, demanded to speak privately, tried to guilt me with college memories. I kept my face granite. Guests whipped out phones, live streaming the drama. When the timer hit 8 minutes, Luis and his crew escorted Brian to the hallway. He grabbed the same trash bags he'd arrived with, still tagged with that original eviction notice. Poetic symmetry. At 3 minutes, he tried to re-enter. The bouncers blocked him. Someone shouted, "DJ, cue up Another One Bites the Dust!" And the room complied. Roaring chorus, smartphones everywhere, Brian's face blotchy with humiliation. My neighbor, Mrs. Patel, 76, raised her cranberry seltzer and toasted, "Good riddance." Brian's final glance at me dripped hatred. I met it with utter indifference. Once the door clicked shut behind him, I restarted the music at half volume and announced last call. Most green band guests bailed, embarrassment clinging like smoke, while the blue band witnesses stayed to help tidy. By 1:30 a.m., the floors were clear, the DJ paid, and Luis handed me Brian's key. I tipped the bouncers and texted the locksmith. At 2 a.m., fresh locks snicked into place. Brian pounded on the lobby glass at 2:15, but Luis and the locksmith stared at their phones until he wandered off muttering about betrayal. 10 minutes later, the cleaning crew arrived and neutralized every sticky spill before dawn. When the sun bled through the blinds, my condo smelled like citrus disinfectant and possibility. For the first time in months, I could hear silence, and it sounded like ownership. Monday morning refused to be peaceful. The condo board president, Mr. Yang, called to say lobby cameras had captured an irate gentleman using a screwdriver on the mailbox bank at 4 a.m. Brian, fishing for his Amazon deliveries. I forwarded the clip to police along with a trespass notice I'd prepared. 2 officers visited Brian's motel and explained criminal mischief statutes. Around noon, he texted a shaky apology and asked for a supervised pickup of remaining belongings. I scheduled a 15-minute window, hired Luis again, and placed every leftover item, cracked skateboard, 3 graphic tees, 1 lava lamp, into boxes labeled "Property of Guest." Brian signed a receipt acknowledging collection and walked away without speaking. Closure sometimes looks like empty cardboard and an unreturned acknowledgement slip. Sunday afternoon, my phone buzzed nonstop. Clips of Brian's ouster went viral on TikTok under #CouchSquatter. Comments ranged from "savage justice" to "landlord legend." I ignored the noise and enjoyed coffee free of backwash. At noon, Brian texted a wall of profanity followed by "I'll sue." I replied with a PDF of the signed guest agreement and a screenshot of the condo bylaws permitting immediate removal of non-tenant guests. Then I blocked him. He Venmo requested me for emotional damages. I declined and forwarded the attempt to my lawyer cousin, who laughed so hard he promised free representation if needed. Later that week, a mutual friend told me Brian had moved into a pay-by-week motel and was blaming toxic landlords for his situation. Nobody bought it. Screenshots travel faster than excuses. I spent the next month undoing Brian's subtle damage, reclaimed shelf space, disinfected the couch, realigned the router settings he'd tampered with to throttle my work VPN. Every fix felt like exorcising a petty demon. Friends asked if I regretted nuking the friendship. I told them friendship ended when respect did. The eviction was just paperwork. Revenge, though? Revenge was dessert. Watching Brian's ego implode publicly tasted better than any craft beer he ever contributed. I also donated his abandoned clothes to a local shelter and dropped the receipt in a file labeled "Charity Courtesy of Brian." Guess I'm petty. Or maybe tidy revenge includes recycling. Over the next few weeks, I rediscovered my condo as if it were a fresh lease. I brewed espresso at dawn without tiptoeing around a hungover squatter. I sprawled across the entire couch, reading paperback thrillers cover to cover. The silence no longer felt like emptiness. It was reclaimed territory. Friends visited again, Maya included. We laughed about the pay-per-view fiasco and planned a proper date. She said the space felt bigger now. It was, because parasitic energy occupies square footage even when it doesn't pay rent. If you're reading this because you're considering letting a friend crash just for a week, learn from my scorch marks. Generosity without boundaries mutates into obligation. Obligation without accountability breeds entitlement. And entitlement, left unchecked, will invite 100 strangers to drink your liquor under string lights you paid for. Paperwork beats pleading, and witnesses beat word of mouth. Stand up for your square footage early, or you'll end up delivering a TED Talk of eviction at midnight. I did, and I don't regret a second, but I'd have preferred a handshake goodbye on day 7. Instead, I got a viral highlight reel and a living room that still smells faintly of margarita salt when it rains. Call it the scent of lessons learned. A final epilogue for the curious. 2 weeks ago, Brian emailed an apology that was really a fundraising link to his new communal co-living startup. I archived it unread. Yesterday, I framed the poker chip and hung it above my desk where the poker table once sat. It reminds me that a boundary enforced loudly is better than a favor granted quietly. Some trophies clink. Mine just sits there, silent, worth exactly $5, and yet it's priceless. In its stillness, I hear the echo of the countdown, and it keeps my door firmly closed to future freeloaders. Sometimes I catch visitors squinting at the chip, expecting an origin story about casino luck. I tell them it's collateral from a debt that will never be paid, and a reminder that some debts shouldn't be. When they ask if Brian and I ever reconciled, I laugh. You don't negotiate with mold. You cut it out, bleach the scar, and keep the air moving. That little crimson circle on my wall keeps the air moving. It's the cheapest art I own, but easily the most valuable conversation starter I've ever hung. Every glance replays the countdown in silence. Always. Throw away because my family knows my main, and I don't want this traced back. If you've ever wondered whether refusing a parent's desperate plea can feel righteous instead of heartless, buckle up. I was 20 when Dad walked out. Mom got the news in a voicemail. I'm starting over with Claire, the woman who actually understands me. The house is yours, the debt too. Sell it or sink. He married his 30-year-old secretary a month later, posted honeymoon selfies from Bali, and blocked me after I messaged, "You just nuked our family." Mom spiraled. Panic attacks, foreclosure, 3 jobs to keep my little brother in school. I postponed college to cover utilities, working double shifts at a greasy spoon. Dad's final text, still burned into my brain, read, "Stop blaming me for your mother's failures. Grow up." 15 years passed. I built a life without him. Night classes, scholarship, nursing degree, then transplant coordination specialty. Irony's a comedian. 3 months ago, my work phone buzzed with a new referral. Name, Gregory M. Last name identical to mine. End-stage renal disease, dialysis failing, urgent transplant candidate. Father. I hadn't spoken to him since he deleted me from his wedding photos. Policy barred me from handling relatives, so I passed the chart to my colleague, Jenna. But curiosity hooked me like barbed wire. I scrolled the file. Diabetes complications, EGFR circling the drain. He needed a living donor, preferably blood relatives. Jenna muttered, "Poor guy. Only biological kids give the best odds." I tasted battery acid in my mouth. My personal phone rang that night. Unknown number. I answered, heart sprinting. "Hi, sweetheart." Same voice that once narrated bedtime stories. I nearly threw up. He'd tracked me through the hospital directory. Claire was on another line, breathy and performative. They needed my help. Could we meet? I said I'd think about it. I didn't hang up. I let silence stretch until he stammered, "I'm sorry, okay?" Something inside me clicked, like a vault door finally sealing. I agreed to meet, but chose a public cafe near the hospital, bright and clinical. Revenge should have good lighting. He arrived frail, face sunken, designer coat hanging like a flag on a dead mast. Claire perched beside him, all Botox and pearls, clutching a Louis Vuitton bag that cost more than Mom's gravestone. They ordered herbal tea. I took black coffee, no sugar. Dad launched into the speech. Mistakes were made, time heals. He missed me every day. Claire dabbed crocodile tears. When he mentioned second chances, I pictured Mom sorting expired coupons at midnight to afford ramen. I listened, nodding like a sympathetic nurse. When he finally asked if I'd get tested, I produced the envelope already in my bag. A printed HLA typing report. The hospital runs staff panels yearly for rapid cross-matching. Perfect match. Better odds than winning Powerball. I slid it across the table. Their eyes lit like slot machines. Claire grabbed my hand, calling me Angel. Dad whispered, "Thank you." I pulled my hand back and said, calm and clinical, "I'm not donating." 8 syllables. Detonation. The color drained from Claire's face. Dad's jaw quivered. He began bargaining. Tuition reimbursement, inheritance reinstatement, a coastal condo. I reminded him he'd severed financial ties 15 years earlier via certified letter, still framed on my wall. "This is simply the continuation of that boundary," I said. He reached for paternal authority, growling that I owed him life. I replied, "Exactly, I don't owe you a second one." Claire hissed that they'd sue. I smiled, quoted the National Organ Transplant Act and my hospital's ethics policy, prohibiting coercion. Jenna had already logged potential donor refusal. Any lawsuit would spotlight how he'd abandoned his minor children. Bad optics for the board approving transplants. They left in stunned silence. Revenge rarely ends at one strike. I knew Dad's Medicare coverage would lapse without supplemental insurance. Claire had banked everything on my kidney eliminating dialysis costs. I also knew the transplant committee reviews psychosocial support. Fractured family ties count against prioritization. I submitted a confidential statement detailing abandonment, financial abuse, and ongoing harassment attempts. All factual, all corroborated by public records. Committee downgraded his candidacy to deferred pending stability. 2 weeks later, I visited Mom's grave, brought fresh daisies, and told her what I'd done. The breeze through pines sounded like applause. Dad's voicemail barrage started next. Tearful, angry, bargaining. I saved every message. Claire emailed hospital administration accusing me of sabotage. HR opened an inquiry. I provided timelines, documentation, and pointed out her threat to sue, a clear attempt at coercion. HR cleared me and flagged her email as potential witness intimidation. She's now banned from hospital premises. The internet took notice when Claire created a GoFundMe titled, "Help Greg Get His Life-Saving Kidney." She painted herself a saint stepping in for an ungrateful daughter. Unfortunately for her, Reddit detectives love a puzzle. A cousin of mine posted court documents of Dad's past due child support, foreclosure records, and Bali honeymoon pics time-stamped 3 weeks after Mom's bankruptcy filing. The campaign tanked, comments roasted them, donations stalled at $300. Dialysis is brutal. 4 hours, 3 times weekly, nausea, cramps, exhaustion. I know because I comfort patients through it every shift. Dad's health nosedived. Claire's Instagram, once vacations in Champagne, shifted to vague memes about toxic children and God's tests. She tried calling me at work again. Security escorted her out. She screamed that Dad was dying. I replied, "So was Mom when you walked away." Then came the letter from Dad's attorney, begging, not demanding, a meeting to discuss reconciliation. I declined. Attorney hinted at inheritance again. I laughed. I earn more than Dad ever paid in child support. Money isn't leverage when you've already lived without it. But my brother, quiet, empathic, asked to see him. Against my instincts, I arranged a brief hospital visit. Brother emerged shaken. Apparently, Dad hadn't asked about his life, only whether he'd get tested. Brother said no too. That night, he mailed Dad the returned birthday cards we'd sent his kids, each labeled "Addressee Unknown" by Dad's old gated community. Poetic closure. The transplant committee eventually ruled Dad unsuitable for a living donor due to lack of family support and high psychosocial risk. His spot on the deceased donor list remained, but with low priority given his noncompliance history. Records show he skipped follow-up appointments post-heart stent years ago. Consequences, meet architect. Last week, I got coffee with Jenna after shift. She said Claire had called again, begging the coordinator desk to override the petty daughter. Jenna told her, "The petty daughter saved 3 patients this month by finding them donors who actually care." Win. Some colleagues worried I'd regret refusing, that guilt creeps in at night. I sleep fine. I remember Mom dying of a stroke at 50 after years of stress-induced hypertension, because Dad's midlife crisis hijacked our stability. I remember sorting his returned Christmas gifts at Goodwill. He made his bed, he can lie in it, attached to a dialysis machine. Dad's kidneys are about 18% functional now. Prognosis without transplant, maybe a year. Claire's already hinted online at separate paths and posted inspirational quotes about self-care. Parasites abandon dying hosts. I'm not a monster. I donate blood quarterly, signed up for marrow registry, even carry an organ donor card. But gifts require respect. Dad turned family into a transactional ledger long ago. I'm simply settling accounts. Some commenters might ask, what if he genuinely changed? People don't evolve because consequences arrive. They adapt to dodge them. If my kidney wasn't an option, would he have apologized? Doubtful. Remorse delayed by necessity is manipulation. One memory seals my resolve. The day he left, Mom sat on the kitchen floor, clutching the phone. My 10-year-old brother asked, "Is Dad coming back?" She whispered, "I don't know." I called Dad from the cordless and begged. He sighed like I'd interrupted golf, saying, "I can't do this right now. Put your mother on." Then he hung up. That sound, deadline humming, became the soundtrack of my adolescence. 15 years I chased silence with productivity. Grades, promotions, relationships. Therapy taught me closure isn't received. It's built. My kidney belongs to the body that endured, not the man who discarded his. If you measure revenge by legal trouble or public scandal, mine seems mild. But I learned the sharpest blade is indifference honed by success. Dad expected unconditional love. I offered conditional neutrality, and he failed to meet even that. Will he die? Statistically, likely soon without a donor. Will that haunt me? Maybe on quiet nights, but I'll counter with another statistic. 70% of divorced single mothers live below the poverty line for years post-separation. Mom was one. Dad chose to create that number. Decisions echo. Echoes return. As I finish typing, my shift starts in an hour. Another patient awaits cross-matching results, terrified yet hopeful because someone they love volunteered part of their body. That's how this is supposed to work. Dad's story will end in a sterile dialysis bay, TV flickering, maybe Claire gone, maybe not. My story continues, in bright operating rooms, in families crying tears of relief instead of abandonment. That's enough. I refuse to donate my kidney, but I won't donate my peace either. Dad taught me what selfishness looks like. I'll teach myself what healthy boundaries look like. Some legacies you inherit, others you write. So to Dad, if you ever read this under one of your burner accounts, I wish you comfort, but not at my expense. You taught me to grow up. Consider this the final lesson. Actions compound interest over time, and the bill always comes due. Epilogue, 16 months later. I was charting vitals when Jenna poked her head into the nurse's station, eyes round behind fogged goggles. Hey, you should see this. She handed me the latest transplant waitlist update. Gregory M. had been moved to status 7, too ill for surgery. His blood pressure crashed during dialysis, sepsis from a catheter infection. In plain terms, the window had closed. I felt something, I don't know, maybe the ghost of pity. But pity is not consent, and certainly not a kidney. I nodded, filed the sheet, and moved on to my next patient, a school teacher about to receive her sister's liver segment. That surgery went beautifully. 3 days later, hospital email announced Gregory's death. Not unexpected. Men with his comorbidity stack averaged 36 months on dialysis. He lasted 21. Claire did not call me. Instead, she posted a black and white portrait of him with the caption, "My love, gone too soon. Watch over us until we meet again." Comments were off, likely because the trolls had surfaced screenshots of her serendipitously joining a silver singles dating site the very week hospice admitted him. An attorney, not the previous apologetic one, but a brisk stranger, contacted my brother and me regarding estate matters. Apparently, Dad hadn't updated his will after marrying Claire. The old version still granted us equal thirds, contingent on our continued loving relationship. The clause was vague. Claire's legal team argued estrangement nullified eligibility. Our lawyer countered that estrangement was Dad's doing. Court hearings loomed. I surprised everyone by filing a disclaimer of interest. Translation: I refused any inheritance. People gasped. Why leave money on the table? Because true revenge isn't grabbing his leftovers. It's proving I never needed them. Also, contesting the will would extend probate for years, chaining me to his drama. I've seen dialysis. I didn't want a legal dialysis of my soul. Brother followed my lead. We signed documents, walked out free. Claire inherited everything. House, accounts, a leased Mercedes, and a 6-figure IRS lien Dad had ignored. Within months, she listed the house, but market rates had dipped, and buyers Googled lien records. Last I checked, she relocated to a duplex in a suburb, selling skincare on Facebook Live. Actions, interest, bill. Now, you might think that settles it, but stories don't end neatly. They fade, and you choose when to stop telling them. I chose to write this final update on the anniversary of Mom's birthday. She would have turned 60. I baked her favorite lemon bars, lit a candle, and invited the neighbors who helped us during the foreclosure years. We toasted resilience. No one mentioned Dad. Therapy homework asked me to identify lessons learned. I taped reminders to my fridge. Boundaries are not punishments, they're property lines. Forgiveness is optional, healing is not. Biology is invitation, not obligation. Revenge tastes better served alongside growth. Some Redditors will claim refusing a kidney is immoral. I respect their view and still disagree. Organ donation relies on informed, enthusiastic consent. Anything less corrupts the system. If guilt were a valid motivator, we'd harvest organs from prisoners. We don't because ethics matter, even when feelings are messy. To any adult child reading this, weighing similar decisions, examine motives. I did not act from hatred. I acted from self-preservation and a desire for justice proportionate to harm. Unlike fairy tales, real life seldom offers symmetrical retribution. My dad didn't die because I refused. He died because he abused his body and relationships until no one could or would save him. My last memory of him is that cafe meeting, his hands trembling around a porcelain teacup, eyes darting like a cornered animal, realizing charm no longer covered dead. Some part of me mourns that a once charismatic man shrank into desperation. Another part records that image as a cautionary slide for future lecture. Cherish your people, or one day they'll walk away carrying the very thing you need to live. That's all. I won't reply to comments demanding gore or soap opera theatrics. Real revenge often unfolds quietly. A withheld kidney, a signed disclaimer, a closed door, nothing to see, yet everything. Wherever Dad's ashes rest, may they fertilize kinder roots than the one he severed. Love and boundaries to you all. Sincerely, your fellow boundary keeper on the night shift out here, always. 2 nights before I was supposed to say, I do, I was sitting alone on the living room floor, surrounded by 300 hand-tied ribbon favors and an unopened bottle of whiskey. The apartment still smelled like the lavender sachets my fiancée Claire swore would make the reception hall feel dreamily nostalgic. I stared at those purple squares and realized I didn't know who had actually dreamed this wedding, me or the woman I thought I was marrying. My phone lit up with her name, but I let it buzz against the hardwood until voicemail kicked in. Seconds later, another notification appeared. I'd been pocket-dialed. Curiosity overrode pride. I pressed play, expecting muffled car noise. Instead, I heard Claire's voice, low and syrupy, telling someone she loved how grateful she felt for the chance to get real closure before the vows. She laughed about how I was so detail-oriented. I barely noticed she'd spent most weekends running wedding errands that doubled as motel visits. The other voice, a baritone I recognized from old college photos tagged and to throwback, told her she'd always been his favorite what-if. Claire replied she'd make it official right after the honeymoon. The recording ended. I replayed it twice, each time feeling the air thin. I opened our shared iCloud and found a contact labeled Heather from Catering. Every thread was a travel itinerary, an alibi, or a nostalgic snapshot. Their first motel booking had been 8 months earlier, right after we signed the venue contract. That was also when Claire insisted her parents pick up most of the budget so I could focus on our future, not finances. I flipped through the invoice folder she'd left on the desk. Venue, band, flowers, catering, photo booth, fireworks, 84 grand, all non-refundable and all charged to the Capwell family corporate card. Claire's mother had once called me that stable-looking finance boy, a compliment wrapped in a tax deduction. I closed the folder and felt revenge spark like static. If Claire could juggle 2 lovers, I could juggle 2 truths. I would not marry her, and I would not pay a cent for the spectacle they'd planned. First, proof. I saved the voicemail and screenshots to an encrypted drive. Second, cover. I drafted a breakup statement. In light of information that has come to my attention, I cannot in good conscience proceed. I scheduled it to email the vendors, the wedding party, and both families at 9 a.m. Saturday, 2 hours before the ceremony. Third, escape. I booked a Sunday evening flight to Lisbon, using miles earmarked for the honeymoon. Claire spent Friday night at her parents' mansion to avoid bad luck. She texted heart emojis and reminded me not to forget my cufflinks. I replied with equal enthusiasm while packing my passport, laptop, and the engagement ring receipt. At 7:30 a.m. Saturday, I forwarded the incriminating files to her father with the subject line, "For your accounting records," then shut off my phone and left the apartment. At 10 a.m., I turned the phone back on outside a Starbucks 5 miles from the venue. It vibrated like a dying insect, missed calls, frantic texts, voicemails stacking. I ordered a latte and watched the chaos roll in. Guests arrived to find a groom-shaped vacancy at the altar. A TikTok later captured the officiant announcing, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, the ceremony is canceled." Claire's grandmother fainted. The clip hit 500,000 views by nightfall. By noon, Claire texted, "What did you do?" Not "where are you" or "are you okay?" Just outrage. I replied, "Check your dad's email." She unleashed threats about ruining my reputation. I screenshotted and archived them. Around 6, her brother and 2 groomsmen arrived at our apartment to collect her things. One murmured, "No jury would convict you," before leaving. I listed the custom Halo diamond ring online, appraised at 16 grand, sold for 12 in 20 minutes, and paid off my student loans with the proceeds. Sunday morning, I boarded my flight, watched Portugal's coast rise beneath the wing, and felt lighter than I had in years. In Lisbon, I wandered Alfamah's alleys, ate pastéis de nata, and slept 10 straight hours in a hostel bunk. Meanwhile, the Capwells tried invoicing me for half the wedding cost. My lawyer friend countered with evidence of Claire's infidelity and their signatures on every contract. The claim evaporated in a week. Investors quietly pulled out of a Capwell development, citing concerns about the family's judgment. Karma outsourced itself, interest-free. A month later, my best friend Marcus hosted a backyard non-wedding reception. We grilled burgers, read dramatic excerpts from the voicemail like slam poetry, and toasted to due diligence. He gifted me a pillow embroidered, "Always check voicemails." It's on my couch now. Claire faded to background noise. Her affair partner ghosted her once the TikTok went viral. She emailed 6 paragraphs titled, "Space to Explain," claiming the affair was emotional but rarely physical, and asking to meet when things calm down. I replied, "There is no later chapter for us," and blocked her new address. I'm not against marriage, I'm just pro-truth. Therapy helped. When my therapist asked for the 2 hardest feelings to name, I finally wrote humiliation and freedom. Holding both feels like realizing the grenade went off, but also blew a hole in the wall you were trapped behind. Loans gone, credit score intact. I redirected the would-have-been house fund into index funds and a scholarship for first-gen college students. Money meant for performative opulence now buys textbooks. So Reddit, that's my story. I canceled a wedding, let a billionaire family eat the tab, and walked away debt-free. Screenshots are forever. Silence is a strategy, and revenge, when earned, is its own closure. Update. A few of you wanted the nitty-gritty about the days leading up to the detonation, so here it is while I wait for my sourdough to proof. Claire and I met 4 years ago at a charity 5K her firm sponsored. She cut in front of me at the water station, flashed an apologetic grin, and handed me the last paper cup. The competitive me read that as a challenge, so I matched her pace just to prove I could. Instead, I asked her to brunch. Fast forward, 10 shared rentals, 2 trips abroad, 1 joint checking account. She was loving until she wasn't. First red flag I ignored. She kept exes on a rotation like seasonal wardrobes. Not overtly, but they'd pop up whenever she needed ego insulation. She called it friendly benchmarking. I laughed it off. Third, every vacation photo had to be retaken until she looked spontaneous enough. You can't unsee that level of curation once you notice it. The wedding planning felt like Series C fundraising. Her mother hired a planner who literally carried a Gantt chart. Claire assured me she just wanted me happy. Translation, she wanted freedom to build a brand experience while I paid deposits. I bought the spin because I was finishing my CPA and glad someone else handled aesthetics. Now for the vendor conversations. 3 hours after my mass cancellation, the photo booth owner emailed thanks. He'd sensed weird tension and wanted out. He kept the deposit, but offered a free booth at my next celebration. The band's frontman left a voicemail singing, "I saw the TikTok bro, respect." Deposits lost on my side, 0. Claire's father co-signed everything. If you're planning revenge, make sure the paperwork loves you more than the people do. Some commented that I should have confronted Claire face to face. I wanted clean math. Evidence plus action equals outcome. Face-to-face invites variables like guilt and nostalgia. My therapist agrees the clean break prevented months of messy bargaining. Speaking of therapy, here's one highlight. She asked me to list 5 emotions from the voicemail. I named anger, disbelief, and a calm curiosity, like watching a car crash in slow motion. The last 2 slots stayed blank until week 3 when I added humiliation and freedom. Holding those simultaneously is weird. It's realizing the grenade went off but also blew the wall open. A popular question, what happened to the gifts? Most shipped to the Capwells' mansion. Registry addresses were hidden. I never saw a box. One college friend mailed me a custom cutting board engraved with our initials. I offered to return it. She told me to keep it and carve victory steaks. It's now my charcuterie board. Did Claire ever apologize? Sort of. She claimed she'd felt pressure to close chapters. Funny way to spell motel receipts. She ended by asking if we could meet. I replied with a single sentence and blocked her. Legal tale. The Capwells filed a small claim suit for emotional distress. The judge asked, "Distress from what? Truth?" Case closed. The ring meltdown remained my favorite micro-revenge. Selling it felt like reclaiming narrative authority. I took a screenshot of the auction confirmation and set it as my phone wallpaper for a month to remind myself stories can be edited with one decisive click. Finances, post-cancellation, loans gone, I increased donations to scholarships. Social reactions split. Friends who'd hustled cheered. Social climbers froze me out. HR called to ask if I needed personal days. My manager said the saga boosted my integrity branding. Corporate America loves a morality play when no trademarks are at risk. Airline miles meant for Bali split into Portugal and a future Japan trip. Yes, I travel solo, and solitude is underrated until you look up at an ancient temple and realize you answer only to gravity and your stomach. Marcus, MVP, kept the groomsmen suits and plans to dye them neon for every future bachelor party. His girlfriend thinks it's childish. I call it guerrilla art. A handful asked whether I regret not seeking harsher vengeance. Honestly, the psychological invoice they'll pay is interest-bearing. Their reputation relies on optics. Having the family name trend with #runaway groom. Saga costs more than any caterer. Revenge should be proportionate and sustainable. Plant thorny hedges, gain privacy. Future plans. I'm outlining a handbook titled Disaster-Proof Your Engagement. Chapter ideas include trust but verify iCloud, never co-sign with in-laws, and keep your receipts, literally. Royalties will fund more scholarships. One more anecdote. 3 months later, I bumped into the motel desk clerk at a food festival. He recognized me from clips and confessed he'd comped Claire's last stay after she promised him a shout-out. I bought him a taco and told him not to lose sleep. He'd unknowingly helped me. Closure? That word feels overused. What I have is awareness and an unruined credit score. I still believe in love, just not in editing red flags to sepia tone. And if anyone reading this is on the fence about calling off a wedding, remember you can either lose deposits or lose years. Money regenerates, time doesn't. That's all for now. My sourdough timer just beeped, and I refuse to let anything overproof again, dough or relationships.
Days before my 18th birthday, I roamed our cramped living room with an uneasy feeling that I couldn't name. Everything seemed normal. Dad wore his usual frown, Mom twirled her hair while checking her phone, and my older sister, Violet, was busy scanning an online catalog. Yet, I could sense a storm brewing inside me. At that point, I chalked it up to nerves about turning 18, that nebulous milestone bridging childhood and adulthood. I was clueless about the devastating secret I was about to uncover, one that would redefine my entire world. I had no idea life would unravel. On the day of my birthday, everything was orchestrated under the guise of a grand celebration. My parents rented out an event hall with pastel balloons and catered finger foods, gestures that felt more performative than heartfelt. Relatives I hadn't seen in years arrived, each offering half-hearted hugs and overly sweet cards. I smiled politely, ignoring the hollow ring in my stomach. I couldn't shake a creeping suspicion that something wasn't right, but I suppressed it. After all, I wanted to believe my family cared enough to make me feel special. A chill lingered at the edges of my mind. The climax came when the cake was rolled out, bright candles flickering beneath the overhead lights. Mom cleared her throat, tapping a spoon against a champagne glass to gather everyone's attention. She raised her glass and delivered a speech about family unity, praising Violet's resilience and lauding my kind heart. I caught Dad's eye, noticing a flicker of unease etched into his stoic face. Just as I leaned forward to blow out the candles, Mom announced a special surprise in the form of an envelope. I assumed it was a token of my new adulthood. I was so terribly wrong. Inside the envelope, I found a single sheet of paper. My eyes skimmed the legal jargon, not fully absorbing its content until a single line punched me in the gut. Your trust fund has been transferred. Confusion tangled with dread. The trust fund, established by my late grandmother, was supposed to fund my college education and future ambitions. I could almost hear the air crackle with tension. I looked up, heart pounding, only to see Mom's carefully measured smile and Dad's tightening jaw. They had drained every cent, leaving me with nothing. I felt betrayal swell poison in my veins. My breath caught in my throat. My body went rigid, torn between fury and shock. I barely registered Violet's smug expression across the table, but I sensed her satisfaction, like she'd gotten away with something huge. Mom began explaining how they needed the money for Violet's special needs, describing expensive therapies, custom equipment, and countless medical bills. Yet, I knew a fraction of that might be true, but a lot also funded her insatiable shopping addiction. Violet wore new designer clothes weekly, often bragging about her extravagant shopping sprees. My trust fund had fed her limitless appetite. I felt destroyed. Shock morphed into pure rage, but I struggled to keep myself composed. Extended family members stood around whispering in hushed tones, uncertain if they should intervene. My cousin, a guy I rarely spoke to, tried to catch my eye, but I couldn't look at anyone. I was shaking, my hands clammy against the paper that officially declared my stolen future. Dad placed a hand on my shoulder, muttering something about family sacrifices. All I heard was white noise. I was too stunned to form words, to fight back in that moment. Fury simmered below my shock, ready to explode soon. The rest of the party was a haze. People drifted about, sipping drinks, pretending everything was normal. I felt like a specimen under a microscope, each stare filled with pity or thinly veiled judgment. Nobody asked how I felt or offered sympathy beyond empty cliches. My 18th birthday, a day I had dreamed about, turned into a nightmare. After the last guest left, Dad demanded I stop sulking and appreciate our family's situation. My mind buzzed with anger, but I swallowed my resentment, uncertain how to retaliate just yet. The question was, how could I strike back without losing myself? Later that night, locked in my room, I replayed the scene in my head. I tried to process how my parents, people who should protect me, casually obliterated my future for Violet's endless spending sprees. Her disability complicated things. She used a wheelchair, and there had always been extra attention directed her way. But this went beyond necessary care. This was indulgence on a massive scale. Scrolling through Violet's social media, I saw her posts flaunting designer bags, jewelry, and electronics, each caption bragging about her extravagant lifestyle. And now, I was footing that bill. Horror and fury simmered silently. I barely slept. By morning, I decided to confront my parents. I cornered them in the kitchen, the smell of burnt toast lingering in the air. No more polite silence. I demanded an explanation for why they used my inheritance. Mom appeared defensive, insisting that Violet's situation required sacrifices. Dad grew irritable, saying I should grow up and stop whining about money. They spoke of family duty as though I were selfish for wanting the resources my grandmother designated for me. I couldn't accept their excuses. They had robbed me. My pulse thundered, and my anger crystallized into fierce resolve. Their response was ruthless. They told me that if I couldn't understand the family's priorities, I didn't deserve to live there anymore. I felt my heart drop as Mom coldly informed me they wanted me out by the end of the week. I was stunned. I had no job, no money, and nowhere to go. Dad tossed me a pamphlet for a local hostel, barely looking me in the eye. It was a swift betrayal, a final twist of the knife that severed any lingering illusions. They made me question whether I had ever belonged in this house at all. I left that same week with a single duffel bag stuffed haphazardly. I couldn't bear to look at Violet as I passed her bedroom, hearing the hum of her new television. Stepping onto the sidewalk felt surreal, like stepping off a cliff into the unknown. At 18, I found myself homeless, enraged, and fueled by a sense of injustice I'd never felt before. Inside, a voice whispered that I needed to fight back, to reclaim what was mine. But first, I needed a roof over my head. Survival became my immediate concern. Every fiber of my being demanded vengeance soon. A friend from high school, Anya, offered me a cramped couch in her tiny studio. She listened, wide-eyed, as I detailed the betrayal. Though she was shocked, her parents' modest home couldn't accommodate me long-term. Over the next few weeks, I combed through job listings, landing a part-time gig at a local bookstore. My first paycheck felt like a lifeline. I opened a new bank account, determined to save every dollar, but resentment thrummed beneath my every thought, urging me not to simply rebuild my life, but to seek justice. My fury was coiled, waiting for the right moment strike. Late at night, I found myself obsessively scrolling through Violet's socials. She showcased photos of endless shopping bags and decadent meals, always captioned with empty platitudes about living life to the fullest. My parents often appeared in the background, wearing smiles that once comforted me. Now, those smiles felt sinister. I kept a small notebook detailing every instance of her lavish spending, every suspicious new gadget or piece of jewelry. I also researched legal avenues. I was an adult now, and I wondered if I could challenge their misuse of my trust fund. Each note fueled my unwavering resolve forward. I reached out to a lawyer, recommended by a distant cousin who sympathized with my plight. He was blunt. Challenging my parents in court would be expensive and complicated. The trust's stipulations weren't ironclad. My grandmother had left broad language permitting funds for family emergencies. But he didn't dismiss my case outright. He recommended gathering evidence of misuse, urging me to document everything meticulously. I nodded, grateful for any shred of hope, though I couldn't afford his retainer yet. I was ready to bide my time, building my case step by step. My indignation became a cold burning inside me. Meanwhile, Violet continued her flamboyant existence, oblivious to the havoc she'd caused. I heard through mutual acquaintances that she rarely attended classes. She was busy parading her newest designer wheelchair attachments on social media. It wasn't about the disability anymore. It was about flaunting wealth she hadn't earned. At the bookstore, I worked grueling shifts, subsisting on cheap meals and couch surfing to avoid wearing out my welcome with Anya. Despite the hardships, each sacrifice reminded me of what I had lost and fortified my will to reclaim it. Morning, I awoke with rage, but it honed me like a blade. 4 months later, I moved into a dingy studio apartment, small and musty, but mine. The peeling wallpaper and leaky faucet didn't matter. It represented independence. Between my bookstore job and side gigs tutoring younger students, I scraped together enough to cover rent. I still kept in touch with the lawyer, collecting updates on relevant laws and potential strategies. He advised patience, a virtue I struggled to maintain as I watched Violet broadcast her latest spree, this time a diamond-studded handbag that cost more than my yearly rent. My anger grew more focused with every post. I would not rest easily. Late one evening, I got a call from Anya. She had heard a rumor that my parents were planning to buy Violet a custom van, complete with plush interiors and a state-of-the-art sound system. Apparently, they were dipping further into any remaining funds or lines of credit, still insistent Violet's comfort took precedence over everything else. That news seared my nerves. I pictured the glittering van, likely another trophy for Violet to flaunt online. I needed to accelerate my plans. Maybe I couldn't wait for a lengthy court battle to exact revenge. The clock was ticking, and my wrath burned. I started discreetly posting on local forums, describing my situation without naming names, seeking any leads on more direct methods. I wasn't proud of what I considered next, but despair and rage can make you reckless. Some responses were useless, but one caught my eye, a private investigator offering to dig up financial dirt for a modest fee. My bookstore earnings were stretched thin, but the possibility of exposing my parents' unscrupulous spending was too enticing. I arranged a meeting, hoping to gather the kind of ammunition that would crush them in court, or otherwise. Recklessness tasted sweeter than I imagined. The investigator, a wiry woman named Celeste, met me at a dingy coffee shop. She wore dark sunglasses indoors, exuding an air of practiced secrecy. After hearing my story, she agreed to monitor my parents' financial transactions, focusing on lavish expenditures that contradicted any medical necessity. I gave her all the details I had. Account numbers, social media clues, everything gleaned from overheard conversations. Celeste nodded methodically, her pen scribbling across a battered notebook. Though it drained half my savings, I handed her a wad of cash, determined to see this through. My desperation fueled her confidence in delivering results. A month dragged on with no major breakthroughs. Celeste assured me she was working leads, but my impatience mounted. I kept scouring Violet's updates, seeing glimpses of new acquisitions. A gleaming bracelet, designer perfume, flashy electronics. Meanwhile, the lawyer reminded me that a civil case would require airtight evidence of wrongdoing beyond family emergencies. Bills piled up, and I sometimes questioned whether I was waging an unwinnable war. But the memory of my grandmother's kind eyes hardened my resolve. She had intended her money for me, not as a bottomless allowance for Violet. I refused to let her legacy vanish. Finally, Celeste called with news. She had obtained records showing that my parents had not only depleted my trust fund, but also taken out loans in my name before I turned 18. It was identity theft, plain and simple. Rage flooded me as I realized they'd sabotaged my credit score long before I'd had a chance to build it. This was the leverage I needed. A civil lawsuit was one option, but identity theft carried criminal implications. I had to decide just how scorched earth I wanted my vengeance to be. The choice between justice and annihilation dangled like a sword. I took a few days to cool my head. While I wanted them to suffer, I also feared entangling Violet in criminal charges that might complicate her medical care. Then I remembered she had shown no mercy in draining my money, flaunting her spoils openly. Mercy was a luxury I could no longer afford. I made my decision. I consulted the lawyer, who was startled by the severity of the allegations but agreed that we had a strong case. Next, I contacted law enforcement to report the identity theft, providing Celeste's findings. I felt both dread and triumph colliding inside. A week later, the police knocked on my parents' door. I wasn't there, but a neighbor recorded snippets on her phone, capturing my father's bewildered rage and my mother's frantic sobbing. They never imagined their own child would turn them in. Relatives called me in disbelief, urging me to reconsider, claiming I was destroying the family. I hung up each time. No one had worried about me when I was tossed out with nothing. Why should I care about preserving their facade of unity now? I had simply ended my silence. My vengeance was fair, and it tasted unbearably sweet. Criminal proceedings moved slowly, but the civil suit hit them like a thunderbolt. They scrambled for lawyers, tried to paint me as ungrateful, even claiming I'd agreed to let them use the funds for Violet. Their story crumbled under scrutiny when the identity theft evidence emerged, including forged signatures and suspicious bank activity dated before my 18th birthday. Violet posted a series of tearful rants online, accusing me of ableism and cruelty. Yet, her contradictory photos of extravagant purchases weakened her claims. Public sympathy shifted toward me, the child betrayed and robbed. Justice was no longer distant, it was imminent. When the trial finally began, I stepped into the courtroom with my head high. My parents looked haggard, a stark contrast to their previously smug selves. Their attorney tried to highlight Violet's needs, describing the emotional toll of disability and the family's financial strain. But cross-examination revealed thousands spent on designer items far beyond any medical necessity. The identity theft charge loomed like a guillotine. Their defenses faltered, and each lie they told only sealed their fate. Watching them squirm felt both exhilarating and tragic, yet I never softened my stance. They had taught me betrayal's lesson: no mercy given. The judge's verdict came swiftly. The civil suit ruled in my favor. My parents were ordered to pay restitution equivalent to the stolen trust, plus damages. Criminal charges for identity theft were set for another hearing. My mother wept openly, pleading for me to drop the case, citing Violet's needs. I stood unmoved. They had chosen Violet's insatiable whims over my entire future, then cast me aside without remorse. Now they faced the repercussions. In that moment, I felt a strange combination of relief and sorrow, but no regret. Their tears couldn't wash away what they had done to me. Outside the courthouse, cameras flashed. Journalists had caught wind of this sensational story. Parents draining their child's trust fund to spoil a disabled sibling. I offered no interviews, hurrying past the bright lights. Violet waited near the exit, tears streaking her heavily made-up face. She tried to speak, perhaps to beg forgiveness, but I brushed by, uninterested in her words. She had never once apologized for her complicity or shown a shred of remorse. Despite her disability, she was not innocent. She had reveled in my loss. Her addiction thrived on my stolen dreams, and I would not forgive her. Over the next few months, I focused on rebuilding. The court's decision mandated partial restitution, though collecting it was another ordeal. My parents, now burdened with legal fees, moved to sell the house. They reached out through lawyers, hoping to negotiate a lower payout. I refused every offer. I wanted the full sum, plus interest, exactly as the court ordered. Word spread among our extended family, some condemning my ruthlessness, others quietly supporting me. Anya stayed by my side, celebrating each small victory. I vowed never to become as callous as them. Betrayal had taught me a lesson too big. Eventually, the criminal case resolved in plea deals. My parents avoided jail by agreeing to probation and paying a hefty fine, but their reputations lay in ruins. Violet's public persona crumbled as well, her once fawning followers questioning her flashy posts. Some still sympathized with her disability, but even they couldn't ignore the evidence of blatant excess. I, meanwhile, enrolled in community college using the first portion of the restitution. Stepping onto campus felt surreal. Each class I took represented a dream once threatened but not destroyed. I finally felt a glimmer of hope. My scars would remain, but I endured. At 19, I look back on the past year and see a minefield I navigated barefoot. I have no regrets about refusing forgiveness. They robbed me of financial security, but they also granted me a fierce independence I never knew I possessed. My father's final attempt at reconciliation came in a letter, begging me to remember we're still family. I tore it up without a second glance. If family meant betrayal and abandonment, I'd rather stand alone. This is my life now, scarred, rebuilt, and fueled by the vindication they never believed I'd claim. Their betrayal scarred me, never broke me. I first met Andrea at a friend's backyard barbecue under a sweltering August sun, both of us fresh out of college and brimming with excitement. She worked in marketing at a promising tech startup, and I was a junior copywriter at a local magazine. We bonded over cheap beer and mutual aspirations, quickly becoming inseparable. After 2 years of dating, we married. For 7 blissful years, I believed we had the perfect partnership. She was caring, witty, and supportive, and together we forged a life of cozy routines and shared dreams. Weekends meant hikes, late-night movies, and playful banter that felt like our secret language. Whenever others saw us, they spoke of our apparent compatibility and assumed we'd found lasting happiness. My heart brimmed with pride whenever Andrea slipped her hand into mine, a silent testament to our bond. Little did I know how fragile that bond truly was. The first sign came when Andrea started working longer hours. She'd leave earlier in the mornings, come home later in the evenings, and dismiss my concerns as paranoia. Tension grew, but I chalked it up to stress. By the time I realized something was profoundly wrong, the damage was already done. She confessed her affair, but the twist was unexpected. Her lover, Michelle, was a female coworker. I felt my world crack open as if the foundation of my life had been built on sand. The revelation changed everything, and there would be no going back. I tried holding it together after her admission, suggesting a trial separation or couples counseling, but Andrea had made up her mind. She claimed she'd found a version of herself that felt authentic, and no amount of persuasion could pull her back. Shock turned to grief and then to anger. My pride was shattered, and I felt my self-worth eroding. When we divorced, I convinced myself that an amicable split was best, especially for our 5-year-old son, Jacob. While I quietly resented Andrea and Michelle, I resolved not to let Jacob become collateral damage. Initially, our arrangement was civil enough. Jacob spent weekdays with me, benefiting from my flexible work schedule and weekends with Andrea. I forced a polite smile whenever I encountered Michelle, reminding myself that Jacob's comfort mattered most. Yet, every time I saw them together, a spark of bitterness flared. Then Andrea announced she and Michelle were getting married. My numbness turned into a fresh wave of hurt, though I tried to bury it beneath forced composure. I secretly hoped this would stabilize things, allowing us to co-parent without rancor. But the real blow came when I overheard them discussing plans for a move to Spain. Jacob's name kept popping up in those hushed conversations, and my stomach lurched at the thought of losing him to their new life overseas. They claimed it was an amazing opportunity, but it reeked of deception. I realized they might try to adopt my son and vanish across the Atlantic. The realization I could be cut out of Jacob's life sparked a fierce determination in me. I confronted Andrea about what I'd overheard, and she denied any immediate plans to leave the country, insisting it was all hypothetical. Her eyes wavered, betraying her words. I consulted a lawyer named Denise, who confirmed that Andrea and Michelle couldn't legally move Jacob abroad without my consent. But she also warned me that they might pursue sole custody or an adoption route, painting their relocation as beneficial for Jacob. The idea of Michelle adopting my son behind my back filled me with outrage. One day, Jacob innocently mentioned that Michelle talked about becoming a real mommy, and my chest tightened. I confronted Andrea again, and this time she admitted they had considered legal avenues to grant Michelle parental status, especially if they followed through on the Spanish opportunity. Rage and betrayal coursed through me. I began documenting everything: emails, text messages, missed calls, and suspicious receipts. My nights turned sleepless, my mind churning with potential strategies. Whenever I saw Michelle picking Jacob up, I played the part of the cooperative ex, nodding politely, but inside, I was collecting evidence. If Andrea intended to betray me again, I would fight back. My father once threatened to vanish with me during my parents' bitter divorce, and I wasn't about to let history repeat itself. Jacob deserved stability, and I vowed to protect him at all costs. As weeks stretched into months, Andrea and Michelle's plan became clearer. They quietly scouted international schools in Barcelona, discussed job opportunities, and whispered about transferring finances. Jacob's name appeared on tentative enrollment forms, which they intended to file once certain conditions were met. Each discovery felt like a fresh stab in the gut, Denise advised me to remain calm, gather as much information as possible, and prepare for a custody battle. My resentment crystallized into unwavering resolve. I recalled how Andrea used to share her daily thoughts with me, and now those confidences had turned into secret plots. She had a new life, one that casually dismissed my role as a father. Each day, I fought the urge to confront her publicly, to unleash my fury. But I knew restraint was critical if I wanted the courts to side with me. Then the breakthrough happened. Andrea accidentally left a folder at my place containing official documents, a rental agreement in Barcelona, a partial school registration for Jacob, and communication logs with a lawyer overseas. My pulse pounded as I flipped through the pages. This was the concrete proof I needed. Seconds later, Andrea called in a panic, begging me not to read anything. I hung up without a word. Whatever sympathy I once had dissolved in that moment. They had crossed a line so brazenly that I felt no guilt about using their own paperwork against them. My sweet revenge was about to begin. I met with Denise the following morning, heart thudding like a war drum. Handing her the folder, I watched relief and triumph flicker across her face. We wasted no time filing for an emergency custody hearing, presenting the judge with irrefutable evidence of Andrea's plan to relocate Jacob to Spain without my consent. Their preparations were far from hypothetical. The documents showed they were already deep into the process. At the hearing, Andrea's lawyer tried spinning a story of how moving to Spain would enrich Jacob's cultural exposure and language skills. But the judge's stern gaze fell on the rental agreement and the school paperwork, undermining any claim of just exploring possibilities. My attorney emphasized that this was a deliberate attempt to deprive me of my parental rights. I watched Andrea shift uncomfortably in her seat, Michelle clasping her hand with white-knuckled tension. My heart hammered with both anxiety and vindication. The judge granted me temporary sole custody, forbidding Andrea and Michelle from moving Jacob out of state, let alone out of the country, until a final decision could be made. For the first time since my marriage crumbled, I felt like I'd regained control. Andrea glared at me in disbelief, but I offered no solace. She had betrayed me too thoroughly. Jacob was my son, and I would never let them whisk him away to a different continent. The war had begun, but I was prepared to fight until the bitter end. Animosity exploded after the emergency ruling. Andrea and Michelle hired a new legal team, one known for its aggressive tactics. Friends who once tried to remain neutral now found themselves picking sides. My workplace became my refuge, but I knew staying focused was vital. I needed to prove my reliability and emotional stability to the court. Jacob, unaware of the legal storm, sensed tension every time we swapped custody. He asked why Mommy seemed upset, and I struggled to provide reassuring answers. The final custody trial loomed, each day filled with depositions, character witnesses, and reams of evidence. Andrea attempted to portray me as inflexible, stuck in the past, and uninterested in a broader cultural experience for Jacob. She insisted this move was a golden opportunity. But Denise countered with the betrayal, the secrecy, the blatant disregard for my role as a father. When the hearing finally took place, nerves jangled in my body like live wires. 2 days of testimony followed, each side dissecting the other's intentions. My chest tightened whenever Jacob's name was invoked, as if he were a pawn on a courtroom chessboard. On the second afternoon, the judge gave his ruling. I was awarded primary custody, and any international relocation without my explicit permission was barred. Andrea and Michelle stood shell-shocked, their grand plan to live in Spain dismantled. Relief washed over me in waves. I'd stood my ground, protected my son, and shown them that betrayal carried a steep price. In the aftermath, Andrea tried to contact me, leaving tearful voicemails in which she claimed she never intended to erase me from Jacob's life. I didn't bother responding. Michelle stayed out of sight, presumably nursing her wounded pride. Word spread that the overseas job opportunity evaporated once their family plans were no longer feasible. I felt no remorse. For months, I'd endured heartbreak and fear, imagining them fleeing with my son, only to be left fighting a legal battle across borders. Their tears now fell on deaf ears. I focused on rebuilding my life with Jacob at the center. We settled into a comfortable routine. I dropped him at school, tackled my writing assignments, and spent evenings helping him with homework or playing video games. Some nights, I'd stare at the spot on the couch where Andrea once sat, remembering how we'd laugh at late-night comedies. A pang of sorrow would strike, but it quickly transformed into resolve. When you've been driven to the brink, self-respect demands you protect what's yours without apologies. That was my stance, and I stood by it. Andrea's weekend visits with Jacob were stiff and perfunctory. Sometimes I caught her looking at me with a mixture of longing and resentment, but I kept my distance. I wouldn't pretend everything was forgiven or forgotten. My dignity was worth more than a hollow reconciliation. If she yearned for the life we once had, it was too late. She'd made her choice, and so had I. Time marched forward. Jacob grew taller, his curiosity expanding by the day. I took him camping in the mountains, taught him how to fish, and tried to fill his weekends with adventure. He was a resilient kid, capable of smiling through the tension, though I knew questions lay dormant in his mind. Occasionally, he'd ask why Mommy and Michelle lived separately from us, or if we'd ever all be together again. I answered carefully, never vilifying Andrea. She was still his mother, and I wouldn't poison that bond. The legal hostility simmered down, replaced by a wary ceasefire. Andrea respected the court order, and though she occasionally broached the topic of traveling abroad with Jacob, she dared not push her luck. Michelle seemed to recede into the background, either too ashamed or too angry to show her face often. I remained polite but emotionally distant. My revenge was not a dramatic spectacle, but the measured certainty that they couldn't rewrite our family's story without my permission. I discovered a new sense of self in the process. The heartbreak, the feeling of being unworthy, it all receded. I poured energy into my career, landing a senior role that provided more financial security for Jacob. I treated myself to small pleasures, a weekend road trip with friends, a cooking class, a gym membership. Healing wasn't immediate, but every day I felt more grounded. The shattered illusions of my marriage were replaced by an unshakable resolve to never again be blindsided. Andrea tried one final gambit. She asked if we could renegotiate custody terms to allow for longer summer stays in Spain, claiming Michelle might revisit her European job prospects. My response was unequivocal. I reminded her of the judge's ruling, the deception that preceded it, and my stance that Jacob's stability outweighed any romanticized notion of foreign adventure. She argued that people could change, that she wasn't the same person who lied to me. I told her trust once broken isn't easily mended, and while I'd always encouraged Jacob to explore the world, I wouldn't sign off on a plan orchestrated by those who had tried to cut me out. She fell silent, tears brimming. Perhaps she expected me to show pity, but I had none left to give. Over time, Jacob's bond with Andrea adapted to the new normal. He spent birthdays and holidays split between two households, and though the arrangement was imperfect, it offered him some semblance of stability. I watched my son thrive in school, make friends, and develop interests that had nothing to do with adult dramas. Whenever I noticed a flicker of sadness in his eyes, I gently asked if he wanted to talk about anything. Sometimes he confided that he missed when we were all together, but he also understood that things had changed. In those moments, I felt a pang of regret, but my conviction never wavered. I'd protected him from an even deeper betrayal. As years passed, Andrea and Michelle's marriage visibly strained. Whispers reached me that their arguments were frequent, often circling back to the failed move to Spain. Some insisted Michelle blamed me for thwarting her dream career, while Andrea privately wrestled with guilt. I stayed uninvolved, focusing on Jacob's well-being. Legally, we remained locked in a shared custody arrangement that heavily favored me, thanks to the judge's ruling. My rage had cooled into a calm certainty that I'd done what any devoted father would. I harbored no illusions about forgiveness, and I didn't seek retribution beyond safeguarding my son. But make no mistake, I took a grim satisfaction in knowing that their betrayal carried lasting consequences. Sometimes, old friends asked if I still loved Andrea. I'd respond that the version of her I once loved no longer existed. Betrayal kills love faster than time ever could. I wasn't about to pine for a woman who tried to erase me from my child's future. If that made me cold, so be it. My priority was Jacob, and I owed Andrea nothing beyond basic civility. Eventually, she quit mentioning Spain or adoption. The tension between us settled into a lukewarm co-parenting routine. We exchanged necessary details about Jacob's activities and schedules. Michelle's presence in Jacob's life diminished, and soon it was Andrea alone picking him up for visits. Perhaps that was karma, or just the natural fallout of a relationship built on secrets. Either way, my son remained safely with me. One day, Jacob found old family photos in a box tucked away in my closet. He marveled at the images of Andrea and me smiling on our wedding day, the two of us cradling him as a baby. He asked, "What happened?" I paused, measuring my words carefully, explaining that people sometimes grow apart and make hurtful choices. He wondered if we could ever go back to how it was. I told him honestly that life doesn't work in reverse, but we can learn to move forward without losing ourselves. I assured him I'd always be there, no matter what. In that moment, a wave of gratitude filled me. I had fought for Jacob and preserved my role as his father, refusing to be written off like a footnote. That victory felt both satisfying and heartbreaking. Satisfying because I'd succeeded in protecting him, heartbreaking because it came at the cost of a family once brimming with promise. When Andrea arrived to pick him up, I handed her a set of photos. She looked at them and lowered her gaze. Maybe she finally grasped the weight of what she'd thrown away. Yet I remained impassive, offering no olive branch. The time for second chances had passed the moment she'd plotted to relocate Jacob overseas. Any softness I had left was reserved for my son and the life we were building together, free from deceit. That was enough to bring me peace. Now, several years later, I reflect on that tumultuous chapter with a sense of closure. Andrea and Michelle never did move to Spain. Their marriage, once fueled by passion and clandestine plans, withered under the weight of its own schemes. My life, by contrast, found stability. Jacob is thriving at school, making the honor roll and playing on the soccer team. I've even started dating again, carefully integrating that aspect of my life so Jacob feels secure. Sometimes I catch Andrea studying me with curious regret, as if she's piecing together the fragments of our past. But I harbor no desire for reconciliation or friendship. Respect is non-negotiable, and forgiveness has its limits. My choice to shut her out wasn't born of spite. It was an assertion of dignity in the face of betrayal. Despite the wounds, I found strength in protecting what mattered most, my child and my self-worth. Betrayal taught me that some lines should never be crossed, and if they are, the price must be paid. In the end, my sweetest revenge is simply living a fulfilling life while Andrea grapples with her lost opportunities. I'll never forget the day I discovered her affair, or the panic I felt when I realized they wanted to take my son. Yet, I emerged from that darkness with a clear sense of who I am and what I stand for. And that, I believe, is the best ending I could have hoped for. I never expected that I would spend the morning of my second wedding trembling behind the locked door of a musty church antechamber, mentally replaying years of anguish at the hands of the man who once wore my ring. I had pictured a bright morning, filled with the bustle of family, the faint aroma of fresh flowers, and the comforting hum of love. Instead, I found myself gripping my phone, the weight of it pressing into my palm as I stared at the bold text from an unknown number. It read, "We need to talk. I'm outside." A chill trickled down my spine. For a few frantic seconds, I considered ignoring it, or perhaps calling my father and telling him not to let any uninvited guests in. But the text had come with such an air of grim certainty that I felt compelled to see who it was. The moment I opened the heavy oak door and stepped into the corridor, I saw her, a figure I recognized from that old life I thought I'd left behind. She wore a black dress, a deliberate choice for what should have been a festive day, and her posture radiated both defiance and desperation. I instantly recognized my ex-mother-in-law, Serena, though I hadn't seen her in 3 years. Her face was lined with the same tension I remembered from the final days of my marriage to her son, James. She had once been cordial enough, that overbearing presence who fussed about table manners and scolded me for my unrealistic career ambitions. But when James's abusive behavior escalated, when his jealousy, his controlling nature, his physical intimidation became too much, Serena's attitude shifted. She believed her son could do no wrong. I could still recall the moments I begged for her understanding, for her help in calming James's rages, only to be met with disdain. She had told me, in that cutting, dismissive tone, that I must not be treating him with enough respect, that my fussiness caused his temper tantrums. Even when I left him, even after the bruises and the sleepless nights, Serena's loyalty never wavered. She was his mother, after all, and I was just a woman who couldn't keep her marriage from falling apart. Today, standing in the church hallway, she looked older, but her eyes still burned with that unwavering sense of maternal righteousness. It made me tremble for reasons I couldn't define. I shut the door behind me, praying no one else would come by and witness the awkward reunion, especially not Aaron, my soon-to-be husband. I felt the delicate lace of my wedding gown brush against my ankles as I stepped forward. Serena's gaze flickered down to the dress, and I braced myself for a sneer or a cutting remark about how I was rushing into a second marriage. Instead, she asked in a low, urgent tone if we could talk privately. For a moment, I wondered if she had come to sabotage my wedding, to cause a scene in front of all my friends and relatives. After all, she had threatened me before. When I first announced my plans to remarry, she left messages on my voicemail demanding that I remember her son had never agreed to a divorce. But part of me sensed something else, a desperation in her voice that I had never heard. Against my better judgment, I said, "Fine, but make it quick." I glanced around, checking that the corridor was empty, then gestured for her to follow me into a small storage room where extra chairs were stacked. My heart hammered as I prepared to listen. Inside the cramped space, dimly lit by a single overhead bulb, we stood facing each other amid the dusty chairs. I tried to ignore the musty smell that clung to the curtains piled in one corner. Serena's hands shook slightly. I noticed the deep lines around her mouth and wondered, for just an instant, if she had also suffered in some invisible way from James's wrath. She inhaled sharply, as though preparing for a lengthy confession, but instead of apologizing or explaining, she said, "I'm here for closure. My son deserves it, and you owe it to him." I felt my stomach lurch. The audacity of her words, the sense of entitlement, nearly knocked the breath out of me. She went on to insist that James had never stopped loving me, that I had an obligation to give him a chance to make peace. The words swirled around me like a cloud of gnats, too irritating to ignore. I pictured James in my mind, the clenched fists, the angry slurs, the nights I spent sleeping in the guest bedroom because I was too terrified to share the same bed. My voice came out hoarse when I responded. "Closure?" I echoed. "Closure," I repeated, louder this time, my voice bouncing off the storage room's walls. "He tormented me. He broke my trust, my bones, and my spirit. You want me to hand him closure on a silver platter?" Serena shifted her weight, her chin lifting in that familiar gesture that always made me feel as though I were being judged. She said that James had been going to therapy, that he regretted how things ended, that he was a changed man. I laughed bitterly, the sound slicing through the tension like a razor. A changed man doesn't send me threatening emails when he finds out I'm seeing someone else. A changed man doesn't try to sabotage my fiancé's job by calling his boss and spreading lies. I remembered all too vividly how Aaron almost lost a promotion because James had told his supervisor that Aaron was an alcoholic. It was all part of James's sick plan to keep me tethered, to remind me that I'd never fully escape. Serena's lips thinned. "He only did those things because he was hurt," she insisted. The logic was so twisted I could hardly breathe. I realized she wanted me to excuse the inexcusable again. I swallowed my rage, knowing I had limited time before the wedding ceremony started. My bridesmaids were probably searching for me already, but Serena's arrival, her bold demand for closure, threatened to unravel every emotional thread I had painstakingly mended. I told her I didn't owe James anything. I had paid with years of my life with fear and shattered confidence. She said, "All I'm asking is for you to meet him just once after the wedding so he can move on." My heart hammered, and I glanced at the door, worried that someone might overhear. The idea of letting James back into my life for even a moment made my skin crawl. But there was something in Serena's eyes I couldn't ignore, a shadow of genuine fear. It was as if she believed that if I refused, James might never find peace, or worse, he might do something drastic. I remembered how close he had come to violence in the past. Still, I stood my ground. "I'm not meeting him," I said firmly. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have a wedding to attend. My wedding, not his." With that, I turned on my heel, leaving her behind without remorse. As I left the storage room, my mind reeled with the implications of her unexpected arrival. If Serena was here, was James lurking somewhere nearby, waiting to ambush me in a last-ditch effort to reclaim my life? My legs felt weak as I hurried down the hallway, each step echoing in the quiet. I stumbled into my bridesmaid, Becky, who was breathless with relief. "Where have you been?" she hissed, clutching my arm. "We're about to start, and Aaron's looking worried." I forced a reassuring smile, stuffing down the anxiety roiling inside me. Becky escorted me back to the bride's room, where a flurry of final preparations commenced. Lipstick, veil adjustments, and affectionate well wishes from loved ones blurred together. Yet, through it all, I couldn't shake the feeling that Serena was somewhere, waiting. I didn't tell Becky or anyone else about the confrontation. I was determined not to let James and his mother ruin my day. When my father appeared to walk me down the aisle, I clung to his arm with a desperate gratitude. He whispered, "You look beautiful." And I blinked back tears, deciding in that moment to focus on the man who truly loved me. I exhaled. The music began, soft and lilting, as I stepped into the chapel. My eyes drifted over the rows of guests, all standing to welcome me, their faces filled with warmth and anticipation. Aaron waited at the altar, his expression awash in adoration. In that moment, the memory of Serena and her demands faded, at least temporarily. The officiant spoke words of love and partnership while I tried to hold on to each syllable, determined to cement this union in my heart. Aaron's hand trembled slightly when he took mine, and I felt his nerves easing into a happy calm once our fingers intertwined. As I repeated my vows, I thought about the many nights I'd lain awake, convinced I could never trust another man. But here I was, standing under stained glass windows, speaking words of devotion to a man who had proven his gentleness in every way possible. When I placed the ring on Aaron's finger, a hush seemed to settle over my past, as though James's specter could no longer loom. The officiant pronounced us husband and wife, and applause thundered through the chapel. For one perfect second, I believed we had outrun the shadows. Then I saw Serena watching. She stood near the back, partially hidden behind a pillar, her face awash with regret or maybe anger. I couldn't read it from that distance. My chest tightened, but I refused to let her ruin our grand exit. Aaron and I walked back down the aisle to raucous cheers and a flurry of tossed petals. Outside the church, the photographer gathered our families for pictures, and I felt a rush of relief when I realized Serena hadn't followed us. I looked for my mother, who enveloped me in a warm hug that chased away my lingering fears. The reception was set to take place at a charming hall 2 blocks away, and the wedding party boarded a vintage trolley. As the trolley jerked forward, I clung to Aaron's arm, letting the clink of champagne glasses and the laughter of friends wash over me. But in the back of my mind, I worried that Serena might be planning something else. Even though I kept my gaze locked on my new husband, I could feel a presence, a dark cloud overshadowing the day. I told myself that I was safe, that I was no longer alone, but doubt still lingered, but unshakable. The reception hall glowed with strings of fairy lights. The tables were adorned with wildflowers, and soft jazz played in the background. Aaron and I took a moment to ourselves in a side room before making our official entrance. He asked if I was all right, his eyes full of concern. I managed a smile, telling him only that I'd had a small encounter with someone from my past, but everything was fine now. He believed me, or at least pretended to, and pressed a gentle kiss to my temple. Then we stepped out to greet the crowd. Toasts were made, glasses clinked, and the atmosphere turned celebratory. For a while, I relaxed into the swirl of music, the delicious catering, and the laughter of friends. We cut the cake, fed each other tiny forkfuls, and posed for silly pictures in the photo booth. But just as I began to believe that Serena had left for good, I saw her near the bar, nursing a drink and watching me. My pulse spiked. I wondered if I should tell Aaron, but I didn't want to shatter the night's fragile peace. Instead, I decided to confront her alone. Right then, I decided. I found her leaning against a corner table, staring into her glass. The smell of whiskey reached me before her voice did. Her eyes flicked up when I approached, the tension between us so thick I could hardly breathe. She spoke first, words slurred at the edges. "I warned you not to shut him out completely," she said, swirling the amber liquid. "He's in a dark place right now, and if you don't give him closure, I don't know what he'll do." I swallowed, remembering all the times James threatened violence when he felt cornered. My hand trembled at my side, hidden by the folds of my gown. "You're basically threatening me on my wedding day," I accused. Serena shook her head vigorously, a few droplets of whiskey splashing onto the floor. "I'm telling you, he's desperate, and desperation can make a man do unthinkable things." Her gaze locked onto mine, and I felt a strange flicker of pity because for the first time, I saw genuine fear in her eyes. Part of me wanted to scream at her, to demand why she couldn't control her son, why she was placing this burden on me, but I held back, completely. Instead, I told her that if James tried anything, I would go straight to the police. She looked at me like a child who'd been refused candy. I noticed how her hands shook, and for a fleeting moment, I almost felt compassion. But then I remembered the years I spent in fear, and my resolve hardened. Serena begged me to reconsider, to sit down with James just for an hour so he could tell me he was sorry. I explained that I didn't want or need an apology from him. I was done living in the shadow of his rage. She opened her mouth to argue, but something must have flickered across my face, a steeled determination maybe, because she stopped. Her eyes glistened with tears she refused to shed. "Fine," she whispered, "but don't say I didn't warn you." With that, she set her drink down and walked away, disappearing into the throng of guests. I stood there, heart hammering, realizing that this might not be the end of it. James could be lurking, or he could appear tomorrow, or the next day, demanding the closure he thought he deserved. But I refused to let him win again. Not ever again. I tried to refocus on the reception, dancing my first dance with Aaron, then twirling with my father, who beamed like he held the entire world in his arms. For a stretch of time, I succeeded in forgetting everything but the soft glow of the lights and the music that vibrated under my feet. When Aaron and I slipped outside for a brief moment of quiet, I breathed in the cool night air and allowed myself to believe we'd escaped unscathed. Then my phone buzzed. I had left it with my maid of honor earlier, but she'd apparently slipped it into my clutch for safekeeping. I glanced at the screen, my breath catching in my throat when I saw the text. "Meet me behind the hall, 5 minutes." It was from James. A tremor of panic seized my chest. Was he actually here, lurking in the shadows? Part of me wanted to throw the phone away, run back inside, and hide in Aaron's arms. But a different part, the defiant, exhausted part, told me I had to put an end to this once and for all. I showed Aaron the message, and his expression darkened with protective fury. "Let's finish this together." We circled around to the back of the hall. The alley was dimly lit by a single flickering lamp. I clutched Aaron's hand, my heart pounding. Then I saw him, James, leaning against the brick wall, his face half hidden in the shadows. My stomach twisted at the sight of the man who once vowed to love me but chose to terrorize me instead. He looked thinner than I remembered, and there was a tremor in his voice when he said, "Thanks for coming." Aaron stepped forward protectively, but I placed a hand on his arm, letting him know I wanted to handle this. James's eyes flicked to Aaron, jealousy simmering there, then refocused on me. I just need you to know I'm sorry," he said, voice cracking. "I've been going to therapy, taking meds. I know I messed up everything, but I can't move on unless you forgive me." Anger and fear waged war inside me. Memories of bruises, screaming matches, and nights spent crying into a pillow threatened to overwhelm me. Yet, I also felt a strange pang of pity. Could he really be sincere? Or was this another manipulation? My voice shook as I finally answered. I said, "I don't owe you forgiveness, James. What you did changed me forever. I've rebuilt my life, and I won't let you tear it down again. If you're truly sorry, prove it by never contacting me. Let me live in peace." His face crumpled, tears glistening in his eyes. He nodded, but there was a raw, unstable energy in his posture. In a sudden burst, he lurched forward, as though to grab my hands, but Aaron stepped in, forcing him back. James let out a strangled sob. "I can't live with myself," he gasped, turning away and smashing his fist against the brick. I froze, unsure if he was harming himself or about to lash out at Aaron. Then, almost as quickly as his rage appeared, it vanished. He slumped to the ground, cradling his bruised knuckles. I glanced at Aaron, who was poised to protect me, but I motioned for him to stand down. We watched as James rocked on his heels, tears spilling onto the pavement. In that moment, I realized that I didn't hate him anymore. I felt sadness, even compassion, but I also knew that I couldn't save him. That job was his alone, forever. I was 9 years old when my parents finalized their divorce, leaving me in a whirlwind of confusion and heartbreak. They had argued for months, their voices raised in a cacophony of blame and accusations. My father's business was failing, and he was nursing a secret gambling addiction that only made matters worse. My mother sobbed late into the night, the glow of the kitchen light illuminating her hunched figure. She looked so frail then, but whatever sympathy I felt was overshadowed by the tension clinging to every corner of our house. Finally, on a grim afternoon, the papers were signed, and the two people I loved most in the world decided their child was an inconvenience they could ill afford. That evening, my mother drove me to my grandfather's house and left me on his porch with a single suitcase in hand. Her eyes flicked away when I tried to meet them, as though looking at me hurt too much. It would have been kinder, I sometimes thought, if she had simply said she hated me. At least I would have understood the feeling behind her desertion. Instead, she left without a word, the headlights disappearing into the rainy darkness. For days, I cried myself to sleep, waiting for her return. My father never showed up either, too consumed by his own downward spiral. In my childhood mind, I believed maybe it was temporary. Perhaps they just needed a break, time to work things out. But as the weeks blurred into months, I realized I was alone with Grandpa, a man I hardly knew. He was quiet and stern, yet he welcomed me into his home without asking for explanations. It was the first step in a lifetime of lessons I would learn about what family truly meant forever. Living with Grandpa was an exercise in adaptation. I went from having two parents who barely acknowledged me to living in a cramped, old-fashioned house with a man whose silences spoke louder than most people's chatter. Grandpa woke up at dawn each day, brewed a pot of strong coffee, and sat at the kitchen table reading the local newspaper. Sometimes he'd call me over and point to an article about rising food prices or a story about a missing teenager, as if to wordlessly remind me that the world was both precarious and vast. He never pried into my sadness, never demanded explanations for my nightmares or the way my hands sometimes shook when I thought of my parents. Instead, he showed me how to fix leaky faucets, how to change a tire on his old truck, how to plan a budget with his limited pension. These practical lessons became our language. Each time I hammered a nail straight or balanced the checkbook without error, I felt a flicker of his approval. At school, I was the quiet kid. I sat in the library during lunch, lost in novels about families who fought for one another no matter the cost. The librarians learned my name quickly, offering me recommendations that ignited my imagination. Books were my escape, a soft place to land when the real world felt too raw. Occasionally, classmates would ask why I was living with my grandfather. I'd shrug and mutter something about my parents divorcing. Most people didn't press further. Those who did usually received an awkward smile in silence. It was too personal, too painful to rehash how they had left me. Teachers sometimes looked at me with pity, but none ever crossed the boundary enough to truly interfere. I wasn't a problem student, just another teenager trying to find her footing in a shaky reality. I turned 13 the year Grandpa's aging house started showing its quirks in earnest. The roof leaked whenever it rained, forming puddles that soaked into the worn carpet. The water heater sputtered and died one December night, leaving us with only cold showers for a week. Yet, we managed. We patched holes, sealed leaks, and saved up for repairs whenever we could. Grandpa said it taught me self-reliance. I think he also wanted me to learn that life would never hand me comfort on a silver platter. If something needed fixing, I had to figure it out. He rarely handed me direct praise, but on the rare occasion I managed a perfect repair job, I'd see that subtle gleam in his eyes. It was enough to keep me going, to make me feel valued. I tried writing letters to my mother. Mostly, I poured my heart out on cheap stationery, describing my days with Grandpa, how I missed her, how I wondered if we'd ever be together as a family again. Sometimes, I placed the letters in stamped envelopes. Other times, I stuffed them in a shoebox in my closet, unsure if mailing them was worth the disappointment of no reply. The few times I actually sent them, the responses I got were brief, almost perfunctory. She'd say she was doing better, that she was sorting things out. Then weeks or months would pass before I heard from her again. My father was another story entirely. I never got so much as a text or a phone call from him. He melted into the background of my life, a ghostly figure I tried not to think about too often. But some nights, I'd wake up crying, remembering the times he carried me on his shoulders at the fair, or the way he laughed when I told a silly joke. It felt like a different lifetime. By the time I reached high school, Grandpa's place felt more like home than anywhere else could. I kept my head down, studied hard, and avoided drama. The few friends I made were the soft-spoken kind, people who preferred whispered conversations in the library over loud parties. I worked part-time at a grocery store to save money for college, methodically stashing each paycheck in a worn tin box under my bed. Grandpa never asked for a cent. He even nudged me to keep my grades up, insisting I could secure scholarships if I worked hard enough. He'd gruffly mention that tuition wasn't cheap, but he'd help in whatever small way he could. I didn't doubt it. By then, I'd learned that Grandpa's love was something solid, something I could count on, even if it wasn't wrapped in warm hugs or flowery words. A rumor floated around town that my father was deep in debt. People whispered about his gambling problem, how he owed money to the wrong kind of people. I heard it in hushed voices at the grocery store when customers stood at the checkout line, not realizing I was eavesdropping. My hands would tremble as I bagged groceries, imagining what kind of trouble he'd gotten himself into, but still, he never contacted me. I'd see him sometimes, scurrying across the street, head down, as if hoping I wouldn't recognize him. Each time, my chest tightened. Part of me wanted to shout at him, to demand answers. Another part just wanted to forget. During junior year, I learned my mother had remarried and had 2 more children. My grandmother, her mother, mentioned it offhandedly when she showed up at our doorstep one day with a fruit basket. I remember how my heart dropped when she casually said, "Your mom seems happy now with that new husband. They have a cute little boy and girl." She said it as if it were everyday news, as if it wouldn't rip a hole in me. I forced a smile and excused myself. Grandpa didn't look at me or say anything while she was there, but later, he patted my shoulder awkwardly and said, "You okay?" It was the closest thing to a fatherly check-in I'd ever gotten, and I nodded, feeling grateful he'd bothered to ask. High school ended, and I earned a partial scholarship to a local college. Grandpa beamed with pride the day I showed him the acceptance letter. When he gave me an envelope of cash to help with books, I tried to refuse, but he looked almost insulted. He grunted something about, "Your future's worth it," and that was the end of it. I left for campus each day, returning in the evenings to help with dinner. Life felt stable for a while, even if it wasn't perfect. Then Grandpa started having coughing fits. They were mild at first, barely noticeable. He claimed it was just a seasonal cold, but it worsened quickly, and soon he was too weak to go anywhere. I drove him to the clinic, where the doctors looked grim. Tests revealed it was lung cancer, already advanced. My world cracked around me when they gently explained there wasn't much to be done. I sat by Grandpa's bedside every night after that, taking breaks only to attend my classes or my part-time job. Sometimes he'd hold my hand, giving it a soft squeeze as if to say he was still there. We didn't talk about death, but I felt it looming in every corner. He refused aggressive treatment. He said he'd lived long enough and wanted whatever time he had left to be spent at home, not in a hospital bed. I argued, begged, but his mind was set. In the end, I honored his wish. He passed away quietly one night, a faint smile on his face as though he saw something hopeful in his final moments. The funeral was small. A few neighbors, some distant relatives, and me. My parents did not show. Standing by his grave, I felt a loneliness so profound it made my knees weak. He'd been my anchor, and now that he was gone, I wondered if I would drift into the same oblivion that had claimed my parents' sense of duty. I should have known better. Grandpa had one last surprise for me. 3 days later, a lawyer contacted me. Apparently, Grandpa had invested in land years ago, and the value had exploded. He'd left me $1 million in his will. I sat in the lawyer's office, numb, barely processing the words coming out of his mouth. $1 million. Grandpa had never lived lavishly. He wore threadbare sweaters, drove an old pickup, and bought groceries on discount days. Yet, he'd been quietly holding on to a financial windfall, letting it grow, never once dipping into it for himself. Suddenly, I understood. He had been preserving it all for me, this final act of unspoken love that would secure my future beyond anything I'd ever dared to dream. For a few weeks, I walked around in a daze, trying to decide what to do next. People in town offered polite congratulations, but I could feel their envy prickling my skin. My phone buzzed constantly with calls from unknown numbers. A few were from charities, others were from local acquaintances with great investment ideas. But the calls that shook me most were from my parents. First, my father left a rambling voicemail, his voice tense. He said we needed to meet, that he wanted to apologize for everything and explain himself. He also slipped in a comment about his debts and how he was in a dangerous situation. My mother's message, on the other hand, was more calculated. She congratulated me and then mentioned that my half-siblings needed better schooling, pleading for help. The desperation was thinly disguised, but I knew a plea when I heard one. I felt torn. Part of me yearned for some semblance of a family, a reconciliation that would mend old wounds. Another part of me was furious that they only seemed to care now when my name was attached to a fortune. Were they worried about me before? Did they care when Grandpa lay dying? Had they ever shed a tear over the daughter they left behind? Rationally, I knew the answer. When I finally agreed to meet my father, I chose a neutral spot, a rundown diner on the edge of town. He looked older, thinner. His fingers drummed the table as he tried to maintain eye contact. At first, he apologized, claiming he had been a wreck, that he'd felt unworthy to be my father after losing everything. Then he segued into stories of loan sharks, threats, and how, if he didn't pay up soon, something horrible would happen. I felt a surge of pity, but it clashed violently with years of pain. He'd never once tried to fix things before this money came into the picture. When he asked for a loan, he made it sound like it would be an act of charity that could save him. I left without promising anything. My mother cornered me at my apartment. She showed up unannounced, wearing an expensive coat and shoes that reeked of some new, well-off life. Her eyes roamed my place as if appraising its value. She started by apologizing for the past, saying she wished things had been different, but almost immediately shifted to talking about my half-siblings, how bright they were, how they deserved private tutoring and a chance at something better. She spoke with a desperate urgency, insisting I had the power to give them opportunities she never could. The hypocrisy stung. I remembered the day she left me at Grandpa's doorstep, her refusal to meet my eyes. All those years of silence. Now she wanted me to open my wallet and rescue children she had with another man. I asked her to leave, choking on my words. She stomped out, claiming I had no sense of loyalty to my family. After these confrontations, my nights were sleepless. The logical side of me knew that giving them money would only enable their irresponsibility. The emotional side, however, kept whispering, what if this was my chance to have parents again, in whatever broken form they existed? I'd sit up in bed, wondering what Grandpa would have advised. He never told me to be cruel or unforgiving, but he did tell me to stand my ground, to cherish what I'd earned. And this inheritance felt like his final gift, a treasure he'd shielded just for me. Days turned into weeks. My father started showing up at my workplace, pleading in the parking lot. My mother sent long text messages detailing every financial hardship, as if expecting me to roll over. One day, I came home to find my apartment door ajar. Someone had broken in, though nothing substantial was stolen. My laptop was still there, my small television untouched. But drawers were rummaged through, personal papers scattered. It felt like a message. I wasn't safe. My heart pounded as I realized how far desperation could drive people. That night, I sank onto my couch, tears burning my eyes as I clutched a framed photo of Grandpa and me. It was from my 10th birthday, the first one after my parents left me with him. We were standing by the sagging fence we'd just painted, both of us splattered in white. I had a wide grin on my face. He had that rare, small smile. I whispered, "What do I do?" into the silent room, hoping for some sign. Of course, none came. I just remembered his firm presence, how he'd always insisted I could endure life's challenges if I stayed true to myself. Eventually, I met with a lawyer who outlined steps to protect my inheritance. He talked about restraining orders, about how I could legally forbid my parents from contacting me if their actions became harassment. The mere thought of taking such drastic measures against my own mother and father made me feel sick. But each phone call, each unannounced visit, each guilt-ridden text pushed me closer to that edge. The lawyer reminded me that Grandpa's gift was meant for my future, not to clean up the disasters created by people who had chosen to abandon me. I wrestled with guilt, feeling as though I was betraying my siblings, innocent children who hadn't asked to be born into a messed-up situation. But at the same time, I'd never even met them. My mother's appeals were self-serving, couched in half-truths. She'd never expressed real remorse for her choices. She just wanted money. Likewise, my father's pleas sounded more like demands coded in panic. He wanted a quick fix for a lifetime of irresponsibility. The more I mulled it over, the clearer it became. Giving in wouldn't foster genuine reconnection. It would only reinforce the notion that I was a cash machine, ready to solve all their problems. That wasn't love. Late one afternoon, after I'd filed the necessary legal paperwork, I returned to Grandpa's gravesite. Autumn leaves scattered across the cemetery, the sky a swirl of gray clouds. I stood by his headstone, tracing the engraved letters of his name with my fingertips. "I miss you," I said softly, my breath misting in the cool air. It felt like I was standing at a crossroads. I could take the path of self-preservation, severing ties with two people who had caused me immeasurable pain, or I could open the door to them, risking my own well-being for an illusion of family. As I stood there, a sudden gust of wind sent a flurry of leaves skittering across the grass, and I thought of Grandpa's quiet determination. He had never begged for anyone's approval. He had never bent under pressure. Neither should I. Over the next few days, I received a barrage of frantic messages from my father. He warned that if I didn't help him, his creditors would come after me too. He threatened that they knew where I lived. Fear coiled in my stomach, but I had already spoken to law enforcement, who advised me to document every threat. My mother tried a different tactic. She sent me old photos of us from when I was small, underlining how once upon a time she had loved me. Yet all I could focus on was how she'd left me on a doorstep without a backward glance. In the end, I blocked both their numbers. The final message I sent read, "I won't be paying your debts or covering private school for children I've never met. You chose to leave me. Grandpa chose to care for me. Now I choose to protect myself. Don't contact me again." Hitting send felt like cutting an invisible cord, a painful liberation. My heart pounded for hours afterward, torn between heartbreak and relief. A part of me whispered that I was damning myself to a lonely future, but a louder voice reminded me that I'd been lonely my entire childhood. My parents had made their choices. Now I had made mine. Weeks passed in relative peace. I focused on my studies, determined to honor Grandpa's memory by making something meaningful of my life. At first, I flinched at shadows in my hallway, worried my father might try another break-in or that my mother would send me hateful letters. But nothing happened. It was as if they had finally accepted defeat. When I spoke with the lawyer, he mentioned that my father had tried to claim emotional distress, but without evidence, it led nowhere. My mother, apparently, was still telling sob stories around town, but most folks had heard what she'd done years ago. Their sympathy for her was limited. I decided to invest part of Grandpa's inheritance in a small but promising publishing startup. I also set aside a portion for future endeavors, maybe graduate school or even purchasing a modest house of my own. I wanted to create a lasting tribute to Grandpa's faith in me, something that would let me stand on my own 2 feet and, in turn, maybe help others who had been abandoned. I envisioned setting up a scholarship one day in his name, a testament to the silent, steadfast love he had given me, the grandchild he saved when no one else would. A friend from college suggested we celebrate my newfound freedom with a weekend road trip. I laughed, remembering how traveling anywhere had once seemed impossible on my meager earnings. Now I could afford a little adventure. The two of us drove out to a lakeside cabin, the same lake I remembered from old photographs with Grandpa. We kayaked, fished, and drank hot cocoa under a star-studded sky. Each night, I felt closer to some sort of closure. I cried a bit, letting the hurt and betrayal bleed out among the pine trees and moonlit water, trusting that it would wash away, at least enough for me to breathe again. The day we returned, I found a plain white envelope wedged under my door. My heart sank, bracing for more drama from my parents. But when I opened it, I discovered it was from a private investigator, someone my mother had apparently hired to dig up any dirt that might force me to do the right thing. The note inside explained that he'd found nothing, that I was living clean, that I had legal protections in place. My mother's final gambit had failed. Numbly, I shredded the document and threw the pieces away, feeling a strange mix of pity and disgust. That was the last I heard of her or my father for quite some time. I never expected to find myself at odds with the mother of someone I barely knew, but life can be bizarre like that. My name is Evan, and I have a small cabin that I inherited from my grandfather a few years ago. It's a modest place located in a quiet corner of the countryside, surrounded by tall pine trees and a lake that sparkles in the morning sun. It's not exactly luxurious, but it's mine, and I've poured my heart and soul into renovating it piece by piece. The property was my grandfather's pride and joy, and when he passed away, I felt compelled to preserve it in his memory. Over time, I managed to save enough money to fix the roof, reinforce the foundation, and even add a small garden. Then, out of nowhere, an old acquaintance named Julia appeared, bringing her mother along, who had the most ridiculous demand I had ever heard. My initial reaction was disbelief. Why would anyone believe they had a right to my property, let alone that I should sell it? But Julia's mother, Linda, was adamant. She insisted her daughter needed money for college, and I was standing in their way. I first met Julia at a local community event several years back. We were both volunteering at a fundraiser for the small library in town. We got along fine, though we never became particularly close friends. Once the event ended, we only kept sporadic contact through social media. She'd occasionally comment on my photos of the cabin, saying how peaceful it looked. I guessed she liked the aesthetic. When she showed up, I assumed she just wanted a weekend getaway or a peaceful retreat. I was naive enough not to suspect an ulterior motive. Then, Linda marched in, her perfume suffocating the small living room, and began telling me that I should do the right thing. Apparently, in her worldview, I had an obligation to support Julia's college dreams because I was lucky enough to own property. She claimed my cabin was underutilized, especially given that I lived in the city most of the time. When I tried to explain that the cabin wasn't just a random asset, but a deeply sentimental inheritance, Linda dismissed it. She argued that my grandfather would have wanted Julia to succeed, as though they'd known each other intimately, which they most certainly had not. Ridiculous. I found myself lost for words. I'm typically not a confrontational person, but the arrogance and entitlement Linda displayed was staggering. She barely greeted me before listing reasons I should hand over my inheritance. Even Julia seemed a bit uncomfortable, though she neither contradicted her mother nor tried to calm her down. Maybe she'd grown used to Linda's attitude, or maybe she agreed with her mother deep down. After about 10 minutes of listening to her lecture me about fairness and how I should care more about investing in future generations, I finally asked them to leave. It was a blunt request, and Linda acted as though I'd slapped her across the face. She huffed, calling me a selfish brat who clearly didn't understand sacrifice. I didn't bother to respond. I shut the door as soon as they stepped off the porch, my heart thudding with a mix of disbelief and anger. This was the first time in my life that someone demanded I sell something so personal, all for their gain, and tried to make me feel guilty for saying no. It felt surreal. Little did I know Linda was only just getting started. Her behavior had barely begun. That weekend, I stayed at the cabin, hoping for a bit of tranquility. On Sunday morning, I woke to a banging on the front door. My stomach clenched when I glanced through the window and saw Linda again, this time by herself. I seriously considered pretending I wasn't there, but the banging grew louder, more insistent. Finally, I opened the door. Linda stormed inside without waiting for an invitation. She said she'd talked to a real estate agent who estimated my property could sell for a decent amount, more than enough to cover Julia's first 2 years of tuition. She rattled off figures, acting as though I'd be thrilled to learn how easily I could liquidate my grandfather's beloved home. Trying to keep my voice steady, I told her there was no chance I'd sell. She got agitated, her eyes bulged, and her voice rose to a shrill pitch. She accused me of hoarding wealth, while her daughter, a bright student, might be forced to take out loans. I thought about the countless people who have student loans and manage their finances like adults. Linda, however, seemed to think she was entitled to a solution, courtesy of my grandfather's legacy. After that confrontation, I decided to avoid the cabin for a few weeks, hoping Linda would lose interest. I spent my time in the city, focusing on my job and trying to regain some sense of normalcy. However, avoidance wasn't enough to deter Linda. One afternoon, I received a call from a neighbor who lived near the cabin. He informed me that Linda had been snooping around the property. She was peering through the windows, inspecting the garden, even shaking the padlock on the tool shed. Alarmed, I drove down the following weekend to check for any damage. Thankfully, nothing seemed broken, but it was unsettling to know she felt entitled to trespass. I decided then and there to install security cameras. I notified the local police of the trespassing incident, but they told me there wasn't much they could do unless she damaged something or threatened me. Annoyed yet determined, I bought a camera system and installed it around the perimeter. I also set up motion sensor lights. If Linda wanted to prowl around again, at least I'd have footage. In the back of my mind, I felt a surge of anger mingled with anxiety. I wanted my peaceful life back. Over the next few weeks, my security system captured Linda lurking around twice. The footage showed her walking around the yard, checking doors, even crouching to look under the deck. I wasn't sure what she hoped to find. Perhaps she believed she could pressure me by intimidating me. Or maybe she was gathering evidence to support some twisted claim that I wasn't using the cabin properly. I compiled the footage and brought it to the police station, requesting a formal warning be issued. They agreed to send an officer to speak with Linda. Unfortunately, that only seemed to fuel her indignation. Within days, she began an online campaign against me, posting on local forums and community Facebook groups. She painted me as a heartless man who refused to help a bright young woman get an education. She implied that I was some wealthy, greedy recluse who cared more about an empty house than a promising student's future. Friends forwarded me screenshots asking if I knew Linda or why she was targeting me. I was mortified but resolved not to engage publicly. I refused to stoop to her level, even though it was deeply frustrating to see her lies gain traction. Then, an unexpected development occurred. Julia reached out to me privately. She apologized for her mother's behavior, claiming she had no control over Linda's actions. Julia insisted she never wanted me to sell my property and that Linda had taken it upon herself to wage this bizarre war. I was skeptical. After all, Julia had stood by quietly during our initial confrontation, never once voicing disagreement. Still, I agreed to meet her for coffee. She seemed earnest as she explained that she did need money for college, but she planned on applying for scholarships and loans. Linda, however, believed it was her duty to secure a debt-free future for her daughter, no matter who was inconvenienced. Julia told me she'd moved out to live with her boyfriend, hoping distance might appease her mother's obsession. Unfortunately, Linda took that as a sign Julia was being seduced away from her future. Julia apologized again, saying she'd tried reasoning with Linda to leave me alone, but to no avail. I felt a pang of sympathy. Julia seemed genuine, caught in the crossfire of her mother's outrageous expectations. I told her I appreciated her reaching out, but Linda's harassment needed to stop. And soon. Another week passed without incident, and I dared to hope Linda had finally backed off. Then I came home from work one evening to find multiple voicemails on my phone. Some were from unknown numbers, others from acquaintances in town. Apparently, Linda had escalated her smear campaign, claiming I had verbally assaulted her and threatened to ruin Julia's future. None of it was true, of course. The stress of it all started to weigh on me. I found myself losing sleep, checking online forums to see what new lies had been posted. My friends were supportive, urging me to consider legal action, but I hesitated. I didn't want this drama to escalate any further. Meanwhile, the cameras at the cabin showed no new visits from Linda, which was a small relief, but the damage to my reputation in some circles had been done. People who didn't know me personally might believe her wild accusations. One of my colleagues even asked me about the rumors, clearly uncomfortable. I reassured him it was all nonsense, but the embarrassment lingered. I wasn't sure how to fight someone whose shamelessness knew no bounds. It felt like being trapped in a nightmare. I felt miserable. Feeling cornered, I decided enough was enough. I contacted a lawyer to discuss my options. He advised me to file a restraining order and pursue defamation charges if Linda continued her campaign. That prospect made me anxious, but I realized I had to protect myself. I arranged an initial consultation and gathered the evidence I had: security footage, screenshots of her online posts, and statements from neighbors and friends who'd witnessed her behavior. Just as I prepared to move forward legally, I received another call from Julia. She sounded frantic. Linda had found out about my potential legal action and was furious. According to Julia, her mother was threatening to confront me in person again, this time with the intention of teaching me a lesson. Julia implored me to stay safe and not engage. I appreciated her warning, but I was done tiptoeing around. If Linda dared to trespass again or threaten me, I'd have more grounds for legal recourse. My lawyer agreed. Sometimes the only way to stop a bully is to stand your ground. I felt guilty that Julia was stuck in this toxic dynamic, but her mother's behavior left me no other choice. Enough was truly enough. That weekend, I decided to drive to the cabin to finalize some repairs before winter set in. The last thing I wanted was a confrontation, but I refused to be chased away. I arrived on a crisp Saturday morning, tools in hand, determined to focus on the tasks at hand. For a while, everything was calm. I replaced a few loose shingles, cleaned the gutters, and raked leaves. Then, late in the afternoon, I heard a car engine growling outside. My stomach sank when I saw Linda step out of an old sedan, face twisted in anger. She marched up the driveway, shouting my name. I grabbed my phone and hit record, my hands shaking. She began hurling accusations, calling me a bloodsucker who was dooming her daughter to poverty. The tirade escalated to personal insults about my grandfather, which made my blood boil. I told her to leave or I'd call the police. She responded by spitting at my feet and saying I'd regret this. Her eyes glinted with an unsettling rage. I warned her one last time. Finally, she turned around, screaming profanities as she drove off. I stood there, breathless, heart hammering. I felt utterly drained, exhausted. Immediately, I called the police, filing a formal complaint about Linda's threats and trespassing. They arrived within the hour, took my statement, and reviewed the video on my phone. Although they advised me to press charges, they also cautioned that such cases could take time to process. Still, it was an important step toward protecting myself and setting a boundary. The officer suggested I install additional signage indicating private property and trespassing laws, which I did the next morning. My lawyer, meanwhile, was drafting the paperwork for a restraining order. Even though part of me felt guilty, Linda was obviously unhinged, I had to remember she'd brought this upon herself. By Sunday afternoon, I finally managed to finish the cabin repairs. Yet, the peace I once felt there was soured by the memory of Linda's vitriol. I locked up and drove back to the city, turning over the situation in my head. Would she escalate further? Would she retaliate against my legal actions by spreading more defamatory rumors, or even damaging my property? The uncertainty gnawed at me, making it difficult to focus on anything else. All I wanted was an end to this madness, but it seemed far from entirely over. Days turned into weeks, and Linda kept a low profile. No new trespassing incidents appeared on my cameras, and her online slander seemed to subside. I cautiously exhaled. Maybe the threat of legal action had finally scared her off. I refocused on my job, started seeing friends again, and tried to reclaim my normal life. Every so often, a stray comment or question about Linda's accusations would crop up, but fewer people seemed to believe her. Gradually, the tides shifted in my favor. The restraining order was approved, effectively barring Linda from coming near me or the cabin. I began to relax, even if only slightly. Then out of nowhere, Julia called me again, her voice trembling. She said Linda had drained her college savings account on a wild gamble, presumably to raise funds for a final push to get me to sell. Julia was devastated. She confessed that Linda had maxed out credit cards and taken personal loans, convinced she could force me into paying them off. Julia also suspected Linda might be planning something drastic. I listened, stunned, as Julia told me her mother was unraveling, consumed by a twisted crusade I never asked to be part of. That night, I slept fitfully, haunted by the possibility that Linda might show up unannounced, furious and desperate. What if she vandalized the cabin? Or worse, decided to harm me physically? My mind spiraled with worst-case scenarios. By morning, I resolved to notify my lawyer about Linda's financial desperation. He agreed it was concerning and recommended I file an official police report detailing the new information from Julia. I did exactly that, emphasizing Linda's unstable behavior and history of harassment. The officer I spoke with took it seriously, especially given the restraining order. They promised to keep an eye on the situation. Meanwhile, Julia texted me updates saying Linda had become erratic at home. She was screaming at anyone who questioned her plan. Neighbors had complained about the noise. I felt torn between sympathy for Julia's predicament and a desperate desire to protect my own life. As the tension mounted, I found myself regretting that I'd ever met Linda in the first place. My grandfather's cabin, once a source of joy and remembrance, had become a battleground. I prayed that Linda would either come to her senses or be stopped before doing something truly irreversible. It was unbelievably frightening indeed. One chilly evening, nearly 2 weeks later, I got a call from the local police. They'd arrested Linda after she attempted to break into the cabin. A neighbor had noticed lights moving around inside and called it in. When officers arrived, they found her rummaging through my belongings, apparently searching for documents or valuables. She was arrested on the spot, and according to the police report, she screamed that I owed her daughter a college education. The next day, I drove down to assess the damage. A window had been shattered and drawers were pulled out, but overall, the cabin wasn't in ruins. I felt a rush of relief mixed with anger. How could anyone feel so justified in destroying another person's property? The arrest meant Linda would finally face legal consequences for her actions. My lawyer assured me this would strengthen my case for a more permanent protective order and potential restitution. As I cleaned up the mess, I realized something. Linda's twisted sense of entitlement had actually pushed her to ruin her own life. She'd wasted her money, her reputation, and now her freedom, all for a delusional vendetta. I hoped she would get help. Eventually, maybe she would. The unexpected twist came a month later when I received a heartfelt letter from Julia. She explained that she was dropping out of college for a semester to pick up extra work and pay off the debts Linda had accumulated. She felt embarrassed and betrayed, but there was also relief. With Linda likely facing legal consequences, Julia could finally breathe. She ended the letter with a surprising statement. She didn't blame me at all. In fact, she thanked me. By refusing to sell, I had inadvertently forced Linda's hand, revealing her destructive nature for the world to see. Julia wrote that although her life was turned upside down, she believed this was a necessary turning point. She enclosed a small photograph of my grandfather's cabin she'd taken years ago, sunlight filtering through the pines, the lake shimmering in the distance. On the back, she'd written, "I'm sorry for everything. This place deserves better." I stood there, letter in hand, tears in my eyes. The final irony was that, in attempting to secure a future for her daughter, Linda had done the exact opposite. I folded the letter gently, feeling a strange mix of sorrow and closure. Life had other plans indeed. I remember the day my mother first told me about the big wedding plans for my sister, Clara. She had come into my bedroom, her face glowing with an excitement I couldn't help but find contagious. I was sitting at my desk, reviewing some financial papers because I'd recently inherited a sizable sum from my grandmother. Grandma and I had always been close, and she wanted to ensure that I had a safety net for my future. My mother, on the other hand, had always been more invested in Clara, the golden child who never did anything wrong in her eyes. Still, I never expected that she would feel so entitled to my inheritance. That afternoon, my mother brazenly suggested that I might want to help fund the wedding, since my sister was short on cash and needed to pay for extravagant decorations, a designer wedding gown, and a 5-star venue. The idea sounded outlandish to me, but I listened politely. I believed that some contribution would be fine, as long as I was given time to think about it. My mother, however, seemed to think my money was there just waiting to be used for Clara's benefit, no questions asked. Little did I know that was only the beginning of the chaos. Over the next few weeks, I noticed subtle hints that my mother was pressing me toward a decision. At family dinners, she would drop comments about my good fortune and how important it was to share blessings. It wasn't that I was opposed to sharing my inheritance with my family, it was more about having a say in how my money would be spent. Clara was notorious for lavish spending, especially when it came to projecting an image of perfection. As children, I watched her demand expensive clothes, brand new electronics, and elaborate birthday parties that always had to one-up everyone else. My mother indulged her every whim, praising Clara for being high-achieving. Meanwhile, I learned to do without much fanfare. I studied hard, got scholarships, and tried to be as independent as possible. Grandma's inheritance felt like a breath of fresh air for me. I could finally relax about unexpected bills or future plans. My first reaction to my mother's suggestion was caution. I had no problem chipping in for the wedding, but I wasn't comfortable footing the entire bill for Clara's grandiose ideas. The more I tried to reason with my mother, the more she seemed to push me aside with dismissive statements like, "Oh, you have plenty, don't worry." It baffled me how my own feelings could be so easily ignored, as though I were a side character in a drama starring Clara. This dynamic never sat well with me, and I sensed trouble brewing the moment I realized my mother was determined to proceed with or without my consent. Despite feeling uneasy, I decided to keep a close eye on my accounts in case my mother tried anything reckless. I was almost right. One evening, I came home from work and noticed my mother's car in the driveway. She rarely visited unannounced, so I felt a jolt of anxiety. When I stepped inside, Clara was there too, her mouth curling in a smug grin. "We have great news," my mother said, standing in front of the living room couch. "Clara found a gorgeous wedding venue, and we locked in the date." I felt my stomach tense as I asked how she managed to pay the hefty deposit. Clara tossed her hair back and said, "Mom took care of it." My mother smiled sweetly and explained that she had temporarily used my inheritance account to secure the reservation, promising that once the wedding gifts and monetary contributions rolled in, they'd reimburse me. I stood there, furious but speechless. This wasn't some small loan, it was thousands of dollars. Worse yet, she hadn't even asked for my permission. Everything about their attitude screamed entitlement, as though my money was their birthright. I demanded to see the bank statements, but my mother just shrugged and said, "It's all taken care of, don't be dramatic." Clara gave me a patronizing look, as if I were an inconvenience to her perfect wedding fantasy. I realized then that I had to take decisive action, or else they would bleed me dry. I wanted to believe it wouldn't escalate further, but I couldn't ignore the red flags any longer. My trust was shattered, and the damage was already done, truly. That night, I logged into my bank account to verify exactly how much had been taken. My heart pounded when I saw a massive withdrawal that left me with significantly less than I had before. The transaction history confirmed my mother's meddling. She hadn't just transferred the deposit, she'd covered multiple wedding-related expenses. Designer invitations, pre-wedding parties, and what looked like partial payments to a dress boutique. The sheer audacity left me in shock. I felt betrayed by the one person who was supposed to protect me. A deep-seated anger began to simmer inside me, fueling my resolve. This wasn't just about money, it was about respect and basic decency. My grandmother had intended for me to have that inheritance, not to sponsor my sister's over-the-top wedding. I felt compelled to act, but I also feared the repercussions. What if I froze the account and my mother found a way to manipulate me into reversing it? What if Clara threatened to cut me out of her life for good? But as I gazed at the bank statements, seeing line after line of unauthorized charges, I knew I couldn't stay passive. Every bone in my body told me I needed to draw the line right there. Grandma would never have stood for such betrayal, and neither would I. Resolute, I picked up my phone, determined to call the bank first thing in the morning. I knew it would start a firestorm, but I was finished being trampled by my own family. Before taking the nuclear option, I decided to approach my mother one last time, hoping I could talk sense into her. Early the next morning, I drove to her house, my mind rehearsing carefully chosen words. When I arrived, she was in the kitchen, flipping through glossy bridal magazines. The smell of coffee and cinnamon toast filled the air, but the warmth stopped there. "We need to talk," I began. I told her how disappointed and betrayed I felt, emphasizing that she had violated my trust by using my inheritance without my explicit permission. She waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, stop being so dramatic. You know we'll pay you back. Clara's wedding day is a once-in-a-lifetime event." When I insisted that she return the funds immediately, her face hardened. "You're being selfish," she snapped. "This is your sister. You know how much this means to her. Don't ruin it just because you want to keep all that money for yourself." The accusations stung. I reminded her that it wasn't all that money to me. It was my future security, the legacy Grandma intended me to have. She refused to see reason, and as I stood there, listening to her condescending tone, I realized that nothing I said would change her mind. She was determined to press forward with or without my blessing, forcing my hand. My stomach churned, but I left her house resolute. The bank would hear from me that day, and there was no turning back from that. The call to my bank was surprisingly straightforward. I explained the unauthorized transactions and asked them to freeze the account until further notice. They told me they would need to investigate and that I should file a claim to recover the funds. My hand shook as I hung up the phone, fully aware that this was not a simple family quarrel anymore. Legally, my mother had no right to access my inheritance. If the bank took my claim seriously, it could escalate into a situation far beyond our living room arguments. My phone buzzed endlessly for the rest of the day, my mother and Clara hurling messages filled with outrage and guilt trips. "How could you do this to your own family?" Clara wrote. "Are you trying to destroy my wedding?" I didn't respond. Every time the phone rang, my nerves frayed a little more. Part of me feared I was making a mistake, but another part felt liberated. I was standing up for myself in a way I never had before, and despite the turmoil, something in me felt proud, like I was finally fulfilling the legacy Grandma hoped I would carry. I knew the real storm was about to break, but I clung to the belief that I had done the right thing. No longer would I be a doormat for them to walk all over. Their tantrums only confirmed that they relied on my compliance. Now that it was gone, their house of cards began to wobble. Word spread quickly through our relatives. My aunt, my uncle, and even a couple of cousins started calling, each with their own opinions. Some were outraged on my behalf, insisting I had done the right thing. Others thought I was overreacting. "This is family business," they said. "It'll blow over once the wedding is done." But it wasn't that simple to me. I couldn't allow my boundaries to be trampled under the excuse of family. My father, who had mostly been distant since my parents' divorce, reached out in disbelief, asking if this was all true. When I confirmed it, he sighed, said he was sorry things had gotten so bad, but he also seemed hesitant to get involved. I couldn't blame him, though his neutrality stung. I found myself leaning on friends more than anyone in my family. They offered unwavering support, reminding me that I deserved respect. The wedding date loomed, and Clara's frustration grew with each passing day. She called me in tears, claiming the caterer was threatening to cancel due to non-payment. I stayed firm, telling her it wasn't my responsibility anymore. The tension reached a boiling point when I heard that my mother was trying to secure personal loans under my name. My mind reeled at how far they would go. Fear mingled with anger, and I tightened security measures on every account I had, refusing to let them sabotage my life any further. If they wanted a war, I wasn't backing down for anyone. Clara eventually found ways to keep the wedding on track, though it clearly wasn't as luxurious as she'd hoped. Vendors demanded immediate payments, and with my financial pipeline effectively cut off, she had to scale back her grand plans. My mother fumed, calling me almost daily to berate me for wrecking your sister's dream. I blocked her number for a few days just to breathe freely. Sometimes I felt pangs of guilt remembering the closeness Clara and I once shared as kids, but that nostalgia quickly faded whenever I recalled her condescending attitude. Word got around that Clara was reduced to a simpler gown and modest table decorations, which made me suspect she had been depending on my money from the start. My mother even resorted to calling me from different phone numbers, begging me to unfreeze the account for just a few hours. She promised she would only use what was absolutely necessary to keep the wedding afloat. I refused. If I gave in now, it would never end. They needed a lesson in boundaries, and I was done enabling them. Meanwhile, the bank's investigation progressed, and I found a renewed sense of purpose in standing my ground. I wouldn't allow them to twist the narrative or paint me as the villain. It was clear who had started this, and it wasn't me. Each time I remembered that deposit slip with Clara's fancy signature, my resolve hardened. They'd forced my hand, and I had no regrets. I was free. The wedding day arrived under a cloud of tension. I wasn't even sure if I was invited, but I dressed up and showed up to the modest church venue. It felt surreal, watching Clara walk down the aisle in a gown that was elegant but noticeably simpler than what she had boasted about. The reception was held in a nearby community hall, adorned with basic decorations that lacked the opulence she once claimed she needed. I remained in the background, offering a polite smile whenever someone acknowledged me. My mother refused to meet my gaze, and Clara acted as though I didn't exist. A few relatives whispered their sympathy, but the air was charged with awkwardness. I could practically feel the blame they pinned on me, even though it was my mother who had sparked the entire disaster. After the formalities, I decided not to linger. The heavy tension weighed me down, and I had no desire to witness more cold shoulders. In the parking lot, I ran into my aunt, who gave me a soft hug and said, "I know you're hurting. Don't let anyone make you feel guilty for protecting what's yours." Her words resonated deeply. Despite the uncomfortable atmosphere, I felt a measure of vindication seeing that Clara and my mother had faced the natural consequences of their actions. Maybe they would reflect on it someday. For now, all I wanted was to go home, let the dust settle, and focus on rebuilding my sense of peace. In the weeks following the wedding, communication between me and my mother was reduced to cold, sporadic interactions. She left voicemails claiming I owed her an apology for humiliating Clara, but I refused to engage. Meanwhile, the bank's claim investigation concluded that the unauthorized withdrawals were legitimate grounds for reimbursement. My account balance was gradually restored, minus a few fees and legal costs that I grudgingly covered. Though it wasn't a perfect victory, it gave me closure and validated my decision. Of course, my mother resented me even more. She felt publicly shamed by the bank's formal process, as though I had dragged her through the mud intentionally. Clara, newly married, was distant. She made no attempt to reconcile, and I suspected her new husband had heard a twisted version of events. Surprisingly, I felt a strange peace with that outcome. I had spent so long trying to earn their approval and love. Now I realized that their love was conditional on me remaining silent and subservient. The tension might never fully disappear, but I no longer felt bound by their impossible expectations. Life went on. I refocused on my career, my friendships, and my personal growth. The inheritance that caused so much drama was once again secure, and I felt a renewed sense of respect for myself. For the first time in years, I felt like I was living on my terms, unapologetically. Every day, I remembered Grandma's warm words of wisdom, and I knew she would have approved. One afternoon, as I was tending to the small garden in my backyard, my phone buzzed with an unknown number. Normally, I would have ignored it, but intuition nudged me to answer. A woman introduced herself as Joyce, the manager at the bank where my mother had attempted to open a new line of credit under my name. She apologized for bothering me but wanted to confirm some details. My stomach dropped when she explained that my mother had provided suspicious paperwork and identification. The bank noticed it didn't match my current records, so they flagged it for possible fraud. A cold rush of anger and betrayal swept over me. Even after everything, she was still trying to exploit my finances. I thanked Joyce, confirmed that I had not authorized any new credit lines, and asked her to alert the authorities if necessary. Once the call ended, I stood there, phone in hand, heart pounding furiously. How could my mother stoop so low? Had she learned nothing from the fiasco with the wedding funds? My hands trembled with a mix of disbelief and rage. Part of me wanted to confront her immediately, but another part questioned whether it was even worth the emotional toll. Clearly, she wasn't remorseful, she was merely regrouping to strike again. I realized I had reached a point of no return. Protecting myself was paramount, and any relationship we had left might well be irreparable. With a heavy sigh, I decided this final betrayal was enough. I sought legal advice and clarified my options for filing charges against my mother if she continued her fraudulent attempts. The lawyer advised caution, explaining that criminal charges would permanently sever our family ties and lead to a lengthy process. Still, I was done living in fear of what she might do next. My mother had shown an alarming disregard for my well-being. I composed an email stating that I was fully aware of her recent actions and that further attempts to access my finances would result in legal consequences. I sent it to her and CC'd a close cousin who was somewhat of a mediator, hoping she could see I meant business. My hands trembled after hitting send, but I felt a wave of resolve course through me. Over the next few days, my mother launched a barrage of angry texts. She accused me of trying to put her in jail and swore she only did what she thought was best for the family. I blocked her again, weary of the endless manipulations. In quieter moments, I couldn't help but mourn the loss of a mother I once idolized. I remembered birthdays where she baked me cakes and told me I could achieve anything I dreamed of. Somewhere along the way, her priorities changed, overshadowed by greed and favoritism. Maybe I'd never fully understand how we got here, but I refused to be her victim any longer. At last, I felt some semblance of closure. The future was mine. I was in the middle of my usual Sunday routine when the phone rang, its sharp tone echoing through my quiet living room. Every time an unknown number popped up on my caller ID, my pulse quickened with a mixture of hope and dread. Over the last 8 years, I'd learned not to expect miracles. And yet, I could never fully silence that faint wish that my daughter might be on the other end. I set down my coffee mug, took a breath, and answered. After a short crackle of static, I heard the voice I recognized immediately, even though it had grown older and more guarded. "Dad?" she said, and my stomach jolted as though I'd missed a step on a staircase. I almost dropped the phone. The last time Lindsay had spoken to me, she'd been 17 years old. The conversation ended in tears and accusations, leaving me with a soul-deep ache I hadn't known how to soothe. "Lindsay," I managed, my voice trembling. My mind flashed with memories. Her laughter filling the backyard, her small hand reaching for mine, the soft press of her cheek against my chest as I read her bedtime stories. For 8 years, I'd tried sending her messages, emails, gifts. Every overture met a wall of silence. The phone line hummed with tension now, thick as fog. "I got your number from Mom," she began, then paused. I could hear her breathing, as if steeling herself. "She told me you're planning out your will. Apparently, you've done pretty well with investments. I think I have a right to know what I'm getting." I nearly dropped into the closest chair, my heart in freefall. This was not the call of forgiveness or understanding I'd quietly prayed for, but it was still her voice, and I couldn't help feeling an absurd burst of gratitude. Yes, I've updated my will, I said, stumbling over the words. I'd always intended for you to be taken care of, Lindsay. You're my daughter. Right, she replied, so casually that it hurt. So, is there some formal process I need to go through, or can we just handle it now? I wanted to say 1,000 things. I wanted to apologize again, to explain how I never meant for the divorce to tear her away from me, to tell her she had every right to be angry but that I still loved her. Instead, I swallowed all that down. We can talk about it, I said carefully, but could we maybe do it in person? I'd like to see you. She sighed, a sound brimming with exasperation. Fine, Wednesday, the coffee shop on King Street near the courthouse, 2 in the afternoon. Don't be late. Before I could respond, the line clicked. I stared at the phone, my mind spinning. After all this time, it felt like I'd stepped onto a thin sheet of ice, uncertain when it might crack beneath me. Still, my chest hummed with an odd relief that I would finally see my daughter again. Even if she only wanted to discuss inheritance, it was a chance to speak face to face. The next few days dragged by in a haze of anticipation and dread. I couldn't shake the memory of our last meeting, me standing on the doorstep of my former home, pleading for some kind of middle ground with my ex-wife, while Lindsay hovered in the background, tears on her cheeks, calling me a traitor under her breath. That was the day I'd moved out of the house for good. Her mother's fury overshadowed everything. I'd tried to tell Lindsay I loved her, that I wanted to remain in her life, but she'd slammed her bedroom door and left me to stand in the hallway with my guilt. When Wednesday arrived, I showed up at the coffee shop 20 minutes early, nerves tight in my stomach. The place was bustling with lunch hour chatter. I found a small table in the corner, wondering if Lindsay would recognize me after so long. But the moment she walked in, scanning the crowd, my heart seized. Of course I knew my own child, though she wasn't a child anymore. Her hair was shorter, dyed a darker shade. She wore a worn leather jacket over a simple black shirt, her shoulders squared as if bracing for a fight. I stood, raising a trembling hand in greeting. Our eyes met, and an unreadable flicker passed across her face. She walked over and slid into the seat opposite mine without a hug, without a smile. I offered one anyway, feeling as though I were teetering on a ledge. You look... well, I said softly. She pressed her lips together. I don't have a lot of time, so can we just get this over with? Her directness stung, but I couldn't blame her. 8 years of anger don't melt away in an instant. Sure, I managed. I revised my will a few months ago. You've always been my main beneficiary. I have no one else. You're my only child, Lindsay. She nodded curtly. I know. Mom told me you sold your software company a while back, so you're not exactly short on money. I swallowed hard, forcing calm. Yes, I made some fortunate investments, but I'm not here just to talk about the numbers. I'd like to... Look, she cut in, I don't need the sob story about how you miss me or whatever. I just want to know that I'll be taken care of. I'm sick of dealing with people who let me down. Mom's remarried, and I'm basically on my own. If you're going to leave me something, I'd like to lock that down. Her words were delivered with a coolness that contrasted sharply with the tremor in her voice. Was she putting up a wall because she feared I might reject her again? Or did she simply see me as a means to an end? Either possibility twisted my heart. I understand, I said gently, and I do want you to be secure. But could we at least talk? Catch up, maybe? You're my daughter, Lindsay. I care about you. She gave a short, hollow laugh. Sure you do. You cared about me so much that you left Mom. Then you barely tried to stay in my life. You called a few times, sent some emails, but nothing changed. Mom told me all about your affair. Shame roiled in my gut. I'd had one reckless fling that I immediately regretted, and my ex-wife, hurt and furious, made sure Lindsay knew every detail. I'm sorry, I whispered, keeping my voice level. I know I hurt you and your mother too. I'm not proud of it, but it doesn't mean I ever stopped loving you. It was... complicated. She shrugged. Everything's complicated. Doesn't matter now. I just want clarity on this will business. That's why I'm here. If that's settled, then maybe we can each move on. A lump rose in my throat. If it's what you really want, I can show you the documents, but I'd rather give them to you knowing we've got some understanding between us. Maybe we can find a way to move forward that's not just transactional. Her expression flickered with something, anger, sadness, maybe both, before she looked away. Fine, show me the papers. I slid an envelope across the table, my hands unsteady. She opened it and scanned the key sections. Her eyes darted over the paragraphs outlining the distribution of my assets, the house, the bank accounts, the residuals from my past business ventures. When she finished reading, she folded the papers and handed them back. "That's all I needed," she said, sounding oddly resigned. "Just let me know when it's finalized." I clenched my jaw, resisting the urge to argue. "Okay," I said, voice thick, "but my door is always open if you ever need anything." "Dad," she interrupted, and for a moment, the old warmth in that word threatened to break me. "Don't. I'm not here to reconcile. I'm here because you owe me. I've been through a lot these last few years, and honestly, I don't trust you. But I'll take what I can get." I nodded slowly. "I understand," I managed, though the words sliced into me. "I hope someday you'll let me, at least, talk to you without all this distance." She pushed her chair back, stood, and grabbed her jacket. "Thanks for clarifying. If you need me to sign anything, text me." I watched her leave, my shoulders slumping under the weight of 8 lost years and her unspoken anguish. She wasn't wrong to be furious. I had betrayed her mother, and that betrayal pulled us all into a spiral. Yet, I'd tried to salvage what I could. Child support checks arrived faithfully, though unacknowledged. Letters went unanswered. Phone calls went to voicemail. Now, in the space of a single meeting, she'd shown me she still carried resentment like a shield, but that she also wanted some assurance of financial stability. I couldn't fault her. Sometimes, love and anger coexist. In the following days, I kept replaying our meeting. I recognized the bitterness in Lindsay's voice, and beneath it, a deep sadness. I found myself poring over old photographs, her chubby toddler face smiling brightly on a carousel, her kindergarten graduation with missing front teeth. I wanted to rewrite the past, but that was impossible. Instead, I decided to try again. I sent a text, carefully phrased, "I'm glad we met. Would like to see you again, if you're open to it. No pressure." A week passed with no response. On the 8th day, I nearly dropped my phone when a message pinged. "Fine, coffee shop again, same time next Wednesday." My heart pounded as I typed back a confirmation. Wednesday came, and we sat at the same small table. She eyed me warily, stirring her coffee. "So?" she asked. "What do you want now?" I folded my hands to stop them from shaking. "I just wanted to see how you're doing, Lindsay. I know you said you're on your own. Are you in college? Working?" She frowned as though the question annoyed her. "I'm working part-time at a bookstore. College is on hold. It costs money I don't have, and Mom, well, she's gone." Her gaze flicked away, but not before I saw the flash of loneliness in her eyes. "Gone?" I repeated softly. "She moved across the country with her new husband. We barely talk. She was always angry at you, but I guess she got tired of me too." There was a wry twist in her mouth. "So yeah, I'm handling things myself." A surge of protectiveness tore through me, mixed with regret. I wanted to offer help, but I knew she'd bristle if I made it sound like charity. "I'm sorry," I said. That must be tough." She shrugged. "Whatever, I'll deal." Then she glanced at me more directly. "So, is this you trying to make amends or something?" "I'm trying to keep a door open," I admitted, my chest tight. "Maybe build something new. I know I can't change what happened with your mother. I can't undo that pain, but I'd like to be there for you if you'd let me." She pursed her lips, not answering right away. The silence lengthened until she sighed. "It's hard to trust you. You left, Dad. You cheated on Mom. You broke us." Her voice quivered. "Then when I told you I didn't want you around, you just disappeared." I wanted to defend myself, to say how often I tried contacting her, how I was shut out by her mother's rage, but I sensed that wouldn't help. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I never wanted to disappear. I honestly believed you wanted nothing to do with me, and I didn't want to force myself into your life." She fiddled with her coffee cup. "I did want that. I didn't want to see you, but..." She exhaled shakily. "I also wanted you to fight for me. I know that's contradictory, but it's how I felt." I nodded, throat tight with sorrow. "I wish I had been braver," I admitted. I let shame and guilt paralyze me. She stared down at her hands, shoulders rigid. A tear slipped down her cheek, and she brushed it away. "I just don't know if I can forgive you," she mumbled. I placed my palm on the table, not daring to reach for her hand. "I understand. Forgiveness might take time, if it ever comes. But I'm here, Lindsay, and I'm not giving up on you again." She left soon after that, but the atmosphere felt less hostile. Over the next few weeks, we had a few more coffee meetings, each one tiptoeing around the rawest parts of our history. She revealed her struggles. Money was tight, her landlord threatened to raise rent, and she felt stuck in a dead-end job. I offered help, but she refused. Still, something in her tone softened each time we spoke, as if a tiny crack appeared in that fortress she'd built around her heart. Then, one night, a call shattered my sleep. The hospital in a neighboring town informed me that Lindsay had been in a car accident. Mild, thankfully, but with a broken arm and possible concussion. She'd listed me as her emergency contact. I felt relief and terror coil together as I raced to her side. She was conscious when I arrived, eyes glassy with fatigue. "Dad," she whispered, and I swore my heart broke in half. She reached for my hand, and I gripped hers, tears stinging my eyes. "I'm okay. It was just a dumb accident, but I—" She licked her lips, voice barely audible. "I read the letters you sent a long time ago, the ones Mom hid. I found them when she moved out." Shock rippled through me. I'd wondered if she ever got those letters. Some were apologies, others desperate attempts to stay connected. "I'm so sorry," I choked out. "If I'd known your mother was keeping them from you, I'd have—" She pressed a finger to her lips, silencing me. "I know," she murmured. "It still hurts, but I want to give us, another chance." My throat seized with gratitude. I stayed by her hospital bed, dozing in the chair, making sure she had water, helping the nurses if they needed an extra set of hands. Over the following days, as she recovered, we talked more than we had in the past 8 years. She was still angry, still wounded, but a tentative bond started to form. I learned she'd considered going back to school for psychology, that she felt drawn to helping troubled teens because she'd felt so lost herself. When she was discharged, her apartment's stairs made mobility difficult, so she grudgingly agreed to stay at my house for a few weeks. It was surreal, preparing a guest room for my own daughter, cooking for her, asking how her pain medication was working. She was cautious, and I tiptoed around her triggers, not wanting to push too far. Sometimes she shut down if our conversations strayed too close to the divorce. But other nights, she joined me in the living room to watch an old sitcom, and we'd quietly share a bowl of popcorn. Those small, unspoken steps felt monumental. One afternoon, while we flipped through some of her childhood photos, she sniffled at a picture of us grinning widely at a lake resort we'd visited when she was 10. "Mom always said you never cared about any of this," she muttered. "But looking at these pictures, I don't know." I hesitated before speaking. "I love those times," I said gently. "I'm not proud of how I ended the marriage, but I never stopped loving you, Lindsay." She nodded, tears brimming. "I used to think you'd stopped, that you chose someone else and forgot about us." My voice caught. "No," I whispered. "I've regretted that mistake every day. I only hope you'll let me show you that I can be the father you deserve." She wiped her face and for once didn't push me away. Over the following days, we danced around the messy parts. She admitted, late one night, that she'd reached out about the will because she was scared. Scared I'd die, scared she'd lose everything, scared she'd have no anchor in this world. She said she felt betrayed by both parents, and money seemed like the only concrete thing she could cling to. "I understand," I told her, voice trembling, "and you will be taken care of. But I hope our relationship can be about more than that." It wasn't a magical fix. Some days, she retreated into old resentments, while other days, she almost smiled when I teased her about her choice of music or offered to whip up a late-night snack. Slowly, the tension in her shoulders eased. Her broken arm mended, leaving her in a sling for a while, but she grew restless under my roof. One afternoon, I came home from the grocery store to find a hastily written note. "I need some space. Don't worry, I'm okay." My chest constricted. I tried her phone, but it went straight to voicemail. All evening, I paced the house, afraid she'd vanished again. But 2 days later, she texted me an address for a small diner near the park. "Meet me there at 7, her message read. No explanation. I arrived early, nerves taut. She sat at a booth, arms folded protectively. "I'm sorry," she said the moment I slid into the seat across from her. "I just freaked out. It was all too much." I let out a slow breath. "I understand. I just want to be part of your life, even if that means giving you space." She studied me with an intensity that made my pulse skip. "I believe you," she said at last. "Or I'm starting to. I don't know how long it'll take to work through everything, but I want to try." Relief flooded me so powerfully that I had to clear my throat before speaking. We talked then, honestly and painfully, about the divorce, about her mother's fury, about the secrets that had driven us apart. She admitted she'd read more of my old messages and realized I hadn't abandoned her as completely as she'd believed. Her mother's bitterness had clouded her judgment, and she'd let that bitterness grow into a wall. Still, she had questions. Why had I cheated? Why didn't I fight harder for custody? I answered as best I could, stumbling through apologies and confessions. By the end, her eyes were wet, and so were mine. We parted ways outside the diner, and for the first time, she hugged me, her arms tentative but real. From then on, we tried a new routine. Weekly dinners, phone calls about mundane things, the occasional invitation to visit me for a weekend. Step by step, we learned how to talk without tiptoeing around landmines. She confessed that she felt guilty for how harshly she'd dismissed me, even though she knew I'd caused harm. I insisted she had every right to her feelings. We both had regrets, but we also found a growing resolve to not let them define our future. I revised my will again, making sure she was fully informed and comfortable with every detail. To my surprise, she asked me to include some charitable donations. She wanted to support youth programs in our town, places that might help kids who felt lost like she once had. I agreed wholeheartedly, stunned at her compassion. Months passed, and Lindsay enrolled part-time at a local college. She moved to a small apartment near campus, determined to pay her own way, though I helped a bit with textbooks. She stopped calling me Dad in that distant, accusatory tone and began saying it like she used to, with a softness I thought I'd lost forever. Then, one evening, there was a knock on my front door. She stood on the porch, nervous. "Can I come in?" she asked. I nodded, stepping aside. She explained she'd had a horrible fight with her boyfriend, someone I'd never met, and she didn't feel safe going back to their place. Tears brimmed in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I just don't know where else to go." I hushed her apologies, leading her to the couch. "You're welcome here," I said, heart clenching at her vulnerability. She stayed with me for several days, licking her emotional wounds, and during that time, we slipped into a quiet, comforting rhythm. I cooked dinner. She set the table with her good arm. We talked about her classes, her assignments, her dreams. She admitted she was thinking of transferring to a 4-year school out of state. "I need a fresh start," she murmured, fiddling with a corner of her sleeve. "But I'm scared." I placed a hand over hers gently. "I'll support you in any way I can," I promised. She stared at me for a moment, tears brightening her gaze. Then she squeezed my hand, and it felt like an unspoken acceptance. I was 16 when my grandfather first told me he had set aside money for my future college education. We were sitting on the porch swing of his old farmhouse, the horizon tinted by a peach-colored sunset. He handed me an envelope with a note inside, which read that $75,000 would be placed in a trust under my name, accessible when I turned 18. Although I had always known Grandpa to be a quiet man, that moment revealed the depth of his care for me. After I read the note, he simply patted my hand and told me that he believed in my potential. He stressed the importance of a good education, saying that it could open more doors than anything else. In that moment, I felt a deep well of gratitude, but also a tinge of anxiety about whether I could live up to his expectations. Little did I know that money was about to become the catalyst for the greatest betrayal of my life. My parents, who I'd assumed would protect my interests, had something else in mind. And my older sister, Lucy, was destined to play a central role in everything that followed. Soon enough, I turned 18 near the end of senior year, and my family's financial situation appeared stable enough. My father worked in real estate, closing deals that always seemed to land us in new neighborhoods, while my mother taught part-time at a local community college. Lucy, 3 years older, was the golden child who could do no wrong. She excelled in academics, sports, and social events. Whenever she brought home a new idea, my parents applauded with unwavering enthusiasm. Meanwhile, I often felt like I was standing in her shadow, trying to measure up, but never quite reaching the summit. Despite this, I trusted my parents to abide by Grandpa's wishes. I had no reason to believe my college fund could vanish overnight, but that's exactly what happened. Before graduation, I logged in to check the trust's balance out of curiosity and was shocked to see it drain to less than $5,000. My chest tightened as I stared at the screen, panic flooding my mind. Where had all the money gone? Who could have taken it? Deep down, I feared the worst, that my own parents, entrusted to safeguard my future, had orchestrated this unthinkable act of betrayal. I felt doomed. I confronted my parents that same afternoon, voice trembling. They looked at me with a mixture of guilt and annoyance. My father claimed that the money had been borrowed for an investment opportunity that would supposedly pay off tenfold. My mother insisted it was a temporary situation, but my gut told me otherwise. When I asked about the specifics, they grew defensive, even hostile. Lucy was mysteriously absent during this confrontation, which only fueled my suspicion that she was somehow involved. As days went by, I discovered that she had launched a small boutique marketing agency, apparently with financial backing from my parents. The timing was suspiciously aligned with the vanishing of my trust fund. They told me to let it go, promising that once Lucy's business thrived, she would pay me back with interest. I couldn't believe their audacity. How could they gamble my entire future without my consent? This was Grandpa's legacy, money he saved through decades of farming, late nights, and frugal living, all so I could avoid the financial struggles that plagued him in his youth. The sense of betrayal was overwhelming, and I had no idea how to proceed, only that I wouldn't let it slide. I tried to reason with them, suggesting we all sit down and talk about a repayment plan. My parents brushed me off as though I were a fussy child crying over spilled milk. Meanwhile, Lucy continued to enjoy her new venture, posting gleeful updates about networking events, brand partnerships, and trendy lunches. Anytime I tried to bring up the college fund in front of her, she dismissed me, saying she was on the verge of a major deal that would fix everything. That summer, I worked 2 part-time jobs just to save enough for community college fees, furious that I even had to. Grandpa's money was supposed to cushion me, not leave me scrambling. But the worst part was the emotional distance that grew between us. The once warm laughter over Sunday dinners morphed into tense silence. My parents seemed to resent my insistence on the debt. They wanted me to smile, pretend everything was fine, and trust that Lucy would come through. The stress gave me insomnia, and I found myself awake at night, replaying every conversation in my head. College loomed around the corner, and the idea of taking out massive loans because of their gamble enraged me. So I did what I never imagined I would. I sought legal advice. One afternoon, I visited a local attorney recommended by a friend. After explaining the situation, he said Grandpa's money had been legally earmarked for my education, and my parents had violated that trust. Suing one's own parents felt like a desperate move, but the betrayal cut so deep I couldn't see another way. When I filed the lawsuit, all hell broke loose. My father raged that I was ungrateful and disloyal. My mother sobbed, saying I was destroying the family. Lucy avoided me entirely. Nevertheless, I stood my ground, feeling both terrified and resolute. The attorney advised me not to speak about the case with them outside of official channels, but the house became a war zone. Doors slammed, arguments erupted, and tension simmered at every meal. Within weeks, I received an eviction notice from my parents, stating that since I was legally an adult, they were no longer obligated to house me. The heartbreak of that moment was overwhelming. I packed my belongings and left, stunned at how quickly they discarded me. Some friends let me crash on their couch as the legal proceedings rolled on. I felt a mixture of relief and sorrow once I was out of that house. Sure, I was practically homeless, but at least the toxic atmosphere no longer suffocated me every day. Meanwhile, Lucy's business updates continued to flood social media. It seemed like she was doing well, or at least that was the image she projected. Champagne toasts with clients, fancy office space, smiling staff. Yet, something didn't add up. One of my friends, a marketing student, told me Lucy's agency was rumored to be hemorrhaging money. They had overspent on flashy marketing campaigns and posh events, all while failing to secure stable clients. When my friend asked if Lucy was my sister, I pretended ignorance, too embarrassed to talk about our situation. It hurt to think that the stolen money, the money that was rightfully mine, was being flushed away on a failing enterprise. The first major development in the lawsuit arrived a few months after I left home. The judge granted a hearing requesting both parties to present evidence of the trust's terms and the fund's withdrawals. For the first time since Grandpa's death, I felt a sense of hope that maybe justice would be served. At last, exhaled. The hearing date arrived, and I felt my heart pound against my ribcage as I entered the courtroom. My parents sat on the opposite side, refusing to meet my eyes. Lucy was present, dressed in a sharp blazer as though she was there to pitch a client. My attorney presented the trust documents, detailing how the fund was intended exclusively for my education. My parents' lawyer argued that the money was used to benefit the family as a whole, and that I was ungrateful for the opportunities provided. It was painful to hear them twist the narrative, painting me as a selfish child who cared only about money. But then came the bank statements, which showed large transfers directly into Lucy's business account. I remember her shifting uncomfortably as the judge asked pointed questions. Lucy claimed she intended to pay it back. My father insisted that business success was imminent. The judge, unimpressed, scheduled another hearing to review additional financial records. I walked out of the courtroom that day exhausted, yet oddly vindicated. At least the facts were out in the open. My parents avoided me in the hallway, and Lucy hurried away, her face a mask of anxiety. In the weeks that followed, I dove into research, gathering every scrap of evidence, emails, messages, receipts, anything that could prove my parents knowingly misused the trust. Living on my friend's couch, I juggled part-time jobs and community college classes while preparing for the next hearing. I felt guilty for taking legal action, but then I reminded myself that they had effectively stolen my future. Whenever doubt crept in, I remembered Grandpa's weathered hands and his pride in leaving me that nest egg. Each day brought new revelations, especially once I subpoenaed Lucy's business records. The spending was staggering. Advertising deals, high-end furniture, and promotional events with little to no return. The more I uncovered, the angrier I became. Not only had they taken my college fund, but they were squandering it. Despite my heartbreak, a spark of defiance kept me going. I felt Grandpa would have wanted me to fight for what was right. As the second hearing approached, rumors swirled that Lucy's agency was on the brink of bankruptcy. If she couldn't keep the doors open, how would she ever repay me? I clung to the hope that the courts would deliver the justice my family refused to. The second hearing was a whirlwind of testimony and documents. Lucy appeared more nervous than ever. She admitted that her business was in trouble, but she insisted that she had only borrowed the money with our parents' blessing. My father tried to argue that Grandpa would have wanted the family to help each other. I countered that Grandpa's intent was explicitly stated and the trust wasn't meant as a communal piggy bank. This time, the judge seemed more inclined to see it my way. Still, he requested an independent audit of Lucy's finances. The tension was so thick in the room that I could almost taste it. My mother's face was etched with lines of stress, and I think that was the first moment I realized how far this had gone. We could have resolved everything quietly if they'd just honored Grandpa's wishes. Instead, we were ripping our family apart for all to see. By the end of that day, the judge confirmed that the case would move to trial if a settlement couldn't be reached. Outside the courtroom, Lucy tried to speak to me, but my attorney advised me to walk away. My heart hammered, tears stinging my eyes. As the audit progressed, shocking details emerged. Lucy's business not only lost money, but was also mired in unpaid taxes, fines, and overdue employee salaries. Everything pointed to poor management and reckless overspending. My parents must have known the severity, yet they had plunged deeper into denial, doubling down in court. They refused every settlement offer, still confident Lucy could turn things around. Then, Lucy's biggest client pulled out, forcing her to fire most of her staff. Rumors circulated about lawsuits from unpaid vendors. I couldn't help but feel a grim satisfaction that justice was unfolding in real time, albeit in a brutal fashion. I thought about Grandpa again. Would he have wanted me to relish their downfall? Probably not, yet I couldn't stop the wave of resentment that washed over me. My parents also began to show cracks. My father stopped appearing confident, and my mother looked perpetually on the verge of tears. They had gambled everything on Lucy, and the bet was failing spectacularly. Meanwhile, I struggled to keep my own life afloat, balancing coursework and part-time shifts. But the knowledge that the truth was finally surfacing kept me going. My day in court was coming soon enough, indeed. Trial day arrived with a crisp autumn wind rattling the courthouse doors. I sat at my attorney's side, trying to steady my nerves. My parents looked tired and beaten, yet still defiant. Lucy's eyes darted anxiously across the room. Over the next 2 days, the court heard testimony from both sides. My attorney presented evidence showing the trust's clear stipulations and the unauthorized withdrawals. Lucy's records revealed the scale of the mismanagement. My father claimed he had only acted in the best interest of the family, but his words rang hollow. My mother wept as she described feeling trapped between her children. And Lucy, once confident and proud, admitted she'd taken far more than she could repay, though she insisted she never meant to harm me. I found it hard to believe her. When both sides finished, the judge took a recess before delivering the verdict. I remember sitting in the hallway, heart pounding, as my parents avoided my gaze. I caught Lucy wiping tears away. Suddenly, I felt a wave of conflicting emotions: anger, pity, betrayal, love, all knotted up. No matter what the judge decided, there would be no true winners here, just a family irreparably torn apart forever. When we returned, the judge delivered a scathing critique of my parents' choices. He emphasized that the trust's purpose had been clear and that their actions constituted a breach of fiduciary duty. Lucy was deemed complicit for accepting funds she knew weren't hers. The judge ordered them to pay back the entire amount with interest, though he acknowledged they probably didn't have the means immediately. He also granted me partial control over any future assets tied to Grandpa's estate. My mother burst into tears while my father stared at the floor. Lucy stood frozen, her face pale. Though I won the case, my victory felt hollow. I saw no triumph, just heartbreak and regret. The judge noted that enforcement might involve garnishing wages or liquidating Lucy's business assets, if any remained. Outside the courtroom, my parents brushed past me without a word. Lucy tried to speak, but I couldn't handle it. I left with my attorney, my mind spinning. I'd demanded justice, and the court had agreed. But in that moment, it felt like a funeral for our family. Grandpa's legacy had become a weapon. I couldn't escape the thought that I had already lost far more than I'd won. In the aftermath, I tried to rebuild my life. My parents refused to speak with me, and Lucy disappeared from social media. She closed her failing agency, reportedly drowning in debt. Word reached me that she had moved to another state, hoping for a fresh start. Meanwhile, I poured myself into my studies and worked as many hours as I could. Even though I'd won the judgment, the actual restitution would be a slow process. My parents were clearly incapable of paying me back immediately, and Lucy was in no position to earn big money anytime soon. Sometimes I wondered if I should have just let it go, but the thought of Grandpa's sacrifice kept me resolute. Over time, I heard from extended relatives that my parents were struggling financially. Their house went into foreclosure, and my father's real estate deals dried up. My mother left her teaching job, citing stress. A part of me felt sorry for them, but another part remembered how easily they'd kicked me out. They turned Lucy into a shining star while letting me fend for myself. Karma, it seemed, had finally come knocking at their door, and I couldn't pretend to feel remorse whatsoever. As months rolled by, I found a small studio apartment, funded partly by my meager wages and partly by the incremental payments I received through the court order. It wasn't luxurious, but it was mine. Each day, I worked to heal. I wrote in a journal about my anger, my sadness, and my lingering love for a family that chose Lucy's ambition over my education. Counseling sessions at the campus wellness center helped me cope. I began to see that my life could move forward without their approval. I made new friends, focused on my major, and even joined a volunteer group that built houses for low-income families. On weekends, I'd drive to Grandpa's old farmhouse, now empty after his passing, just to sit on the porch swing. I'd imagine him sitting beside me, telling me that everything would be all right. Sometimes I felt a warmth in the breeze, as though he was giving me a sign. The bitterness still stung, but it no longer consumed me. I could breathe again, even smile. Although I had no intention of reconciling with my parents anytime soon, I hoped they might learn from their downfall. Maybe someday we'd find closure together. Exactly 1 year after the trial, I received a letter from Lucy. I almost threw it away, but curiosity won out. She apologized, admitting she'd been blinded by ambition and desperate to prove herself worthy of the pedestal our parents placed her upon. She asked if we could meet, promising she would do whatever it took to make amends. I stared at her handwritten words, remembering the sister I once admired. I wrote back, saying I wasn't ready yet, but appreciated her honesty. Even if we never truly reconcile, her acknowledgement mattered. Meanwhile, my parents remained silent, locked in their pride and regret. Their downward spiral continued, debts piled up, and they eventually moved into a cramped rental. Some distant relatives told me they asked about me, but I didn't budge. For once in my life, I felt free to set boundaries. I was no longer the overlooked child, nor was I defined by their betrayal. If Grandpa were alive, I think he'd nod with approval. His money had almost torn us apart, but it also awakened me to my own strength. I stood there, reading Lucy's letter again, realizing that sometimes the hardest truths pave the path to freedom. I remember the day my father told me he was remarrying as clearly as if it happened yesterday. I was 15 years old, sitting in the cramped living room of our old townhouse, trying my hardest to understand my math homework. My mom had been gone for only a year. The loss still clung to me, making everything feel like I was wading through ankle-deep sand. In the midst of that suffocating grief, my father's announcement felt like another blow, sudden, brutal, and unfair. I tried to be happy for him because he was lonely and I was too young to know how complicated grief could be, but a small knot of dread formed in the pit of my stomach the moment he mentioned that his new fiancée had a daughter. He said her name was Belinda, that she was around my age, and that it would be good for me to have someone to bond with. Perhaps, in some alternate universe, that could have been true. But it wasn't. Shortly after the wedding, I noticed how my father began to drift away, handing more and more of the household authority to my stepmother, Helena. Where once there had been a man who tried, sometimes awkwardly, to participate in my life, now stood a distant figure who barely even asked about my day. It was as if the act of remarrying gave him permission to start over without me. Helena moved in with a grand flourish, rearranging our furniture, repainting walls, and bringing her daughter with her. Belinda was a year older than me and seemed determined to show it in every possible way. She was effortlessly beautiful, with bright hazel eyes and hair that always seemed to be styled in the latest fashion. Whenever we argued, which was often, Helena took her side without fail. My father, stuck between guilt and distraction, tended to slip out of the house under some flimsy pretext whenever tensions rose. For the remainder of my teenage years, I felt like an afterthought in my own home. My father rarely asked about my classes, never took the time to check how I was coping with losing Mom, and seemed eager to please Helena at every turn. I learned to stay out of Belinda's way, tired of her snide remarks about my clothes, my hair, or my quietness. It wasn't worth the effort to fight her. She thrived on drama, and I had enough turmoil churning inside me already. When I turned 18, I briefly considered leaving, but the house held too many memories of my mother. There was a stretch of time when I thought the best way to honor her was to hold on to those memories by staying put. Besides, my mother had left the house to me in her will. My father still lived there, of course, but the property was in my name, something Helena either refused to acknowledge or pretended not to know. When I finally turned 21, I landed a decent job at a nearby insurance firm and started paying some of the bills, even though it felt strange. It was my place, technically, but I believed in contributing if Dad and Helena were still living with me. I thought that maybe sharing some financial responsibility would help keep the peace, but it didn't. Helena assumed she was the rightful mistress of the house, bossing the cleaning lady around, telling me how to decorate, and inviting her friends for lavish, loud weekend gatherings. Belinda, for her part, continued to treat me like a distant cousin she was forced to endure. She dated different guys, went out partying, and pranced in and out of the house at all hours of the night. Her room always looked like a tornado had ripped through it, but Helena would wave her hand and say something about letting her daughter enjoy her youth. Then came the day Belinda announced she was pregnant. I remember hearing Helena's screams of joy reverberating through the walls. She squealed that she would be a grandmother, that this was such wonderful news. I was struck by the disconnect between my stepmother's elation and the anxiety plainly etched across Belinda's face. My stepsister, who had never lifted so much as a dishcloth, looked sick at the prospect of motherhood. And for the next 2 weeks, I never saw the father of her child once. In time, rumor had it he was a drifter. a reckless boy who had zero interest in being a parent. He vanished, leaving no contact details except perhaps a vaguely remembered address in another state. Helena and my father tried to reach him, but he was gone, disappearing in the same ephemeral way he had appeared in Belinda's life. Without her boyfriend's financial or emotional support, Belinda started to panic. She spent entire days sulking in her room, crying about how her life was ruined. She complained about money, about needing prenatal vitamins, about her friends turning their backs on her. Her dramatic sobbing laced the air, and Helena tiptoed around her with a mixture of exasperation and maternal protectiveness. My father, on the other hand, seemed oddly resigned, as though he'd been expecting something like this to happen. Yet, in the midst of that chaos, a new tension emerged in the household, the looming question of space. Belinda wanted a nursery. She needed a quiet place to prepare for the baby. She demanded a bigger bathroom. She claimed she was entitled to comfort. Helena cooed over her every demand like it was the word of a saint. At first, they talked about moving some furniture around, but before long, Helena dropped a suggestion that made my head spin. She suggested I consider finding my own apartment because Belinda needed more space. My father, in a shamefully muted voice, agreed. I stood there in disbelief, wondering if I had misheard. This was the home I had grown up in, the same one my mother had bequeathed to me. If anything, they were living under my roof, yet they acted like they had every right to force me out. For a few heart-pounding seconds, I froze, genuinely shocked that my own father would stand by this request. Helena's reasoning was that the stress of having to share the home with someone so different from Belinda was too much for a pregnant young woman. My father simply shrugged, as if it couldn't be helped. The betrayal felt too stark to ignore. When I reminded them that the house was legally mine, Helena's cheeks flamed, and she sputtered something about how I was being petty. She pointed out that my father had invested money in repairs, that they paid the water and electricity bills sometimes, and that it was only fair I show gratitude by stepping aside. The entire argument made me feel faint with anger. Did they really expect me to just relinquish my mother's home because Belinda got pregnant with a man who disappeared? My father avoided my eyes. He made an awkward comment about how I was single and young and how it would be easier for me to adapt in a different place. My entire world tilted then, but I shoved down my tears and refused to move. I told them I would never sign over anything, nor was I leaving so they could take my room for some pastel-painted nursery. Belinda started crying on cue, wailing that I was heartless. She complained that I was making her pregnancy stressful and that it was triggering her morning sickness. She threw tantrums all day, and Helena glared daggers at me. My father retreated to the garage, pretending to tinker with some old shelves. I felt unbelievably alone. Even though I owned the house, they constantly acted like I was a stubborn guest who refused to leave. My father still had certain legal rights as a co-occupant, but the will was crystal clear about the property's ownership. The tension simmered for days. The atmosphere was suffocating. Helena would mention real estate agents in my presence and wave some ads for small studio apartments under my nose, as though she were doing me a favor. I refused to look at them. I kept my head down, focusing on work, and avoided mealtime conversations like the plague. Eventually, I started eating out just to dodge the hostility at the dinner table. In the following weeks, Belinda's demands grew more extravagant. She wanted to hire an interior designer to transform the living room. She wanted new flooring to replace the old hardwood that my mother loved so much. Helena, never missing an opportunity to escalate, insisted that I cover some of these costs. She argued that, since it was my house, I should sponsor these improvements. I refused every single time, stating calmly that I was perfectly happy with the existing layout and that they were free to pay for their own design fantasies if they wanted changes so badly. That's when the real nastiness started. Helena claimed I was trying to deprive my unborn niece or nephew of a proper environment. She told me I was stone-hearted, that I would regret my cruelty someday, and even implied that I was jealous of Belinda's pregnancy. The absurdity of it all could have been comical if it hadn't been so emotionally draining. My father, spineless as ever, tried one feeble tactic after another. He pulled me aside in the hallway, whispering that maybe I could just sign some papers that would give Belinda a stake in the house so that she felt secure. He assured me that I would be taken care of later, that it was just a piece of paper, no big deal. When I refused, pointing out that my mother's will was unambiguous and her dying wish had been for me to retain the family home, He sank into an armchair and buried his face in his hands, muttering how complicated everything had become. It dawned on me that Helena must be in his ear day and night, planting the idea that Belinda, as the pregnant daughter, deserved priority. Yet he had no qualms about betraying me in the process. One evening, I came home from work to find Belinda sobbing on the staircase. She accused me of sabotaging her by refusing to move out of the way. I tried to step around her, but she grabbed my arm and started wailing that she felt dizzy and was scared she would faint. It was a typical move. She'd done similar theatrics in high school whenever she wanted to get out of trouble. But now, Helena appeared and dramatically declared that I was endangering Belinda's health by stressing her out. She threatened to call 911 if Belinda didn't stop hyperventilating. I just stood there, praying for patience. Moments later, my father rushed in, cursing at me for provoking his stepdaughter. It felt like being caught in some twisted play where everyone was reading from a script designed to paint me as the villain. They kept warning me that Belinda's baby was at risk, that the tension in the house was all my fault. My father actually demanded that I apologize. I tried to remind him that I had merely walked in from work, but it was no use. I felt like a stranger in my own home. A few nights later, Helena hosted a small dinner party for some of her close friends. She forbade me from attending, insisting it was a private affair, but ironically used my good china for their meals. From my room, I could hear them laughing, clinking glasses, and occasionally referencing Belinda's future. I heard something about how it was so great that Belinda would soon have the entire house to herself. That froze me in place. When I finally dared to step out for a glass of water, I felt eyes turning my way with contempt. Helena snapped that they were running low on ice as though I were a maid. I clenched my jaw and left before I said something that would have derailed the entire evening. Listening to them discuss my house as though it belonged to Belinda was chilling. It was as if they were practicing a future reality in which I no longer existed under that roof. My mother's best friend, Marianne, had stayed in touch with me after Mom died. She was the one person I could truly confide in when everything became too much. Late one Saturday, I drove to her little cottage by the lake, tears burning the corners of my eyes as I spilled every detail about Belinda's pregnancy, the incessant demands for me to leave, and my father's betrayal. Marianne was furious on my behalf. She reminded me that I had to stand my ground, that this was my house. She also encouraged me to check the will again to see if there was any clause that might protect me from being muscled out. Sure, I was the rightful owner, but perhaps there were other legal stipulations I could leverage if they pushed harder. She also suggested I consider filing a restraining order or at least consulting a lawyer if the harassment continued. The conversation made me feel less alone. I realized I needed to protect myself, emotionally and legally. The next day, I combed through the old paperwork locked away in a cedar chest my mother used to store her important documents. It was mostly the same stuff I'd seen before: the official will naming me the beneficiary of the house, some life insurance details, and a few old mortgage statements. But buried near the bottom, I found a note from my mother, handwritten, explaining that if I ever felt threatened or bullied about the property, I should contact a certain law firm she had used for her own estate planning. It wasn't an official legal clause, just my mother's personal advice, but I felt as though she'd reached out from beyond the grave to comfort me. With trembling hands, I tucked that note away, determined to seek help if things worsened. Little did I know how quickly they would. I woke up one morning to find that my bedroom door's lock was jammed. I had locked it the night before, which I rarely did, feeling uneasy after another confrontation with Belinda. But now the key wouldn't turn, no matter how forcefully I twisted it. Panicking, I shouted until Helena sauntered over from the other side, feigning concern. She asked me what was going on, and when I told her about the lock, she simply sighed and said, "Oh dear, that's unfortunate. I hope you figure it out." Eventually, I managed to pry it open with a nail file. It dawned on me that someone had tampered with the lock from the outside, perhaps hoping I'd stay trapped inside until I missed work or lost my mind. The subtle hostility had begun to morph into something far more cruel. Shortly thereafter, Belinda started complaining that the aroma from the kitchen made her nauseous. She demanded that I stop cooking my own meals, especially foods she claimed triggered her morning sickness. That meant no more eggs, no more garlic, no more spices that I enjoyed. Helena backed her up, of course, proclaiming that a pregnant woman's comfort was paramount. My father, instead of defending me, told me to consider being more considerate. In exasperation, I began buying takeout more frequently. I couldn't stand the thought of cooking while they hovered over me with disapproving stares. The final straw came on a Friday night when Helena and Belinda cornered me in the living room. My father was conspicuously absent, presumably at the hardware store again. They started by insisting that it was best for Belinda's baby if I left immediately. They promised not to take everything, but said they needed the master bedroom for Belinda and her future child. Helena argued that Belinda required a comforting environment to prepare for motherhood and that my presence was a psychic disturbance. When I laughed bitterly and repeated that the house belonged to me, Helena's mask slipped. She snapped that she and my father would find a way to overrule me, even if it meant forging documents or claiming elder rights on behalf of my father. I felt my stomach twist with fear. She was basically threatening fraud. Belinda, smugly patting her slight baby bump, told me that once her child was born, no judge in the country would force a new mother onto the street. She suggested that I make things easier on myself by leaving voluntarily. My hands shook with anger as I told them both that I had no intention of being scammed out of my inheritance, that the will was solid, and I would fight them if they tried anything illegal. Helena sneered, saying she knew people who could help expedite the process. The threat was vague but ominous. The tension was so thick that I almost believed she might physically attack me. Instead, she turned on her heel and marched upstairs, Belinda following close behind. I heard them muttering something about how uncooperative I was, how I obviously hated babies. In that moment, a cold clarity swept through me. This was my home, and I needed to stand up for it. They weren't going to win. The following Monday, I took a few hours off from work and visited the law firm my mother had mentioned. I explained the situation to a kind-eyed attorney who listened patiently. She told me that while my father and Helena had the right to live there as long as we agreed on it, they had no legal grounds to force me out. If they tried forging documents or claiming some obscure right, they would be in serious legal trouble. She advised me to keep a record of everything: the threats, the intimidation, the attempts at sabotage. She suggested I install a small camera in my room if I felt physically unsafe. Although it felt surreal, I appreciated that the law was on my side. At the end of our meeting, the attorney gave me her card and told me to call anytime things escalated. Feeling emboldened, I returned home that day and found Helena rummaging through the drawers in the den, scattering old photos and personal items across the floor. My father was nowhere in sight, as usual. When I demanded to know what she was doing, she claimed she was cleaning up to make space for baby supplies. I reminded her that those drawers contained personal memorabilia, including important documents I had yet to sort. She smirked, telling me that if I didn't want her in there, I should find somewhere else to live. My temper flared, and I threatened to call the police if she touched any of my property. For once, she actually looked taken aback. She tried to laugh it off, but I could see a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. She didn't expect me to stand up for myself so forcefully. The next few weeks felt like a high-stakes waiting game. Belinda continued her manipulative behavior, flopping around the living room, moaning about backaches and swollen feet, rolling her eyes whenever I came near. Helena hovered protectively, occasionally dropping hints about what a pity it was that the father of Belinda's baby wasn't there to help. How unfortunate it was that Belinda had to rely on me, a selfish step-sibling. My father, guilt-ridden and cowardly, skirted any confrontation and spent much of his time doing odd tasks in the garage or yard. Every interaction with them felt like a coil winding tighter and tighter, ready to snap. I never imagined that a single day meant to celebrate the upcoming birth of my child could unravel such a deep-seated envy within my own family. Yet there I was, nearly 8 months pregnant, beaming with excitement, and completely unaware of the chaos about to unfold at my baby shower. My sister, Melody, had always been my confidant, the first person I told when I discovered I was pregnant, the one who wrapped me in a hug that felt so genuine I believed we were closer than ever. Perhaps I should have noticed her subtle jabs, like the sarcastic tone she sometimes used when congratulating me, or the way her smile never quite reached her eyes whenever I talked about the nursery. It was all easier to overlook because I desperately wanted to believe she shared my joy. She insisted on planning the entire shower, and though I was a little nervous about letting her run the show, I ultimately trusted her. On the morning of the event, I woke with an odd sense of dread, but I dismissed it as simple pre-party jitters. My husband, Greg, assured me everything would be fine, pointing out that Melody's eccentric flair could actually create a memorable day. I really had no reason to think otherwise. My mother called to say she couldn't wait to watch me open gifts, and a few friends had texted, promising big surprises. Who would sabotage a baby shower, right? As the afternoon approached and the decorations started going up, I had no clue a bombshell was waiting to be dropped in front of everyone I loved. The heartbreak, the betrayal, none of it seemed conceivable until it happened, unraveling in the most dramatic fashion imaginable. If I'd known what Melody was truly capable of, I would have canceled the party. Despite my nagging intuition, I did my best to stay calm as I arrived at the venue, a cozy little banquet hall decorated with pastel balloons, pink streamers, and a massive table for gifts. Melody was there, directing a couple of our cousins to place centerpieces on each table. She flashed me a quick grin that, had I paid closer attention, might have appeared forced. Instead, I was swept up by the warm greetings of friends, the laughter of relatives who traveled far, and the smell of sugar cookies shaped like tiny diapers. I circulated among the guests, accepting hugs and well wishes, all while occasionally glancing over at Melody. She was flitting around, making sure everyone had a seat, topping off refreshments, and smiling in a way that suggested everything was under control. Greg hovered nearby, rubbing my back whenever I seemed tired, reassuring me that the day was perfect. The games began, a baby naming contest, a diaper-changing race using plastic dolls, and even a silly baby food taste test. Laughter erupted left and right, and with each joyful moment, my fears subsided. Perhaps I was just being paranoid. Melody came over to whisper that she had a special surprise planned at the end of the games. She claimed it would bring everyone closer together. I felt a renewed gratitude for her, imagining she might have prepared a touching slideshow of my childhood photos or organized a heartfelt toast. I let out a sigh of relief and told myself that everything would be just fine. Little did I know, the biggest surprise of all was a malicious lie disguised as a shocking revelation, one that would leave me stunned, humiliated, and questioning the loyalty of my own sister. In that calm, I had no inkling of the storm that was to descend. I should have sensed something was amiss when Melody asked for everyone's attention with an oddly triumphant expression on her face. All around the room, the conversation died down as she cleared her throat. Greg was standing beside me, his hand protectively on my shoulder, and I felt him stiffen at her tone. She began by thanking everyone for coming, which was standard enough. Then, she launched into a speech about how we must always be honest with each other, especially in matters so significant as bringing a new life into the world. My stomach began to twist in knots. I caught my mother's worried gaze, and Greg's grip tightened. Melody's words hung in the air like a guillotine waiting to drop. She then produced a folded sheet of paper and waved it around, claiming it was a paternity test. My heart lurched. Had she actually gone behind my back to test the baby's paternity? Ridiculous thoughts whirled through my mind. How could she even get a sample? Was she lying? Everyone went silent, eyes darting between Melody and me. My cheeks burned and my pulse pounded in my ears. I wanted to scream, but I was frozen. Greg asked her, voice trembling with fury, what she was playing at. Melody tried to look solemn, but I sensed the thrill beneath her feigned concern. She declared that she had proof the baby was not Greg's. An uproar spread through the room. Some people gasped, others murmured in disbelief, while a few stood there with open-mouthed shock. My mother shouted at Melody to stop this nonsense. I locked eyes with my sister, searching for any sign of remorse, but all I found was smug certainty. The shards of my trust shattered in that single horrifying moment. Everything I knew was crumbling fast. In the stunned silence that followed, Melody claimed she had approached this supposed test out of concern for me and for Greg. That was her twisted rationale. She was protecting us by exposing a scandal. My face flamed with anger and humiliation, but I struggled for composure, determined not to become hysterical. Greg demanded she read the alleged results aloud if she was so confident. She pretended to hesitate, her eyes brimming with fake sympathy, and then dramatically opened the folded paper. Her voice shook with staged emotion as she announced that the results proved Greg could not be the father. A collective gasp rang out, and I swear I felt the walls closing in. My vision blurred, tears pressing at the edges of my eyes. My entire body trembled, not just from the betrayal, but also from the fear that someone might actually believe this insanity. Greg seized the paper from Melody's hand. Scanning the page, he quickly realized it was bogus. No official letterhead, no lab information, just some meaningless numbers typed out. He looked up at her with pure outrage, and I watched his face twist between fury and heartbreak. Meanwhile, guests were whispering, leaning in close to each other, hungry for any snippet of detail. My mother stepped forward, voice trembling as she confronted Melody, demanding an explanation. How could she sink to such a cruel act? Melody's defenses kicked in, and she started yelling back, accusing me of living a lie. I felt dizzy. Everything was happening fast, and the weight of her deceit pressed down on me like a physical force. It wasn't until Greg yelled for quiet, his usually calm demeanor cracking, that I realized this was a defining moment. Either we let this lie tear us apart, or we fight back with the truth. Greg, breathing heavily, announced that the test was a complete forgery. He read out the glaring inconsistencies. The date was wrong, the lab's name was missing, and there wasn't even a signature. Relief washed over me, but so did a fierce anger. I demanded Melody explain herself. Instead, she clung to her bogus narrative, accusing me of sending a fake sample or hiding the real evidence. My voice quavered as I denied her every accusation, telling everyone that Greg and I had never, not once, questioned the baby's paternity. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and I felt singled out in my own celebration. A few relatives, those who had always been fond of gossip, appeared all too ready to believe the worst. Their eyes glinted with morbid curiosity, as though savoring every ounce of drama. My mother tried to intervene, only to be drowned out by Melody's shrill claims of betrayal. That was when Greg stepped forward, holding the fake document high. With a steadiness that surprised me, he proclaimed that Melody must have printed this nonsense herself. The hush that fell over the room was deafening. All eyes turned to her, and she sputtered, momentarily at a loss. Then, in a last-ditch effort to reclaim her facade, she mumbled something about protecting the family's honor. Her words sounded hollow, even to her own ears. I might have felt pity if I weren't so livid. My heart hammered as I watched her tilt her chin defiantly, as though she still believed she could salvage her scheme. The bizarre spectacle felt surreal, a moment so bizarre, I half expected a camera crew to jump out, yelling that this was all a prank. But this was no stunt. This was a vicious betrayal, orchestrated by the very person I once trusted most. I felt utterly betrayed. After that appalling accusation, several guests got up, unsure whether to leave or stay. I saw my best friend Clara looking torn between outrage and heartbreak. She approached me, arms outstretched, and held me in a tight hug. Her embrace became the anchor I needed in that moment. Meanwhile, Greg pressed the false test results into Melody's chest, saying, "Take a good look at your handiwork." She snatched the paper, panic flashing across her face, though she quickly masked it with indignation. She glared at me as if I were the one who had wronged her. My mind spun with questions. What had driven her to such a monstrous act? Did she think tarnishing my reputation would bring her some twisted satisfaction? I had no time for answers, as the tension in the room was combustible. My mother, furious and trembling, demanded we all sit down to sort this out. Melody outright refused, snapping that she didn't have to justify herself to anyone. That's when my father, who had stayed mostly silent, stepped forward with tears in his eyes, pleading for calm. His frailty struck me. I never realized how much something like this could break an older man's spirit. People were scattering, some heading for the door, others lingering in small clusters. The baby shower was effectively ruined, transformed into a battlefield of accusations. I felt a wave of nausea and sank into a nearby chair, tears finally spilling down my cheeks. Greg kneeled beside me, wiping them away. Just when I thought matters couldn't get worse, I spotted a grim-faced man enter the hall. I recognized him as Tyler, Melody's husband. His appearance alone seemed to drain the color from her face, and in that heartbeat, I sensed something seismic was about to occur. He looked resolute and stern. Tyler strode into the center of the room, his jaw set tight. Melody's posture stiffened, and a flicker of fear crossed her face. I'd rarely seen them together, as they lived in another state, but I knew enough to sense their marriage had been tense. Without preamble, Tyler cleared his throat and addressed everyone. He apologized for interrupting, but said he had urgent business with his wife. Melody demanded to know why he was here. He reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew a set of legal-looking papers. My blood ran cold. I glanced at Greg, who looked equally stunned. Tyler then announced, in a firm, unwavering voice, that he was serving Melody with divorce papers. The entire hall froze. Melody's eyes went wide, and for a moment she seemed speechless. Her face contorted between rage and disbelief before she sputtered, "You can't be serious!" But Tyler was deadly serious. He explained that he couldn't remain married to someone who found pleasure in harming her own family, someone who would stoop so low as to fabricate paternity test results at a baby shower. He mentioned that this was the final straw after a series of lies and manipulations. A low murmur rippled through the remaining guests, who were still grappling with the fiasco Melody had orchestrated. I felt Greg's hand slip into mine, and I squeezed it, barely able to process the shock. Melody let out a hysterical laugh, claiming Tyler was just trying to humiliate her in public. But he held his ground. She tore the papers from his hand and glanced at them, her complexion turning pale. It was clear from his demeanor that this was not a stunt or an empty threat. It was genuine, absolute, and it landed like a thunderbolt in the midst of our crisis. Chaos erupted anew. Melody's shrieks of fury cut through the hall, and she flung the divorce papers onto the floor. She accused Tyler of colluding with me, of plotting to ruin her life in front of everyone. The look on his face was resolute, as though he had anticipated her reaction and already steeled himself against it. People started whispering louder, some backing away entirely as the tension threatened to escalate. Greg was still crouched next to me, his brow furrowed in alarm. I wasn't sure how to react. Part of me felt justice being served, while another part was unsettled by the utter spectacle. Melody turned on me in a frenzy, pointing a shaking finger in my direction, shouting that I must have orchestrated this. I was too shocked to do anything but stare, tears still drying on my cheeks. Tyler stepped between us, telling Melody to stop blaming me for her own mess. He said he had discovered too many lies to keep track of, and her plot today was just the final straw. My mother tried to approach, but Melody shoved her aside, her eyes wild. Seeing my mother stumble broke something in me. I stood up, rage and hurt surging through my veins, and demanded she leave. She whirled around, hair flying, and spat hateful words in my direction, something about how I always stole everything from her, how nothing I had was truly deserved. I realized then this wasn't just about the baby shower or even the paternity lie. Melody had been nursing a deeper grudge, a twisted belief that I overshadowed her. Tyler picked up the crumpled divorce papers and placed them in Melody's shaking hands, telling her it was time she faced the consequences of her own actions. I stood breathless, witnessing her unravel. At that, Melody crumpled to the floor, sobbing in heaving gulps of air. A wave of pity rose within me, despite all the pain she had caused. But her meltdown didn't erase the damage she'd done. Some of my friends helped my mother to a chair, while others pressed tissues into my hands. Greg guided me aside, whispering that we could leave if I wanted. But I couldn't just flee. This was my baby shower, my day, no, our baby's day, and Melody had hijacked it with her lies. Tyler knelt next to Melody, speaking to her in a low tone I couldn't hear. She kept shaking her head, tears dripping onto the divorce papers. I felt an odd sense of finality, as though everything she'd built on deception was coming down at once. Eventually, she staggered to her feet, face flushed and eyes swollen. She tried to speak, but no one wanted to hear it. My father, looking more exhausted than I'd ever seen him, told her to go. A hushed shock fell over everyone when she didn't argue. Her shoulders slumped in defeat, and she simply walked toward the exit without another word, Tyler following behind. The hush lingered even after they disappeared. Then, slowly, as if on cue, the remaining guests approached me with cautious hugs, tearful apologies, and supportive words. I realized that despite Melody's sabotage, people genuinely cared about me and my unborn child. The baby shower, though irreparably tainted, was not entirely lost. A cousin uncovered a tray of cupcakes, and someone else suggested we at least open a few gifts. There was a strange mixture of relief and grief in the air, as though we'd all survived a natural disaster and were sifting through the wreckage, trying to find something salvageable. I found spark hope. In the weeks that followed, I grappled with the aftermath of Melody's betrayal. My parents tried to mend the damage, but their grief at losing a daughter to such vindictiveness was palpable. Tyler proceeded with the divorce, sending me a message apologizing for not acting sooner. He confessed that Melody's jealousy had been poisoning their marriage for years. As for me, I focused on my pregnancy and clung to Greg's unwavering love. We held a small, intimate gathering with close friends to replace the chaos of that day. I was amazed at how supportive everyone remained. Some even joked that the baby shower would be a legendary family anecdote for generations, a cautionary tale of how envy can destroy relationships. I never heard from Melody directly after she stormed out. She moved away, perhaps too ashamed to face the community she had humiliated herself in. I sometimes wondered if she regretted it all, or if she still clung to the delusion that I was the source of her unhappiness. Though her actions stung me deeply, I refused to let bitterness consume me. In time, I delivered a healthy baby girl. Holding my daughter in my arms, I decided I would not let Melody's darkness taint my joy. If anything, her treachery taught me the value of genuine love and the necessity of boundaries. The day my sister tried to sabotage my baby shower was the day she shattered the facade that once bound us. But it was also the day a new chapter began, one where I stood stronger, surrounded by people who cared. Melody's husband had served her divorce papers in front of everyone, unveiling a truth she could no longer hide, that malice, once revealed, has a way of devouring itself. And so, life continued, brighter for the lessons learned. I still remember the day she walked out on me and our 2 children, leaving behind a house that echoed with confusion. It was a Wednesday morning, and I was halfway through packing lunches for the kids. She simply announced she couldn't stay another minute, stuffed a duffel bag with her clothes, and vanished. No explanation felt substantial enough, although she insisted she needed to find herself. The kids watched in silence, eyes brimming with questions. I tried to keep it together, but inside, I was as broken as they were. That day, the coffee cup in my hand slipped and shattered on the floor, tiny shards of porcelain scattering across the kitchen tiles. Somehow, the image of that broken cup remains etched in my mind, a symbol of that abrupt end. In the following weeks, I replayed that moment so many times, searching for answers. I stumbled through our routines, making dinner and tucking the kids into bed, my heart throbbing with a strange mixture of regret and anger. They asked where their mother had gone, but what could I say? I muttered vague reassurances that she would be back soon, though I had no idea when or even if she would return. I clung to hope in those early days, ignoring the stinging betrayal of her desertion. I wondered if I should have seen the signs earlier, the anxious tapping of her foot, the endless nights she stayed up, restlessly pacing the living room. There were arguments, of course, raised voices that reverberated in the late hours, but I never expected her to leave us in that cruel, irreversible way. Eventually, I learned she had run off with someone else, a man I had never met. That knowledge cut deeper than I ever anticipated. My initial reaction was to shield my children from the truth, but I realized that kids sense more than we give them credit for. Sarah was 8, and Dominic was 5. They felt the vacuum in the house, the tension in my voice whenever I answered the phone or checked the mail, hoping for a letter or some sign that their mother regretted what she had done. I talked to them gently, assuring them it wasn't their fault. I think Sarah understood at some level, but Dominic was too young to fully grasp why she would disappear like that. Night after night, I read them bedtime stories with a fixed smile on my face, determined not to let them see the fear in my eyes. If I faltered, they would feel it too. So I told myself I had to be strong for all of us, even while broken inside. In the months that followed, I juggled work and parenthood with a desperate energy. I was a sales representative at a modest paper company, and while it wasn't glamorous, it put food on the table. My boss offered me flexible hours, probably out of pity more than anything else. Every morning, I'd drop the kids at school, then try to focus on spreadsheets and phone calls. By evening, I felt like I'd run a marathon. Still, it was better than sitting alone in a silent house, haunted by the memory of her footsteps walking away. On weekends, I took the kids to the park, letting them burn off the restless energy that built up after a week of longing for answers. Each time I saw other couples, my stomach churned with envy. I wondered if I would ever feel normal again, or if I was doomed to permanent heartbreak forever. I never filed for divorce right away, a decision that puzzled my friends. They told me I deserved closure, that a piece of paper would at least formalize the betrayal. Yet I stalled, partly out of denial, partly out of some irrational hope that she would come back and apologize, that we could somehow stitch our family back together. My therapist said it was a normal reaction, an unwillingness to accept finality when your life has been derailed so violently. Months turned into a year, and her absence became an odd normal. Sarah grew more withdrawn, often staring at old family pictures. Dominic started asking if I had heard from Mom, his voice so soft it broke my heart each time. Finally, on a rainy autumn day, I signed the divorce papers. It felt like a funeral for everything we once had, and I braced myself for a lonely future. Over time, life fell into a new pattern. I made simple meals the kids actually liked and read bedtime stories with extra silly voices to make them laugh. I didn't date for the longest time. Part of me was afraid, and another part simply didn't trust my judgment after being so blind to my ex-wife's dissatisfaction. Instead, I tried to focus on being the best father I could be. My mom helped on weekends, spoiling Sarah and Dominic with homemade cookies and far too many stuffed animals. Occasionally, I would sense a deep pang of loneliness, like a wind chill that hits you unexpectedly. But I forced myself forward, day after day. I mowed the lawn, paid the bills, and attended school functions with a pasted-on smile. Through all of this, I carried the weight of what she had done, trying to protect my children from the worst of it, always. I was 2 years into this routine when I met Cynthia. She was a colleague of a friend, and we first crossed paths at a charity event. Cynthia was patient, understanding, and approached me with a gentle warmth that was hard to ignore. We started dating slowly, as I had trust issues the size of canyons. Cynthia reassured me she wouldn't run at the first sign of trouble. I told her about the betrayal, the children, the sleepless nights. She listened without flinching, her eyes reflecting genuine empathy. Over time, she introduced me to her own daughter, Ellie, who was just a year younger than Dominic. We bonded over silly jokes, trips to the aquarium, and Saturday picnics. It felt good to see my kids laughing alongside Ellie, and for a moment, I believed I could have a second chance at a functional family. My guard began to waver gradually. However, the trauma of my past made me cautious. I dreaded repeating mistakes, seeing the disappointment in my kids' eyes if yet another woman decided she was done. That fear sometimes made me pull away from Cynthia, retreating into myself whenever a disagreement arose. In her defense, she was remarkably patient, telling me she understood why I hesitated. I began therapy again, trying to unravel the knots in my heart. Week by week, I learned that my ex-wife's choices were her own, not a reflection of my worth. Slowly, I opened my heart to the possibility that love could grow from the rubble. My children warmed to Cynthia and Ellie, forging friendships that gave me hope. After nearly a year of ups and downs, I proposed to Cynthia on a cloudy Sunday morning with my children and Ellie cheering me on. She said yes, tears shining in her joyful eyes. Planning a wedding the second time around felt surreal. I wasn't the naive young groom I once was, brimming with starry-eyed optimism. Instead, I was older, a bit scarred, and far more aware of how life can fracture in an instant. We opted for a small ceremony in my backyard, close friends and family only. Sarah was my best girl, standing beside me, while Dominic clutched the ring box like treasure. Ellie was the flower girl, scattering petals in the morning sunlight. When Cynthia walked down the makeshift aisle, I felt a calm excitement that seemed more grounded than the euphoric rush I'd experienced with my ex-wife. The vows we exchanged spoke of resilience, second chances, and the vow to remain even when storms came. After we kissed, Sarah and Dominic rushed into our arms, and for a while, I believed that life had finally offered redemption and lasting peace. For a few years, it was almost idyllic. Cynthia and I combined our households, creating a home that bustled with shared chores, laughter, and the occasional sibling spat. The kids grew older, forming bonds that sometimes surprised even me. We navigated new traditions, from a combined Thanksgiving feast to beach outings in the summer. My parents embraced Cynthia and Ellie without hesitation, and I allowed myself the strange luxury of feeling content. Every once in a while, a shadow of the past would flicker across my mind. I'd wonder where my ex-wife was, whether she was happy, or if she even thought about the children she left behind. But those moments grew less frequent. Time, it seemed, was gradually softening the ache. I had no inkling that it would all come crashing down in one unexpected afternoon when a knock at the door changed everything I'd built forever and unequivocally. I was folding laundry upstairs when I heard the knock. Cynthia was out shopping with Ellie, and Sarah was at a friend's house. Dominic was in his room, headphones on, likely unaware of the commotion. With a slight huff, I set down the laundry basket and headed downstairs. Through the frosted glass, I saw a silhouette that looked alarmingly familiar. My heart rate spiked even before I opened the door. Standing there, hair slightly disheveled, was my ex-wife. For a split second, I thought it might be a ghost, a hallucination conjured from old regrets. But she was solid flesh, holding the hand of a small girl who stared at me with wide, curious eyes. My ex-wife's face was etched with anxiety, her lips pressed tight as though she feared what might happen next. In that moment, I realized my stable world was about to be upended once again completely. I just stood there, unable to speak, as if my vocal cords had decided to go on strike. She was the first to break the silence, her voice shaky. She said she had nowhere else to go, that she'd made terrible mistakes, and now life was punishing her for them. The little girl at her side was her daughter from another relationship, she explained, though the father wanted nothing to do with them anymore. My mind swirled with 1,000 emotions, from anger and betrayal to pity and incredulity. I glanced at the girl, who clung to her mother's skirt, clearly sensing the tension. My ex-wife said she wanted to rebuild our family, as if the word could be casually thrown around after so many years. In that moment, every memory of heartbreak and loneliness flooded my mind, fueling a protective instinct I never knew I had, buried deep inside. I stepped onto the porch, closing the door behind me so Dominic wouldn't witness the drama unfolding. She looked at me with those pleading eyes, the same eyes that once made me believe we could conquer anything together. Only now I felt numb. She said she'd lost her job, her partner had kicked her out, and she had no support system. She asked if she could stay here just until she got back on her feet, emphasizing how much the kids must miss her. My jaw clenched. Those kids had cried themselves to sleep countless times after she left. I had been the one to wash their tears off their cheeks, to reassure them that life would go on. And now, after forging a new existence, she expected me to open the door and welcome her like a lost lamb returning to the fold. The gall was astounding, beyond measure. I thought about Cynthia, about the stability we had built together. Inviting my ex-wife back into our lives would be a betrayal of everything Cynthia and I stood for. Yet, the woman before me was once my wife, and the child at her side looked innocent, frightened. Morality and anger clashed violently in my head. Did I owe her compassion, or was this my chance to finally enforce boundaries? She kept apologizing, her voice cracking, saying she had nowhere to go. My mind raced with all the nights I'd spent alone, the tears I'd shed, and the therapy sessions that cost me more than money. Then I looked at her child, who wore hand-me-down sneakers and a coat too thin for the season. It was a raw, brutal moment, torn between empathy and self-preservation, between the urge to protect my new life and the urge to do what was right. In the end, self-preservation won out. I told her flatly that I was sorry for her troubles, but I could not jeopardize what I had painstakingly rebuilt. She began to cry, tears rolling down her cheeks as she begged me to think of Sarah and Dominic. I almost laughed at the irony, thinking of how little she had cared when she first ran off. But the tears of her child tugged at me. The girl was clearly confused, possibly hungry, and definitely scared. I suggested she check local shelters or community services, even offered to give her contact information for agencies that could help. She stared at me as though I'd struck her. Once upon a time, my home had been hers. Now it was sealed off, belonging to a life she had willfully abandoned. I kept my voice calm, but inside, I quaked with conflicting emotions and trembling uncontrollably. She pleaded for just a night's shelter. I exhaled slowly, picturing Cynthia's face if she returned home to find my ex-wife and her child in our living room. I shook my head, tears burning at the corners of my eyes. Then, I offered a compromise. I'd pay for a motel room for a couple of nights so they'd have a roof over their heads while she figured out her next steps. The gratitude in her eyes was immediate, but it was tinged with heartbreak. She nodded, pressing her lips together. I scribbled down an address and directions to a decent budget motel, along with some phone numbers for local support agencies. She took the paper gingerly, as if it was a lifeline made of glass. The little girl hid behind her mother, clutching a worn stuffed rabbit. The silence between us felt heavier than any words could possibly convey. As I closed the door, I felt a storm of emotion raging in my chest. The echo of their footsteps on the front porch lingered for a few moments. I pressed my forehead against the door, inhaling deeply. Memories battered me. Her laughter in our honeymoon suite, the tears in her eyes after Dominic was born, the cold finality of her departure. My life had moved on, but she still had a power over me. one rooted in a painful history I couldn't fully erase. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, wrestling with guilt, relief, and sorrow. Finally, I went upstairs, found my wallet, and grabbed some extra cash to cover the motel. Then I walked out to my car, half hoping she would vanish by the time I pulled up behind them. But she was there on the sidewalk, waiting, hugging her daughter tightly in the cold. I paid for a couple of nights at the motel, and she thanked me repeatedly, tears in her eyes. The manager handed me the key cards with a sympathetic nod, clearly reading the tension in the air. My ex-wife stood off to the side, holding her daughter's hand. I handed her the keys, the air between us thick with unspoken regrets. As I turned to leave, she whispered that she was sorry, truly sorry, for everything. I didn't respond. I walked out, my footsteps echoing in the cramped hallway. In the parking lot, I sank into the driver's seat, my heart thudding like a drum. I stared at the steering wheel, wondering what kind of father I was, how I would explain this to Cynthia, and whether a part of me would always be that wounded man waiting at the kitchen table for a wife who never returned to me. When I finally got home, Cynthia was in the living room with Ellie, sorting groceries. She took one look at me and knew something was off. We'd grown that attuned to each other. I told her everything. She listened quietly, and though she was upset, she never raised her voice. She understood the position I'd been in, but she also made it clear that letting my ex-wife move back into our home was not an option. I assured her I had no intention of doing that. Her relief was palpable. That night, as we lay in bed, she asked if I regretted turning my ex-wife away. I sighed, unsure how to put my conflicted feelings into words. Finally, I said I did not regret protecting our life together, but a small part of me would always mourn the dreams my ex and I once shared before everything fell apart again. In the days that followed, I learned from the motel manager that she stayed only 2 nights before leaving. Nobody saw where she went. Sometimes I imagine her drifting from town to town, chasing a redemption that remains just out of reach. Other times, I force myself not to think about it, focusing instead on the life I have here, one built from love, patience, and second chances. For me, the past is a lesson in boundaries and the hard truth that not every broken bond can be mended. The day she reappeared, I realized I'd buried more anger than I knew, but also that my new life was worth defending. As for the little girl, I hope she finds stability someday, but I can't save them. I owe the best of me to the people who stayed. I closed the door and chose my future. My irrevocable final decision.